Chapter 1858. Since Xiao Qin was the one who suggested archery, he naturally had absolute confidence in defeating his opponent. The light from Monarch Yu's body slowly faded, and the clouds in the sky slowly gathered. The scene of the blazing sun shining together with the stars disappeared. Everyone stared at Xiao Qin, who had retrieved the goose dragon bow. They wanted to see how capable he was to defeat Monarch Yu. Of course, aside from Lan Luo and the soaring dragon Marquis, no one else in the drill ground felt that Xiao Qin could win. Even Long Yen, who thought highly of Xiao Qin, shook his head in his heart. Xiao Qin was of the royal bloodline, the son of a grand duke. The moment he made a move, he would receive the protection of the dragon's luck. Furthermore, he could enjoy the resources of the royal clan. Monarch Yu's conditions and starting line were truly enviable. Even though Long Yen was the eldest son of the soaring dragon Marquis, he could only be envious and could not compare. More importantly, the arrow that Monarch Yu shot was indeed startling, inspiring lingering fear in everyone. Even a regular holy venerate would not dare to take this arrow lightly. Long Yen, who knew why Monarch Yu wanted to trample on Xiao Qin, could not help worrying for him. What's wrong? Do you not dare to, or are you too ashamed to make a move? Joy flashed in Longbow's heart. When he thought about how Xiao Qin would embarrass himself in front of everyone, he could not help mocking him. Ah! If you really can't do it, just admit defeat. Losing to Monarch Yu is not embarrassing. After all, he is a relative of the royal clan. A country bumpkin like you cannot compare to him. That's right. To think that he really dares to compete with Monarch Yu. If it were me, I would just admit defeat. Given Monarch Yu's demeanor, he would not make things difficult for him. Just admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Suddenly, cheers rang out in the drill ground. Most of the Long clan disciples had already been subdued by Monarch Yu's demeanor. Now that they saw Monarch Yu's stunning display, they already felt great admiration for him. Furthermore, Monarch Yu left a good impression on everyone. Nearly everyone stood on Monarch Yu's side, smiling as they told Xiao Qin to admit defeat. The voices of people surrendering rose and fell like waves in the sea. If it was an ordinary person, under such intentional isolation, a flaw would have appeared in their mental state a long time ago, and it would be difficult for them to maintain their calm. However, Xiao Qin was very intelligent. Furthermore, he had seen through Monarch Yu's tricks long ago. In the end, the person he would trample on would be himself. Naturally, there was no change in his expression. He said softly, "If there is really an undefeatable enemy, it is not a big deal to admit defeat and admit one's inadequacies." When Monarch Yu heard that, he smiled faintly. Then he said in a gentlemanly manner, "Brother Xiao is rather tactful. Since you already admit defeat, then the bet is voided. Just do something small for me." Are you deaf or are you out of your mind? My big brother is laughing at you for overestimating yourself. It's far from enough to make him admit defeat. You can't even tell this? You really have a low IQ. What kind of *T royal prince are you? The little monk, who was lying on Xiao Qian's shoulder, rolled his eyes and said with disdain. Monarch Yu's harsh words, coupled with the little monk's mischievous face, angered him somewhat. This was especially so when Monarch Yu said he at the end. He nearly lost control of his demeanor. Just as Monarch Yu was about to say something, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. An arrow silently pierced through the distorted space and struck the bull's-eye 10 kilometers away. Compared to Monarch Yu's arrow, which had a huge momentum and vast monarch might, the one that could reverse day and night, the arrow shook the world. Xiao Qin's arrow appeared rather ordinary. He drew the bowstring, released it, and the arrow flew out, hitting the bull's-eye. It was like the distorted space in front of him and the 50-fold gravity were just decorations. How can this be? The group of Long clan disciples was stunned. Someone shouted in disbelief, "The gravity field is definitely not turned on. I want to give it a try." Right, you must give it a try. No one could accept such a result. They all made a move, drawing their bows and shooting arrows. In the end, the arrows that they shot either landed in the distorted space or went off to some other place. Not to mention hitting the bull's eye, none of them could hit the target. The cruel truth stunned the group of Long clan disciples. Their faces revealed even more incredulous expressions. How could an outsider be so much stronger than them? This was simply unacceptable. They could accept and understand that Monarch Yu was stronger than them. Monarch Yu was a relative of the royal family, the son of a duke, blessed by the luck of the dragon. It was natural for Monarch Yu to be stronger than them. However, what did Xiao Qin have? He had nothing. Compared to them, he was completely worthless. However, this worthless person managed to hit the bull's eye, something that they could not even touch. It's useless. It's useless. Monarch Yu's arrow shook the world, shaking the surroundings and reversing day and night. How can your arrow compare to it? So you still lost. That's right. That's right. You still lost. Your arrow is far from comparable to Monarch Yu's. That's right. Monarch Yu's arrow was so startling. How can you compare to it? The Long Clan disciples who felt somewhat unbalanced all spoke up, bringing up Monarch Yu to suppress Xiao Chen. They refused to admit that Xiao Chen's archery skills were better than Monarch Yu's. Only the expressions of the Marquis' residence's upper echelon on the tall platform changed slightly. The might of Xiao Chen's arrow was indeed not comparable to Monarch Yu's arrow. In fact, it was a far cry from it. Monarch Yu's arrow had used the dynasty's might. It could already threaten a holy venerate, even severely injuring one. However, experts had their own judgment. In terms of practicality, Xiao Chen's arrow far surpassed Monarch Yu's. Xiao Chen's arrow was astonishingly fast, no different from how he normally shot. As for Monarch Yu's arrow, while it looked startling in reality, it was storing up power. Although it could threaten a holy venerate, it was impossible for a holy venerate to get hit in a real fight. Unless a holy venerate was held back, it was practically impossible for a holy venerate to get hit. If it were Xiao Chen, the scene that appeared in their minds was Xiao Chen using his movement technique to flash in the air, continuously shooting arrows. On the other hand, the sky full of arrows was more likely to injure a holy venerate. If such an archery team could be created in the army, they would be able to eliminate the threat at the borders. They could be said to be unrivaled. Lord Marquis. The generals behind all felt incredibly excited, calling out involuntarily. Naturally, the soaring dragon Marquis knew what they meant. He waved his hand indifferently to stop them from speaking. While the experts knew the ropes, the Long Clan disciples and the Marquis' residence's generals were not convinced. In any case, Xiao Chen's arrow was ordinary and not comparable to Monarch Yu's. You lost. You can't do it. You are just trash. A bunch of fools. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you are that capable, then go ahead and try. If that monarch or whatever is not convinced, he can come up and try as well. See if he can be like my big brother, calm and unruffled. The little monk was a straightforward person. He focused on defending Xiao Chen, loudly rebuking those people. Ah, I'm not convinced. I'm not going up. What can you do to me, little brat? Since no one could do it earlier, naturally no one could do it now. They would not really go up. However, relying on their numbers, they were not convinced and started mocking the little monk. Dang. What answered them was Xiao Chen's second arrow. Xiao Chen circulated the heavenly heart art, and the heart flame at his fingertip merged with the arrow. This arrow pierced through the tail of the previous arrow and struck the bull's eye again. Boom. However, because Xiao Chen increased the heart flame, the might of this arrow was significantly higher than the previous one. The loud noise was deafening, instantly suppressing the noise of the Long family disciples. Boom. The third arrow flew out. This time Xiao Chen increased the heart flame by another 10%. When the arrow struck the bull's eye, the resulting tremor was even more terrifying. It was like a clap of thunder resounding in all directions, shaking the entire drill ground intensely. What was even more terrifying was that Xiao Chen's control of the heart flame had reached a very ingenious level. Xiao Chen did not shatter the target. Instead, he sent the energy of the heart flame through the target. The fourth arrow, the fifth arrow, the sixth arrow, the energy of the heart flame that Xiao Chen sent out increased in intensity each time. The resulting sound waves were increasingly terrifying. When the seventh arrow flew out, the terrifying sound waves spread out. Even the buildings in the Marquis' residence shook intensely. Many of the beams were directly blown away. As for the Long Clan disciples on the drill ground, although they did their best to block, they still could not endure it. The shock waves caused them to vomit blood and roll around endlessly. They covered their ears and wailed in pain. After the seventh arrow flew out, no one dared to say that they were not convinced anymore. Only horror appeared on their faces as they looked at Xiao Chen. They felt angry but did not dare to say anything. They were both afraid and fearful. At this moment, it was already clear whose archery skills were superior. What if someone was not convinced? Xiao Chen used the simplest and most direct method to respond to those who were not convinced. Who still dared to say that they were not convinced. Monarch Yu, who had been silent all this while, appeared ashen. Then he said, "Bring my white feather bow." "Yes, young master." Soon, a subordinate brought a treasure bow that was as smooth as white jade and placed it in Monarch Yu's hand. A peak-inherited Dao tool. For a moment, the faces of the Long family disciples changed. Although the bet did not stipulate what bow to use. Although there were no rules on what bow to use in the bet, Monarch Yu's actions were clearly inappropriate, even somewhat shameless. However, due to Monarch Yu's status, no one said anything. With a peak-inherited Dao tool, the white feather bow in hand, Monarch Yu drew the bowstring and fired an arrow at the sky. Boom! In the distant sky, a ferocious beast flying in the clouds instantly exploded, turning into a clump of blood mist. That clump of blood mist looked exceptionally eye-catching in the clear sky. Whoosh! 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 Monarch Yu's figure turned illusory as he fired 6 arrows in a row. Each arrow killed a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast from a great distance. Taking the lives of ferocious beasts from 5,000 kilometers away, such a terrifying scene deeply shocked everyone. Whoosh! Monarch Yu fired his startling 7th arrow, and the phenomenon of flipping day and night appeared again. Starlight shone from his body, and the might of the dynasty spread out. The arrow shot out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. A miserable shriek rang out in the air. Bang! After a while, an arrow struck a ferocious beast with an extremely terrifying aura, infinitely close to that of a holy venerate, and it landed on the drill ground. That severely injured ferocious beast could not move at all. However, its ferocious aura scared the Long clan disciples far away. While Xiaoqin fired 7 arrows, Monarch Yu did the same. Furthermore, he shot at the extremely fast ferocious beasts in the sky. No, it was not an immovable target. Clearly he wanted to defeat Xiaoqin. After firing 7 arrows, Monarch Yu appeared somewhat fatigued. He looked at Xiaoqin and said, "This white feather bow is a reward that I obtained with my military merits. I obtained it with my own abilities. Naturally, it is also a part of my strength. If you have any treasures, you can use them as well. Don't say that I, Monarch Yu, am bullying you." Monarch Yu's words sounded righteous, flabbergasting everyone. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a shameless person bullying Xiaoqin in such a dignified manner. He did not have an illustrious clan or a strong sect. Monarch Yu smiled coldly and said, "I am the son of Duke Yun, a relative of the royal family. You are far from being comparable to me. Let's see how you are going to defeat me. I only need 1 arrow to defeat you." When the clouds spread out and the mysterious phenomenon of flipping day and night vanished, Xiaoqin snorted coldly. He activated his blue dragon bloodline and released his divine eyes. His dragon might soared into the clouds. Without relying on the dynasty's might, he used his own dragon might to recreate the flipping day and night mysterious phenomenon. That pair of divine eyes swept through the surroundings, looking unparalleled. No one dared to look directly at them. Amid the crowd's startled cries, Xiaoqin took out the god shadow bow and infused all his soul energy into it. Then he drew the bowstring and shot an arrow at the sky. Whoosh! The arrow shot out and the bowstring trembled slightly. Cracks immediately appeared on the drill ground, spreading out like a spider web. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone focused on that startling arrow. That arrow flew increasingly farther until it vanished from everyone's sight. Then a loud sound startled the entire soaring dragon city. A resplendent and dazzling light, even more dazzling than the sun, burst forth in the starry heavens above the city. A star exploded in the air. The resplendent light disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, countless star fragments turned into meteors filling the sky and quickly fell to the ground. With this peak arrow, Xiaoqin exploded a star. The remnant might of the god shadow bow knocked everyone to the ground in the drill ground. Only Xiaoqin remained standing proudly. His dragon might was unparalleled, dominating the world. The moment this arrow shot out, there was no need to say who won or lost. You are just an insignificant duke's son, yet you dare to compete with Xiaoqin in terms of status and bloodline? Xiaoqin had an unparalleled rank 8 blue dragon bloodline. Even the princes of the dynasty might not be strong enough before Xiaoqin if they were not related. No matter what Monarch Yu's purpose was, he had chosen the wrong target to use Xiaoqin as a stepping stone. Chapter 1859. Meteors fell from the sky. Xiaoqin held the god shadow bow in his hand, shocking the surroundings. This arrow directly blew up a star the size of a city. In the starry heavens, even a powerful holy venerate could achieve such a feat with their full power. He had only destroyed a city with a single sword strike, but the problem was that he was not in the starry sky but in a city. Even at such a high altitude, he was still able to shoot down a formation with 1 arrow. This was a little exaggerated and shocking. This was especially so for Xiaoqin, who was also a star venerate. Above the Marquis's mansion, the upper echelons who had seen much of the world were all moved, feeling slightly shocked. The only one who could remain calm was the soaring dragon Marquis. Up on the drill ground, Monarch Yu watched all this in a daze. Suddenly his expression twisted. He glared at Xiao Chen and said, "You bitch. No wonder you wanted to compete in archery with me at the start. It turns out that you have a soul tool. What a good lowly commoner to actually dare scheme against this king." Xiao Chen held his bow and said indifferently, "You can think whatever you want. However, you lost. You lost. Monarch, you can't be this shameless. Previously, everyone was using the same bow and arrow, and your archery skills were obviously at a disadvantage." Long Hua, who had seen everything that had happened, couldn't help but angrily explain everything to Xiao Chen. The other disciples of the Long family had the same thoughts as him, but there was still a grudge in their hearts. He was too embarrassed to speak up for Xiao Chen. Even now they still wanted to argue about who would win. Actually, it was already pointless. Even a fool could tell that Monarch Yu had lost. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, he had lost. Furthermore, he had lost miserably. In terms of face, he had lost everything in this battle. The aloof, dazzling Monarch Yu had fallen to the mundane world. Although his strength still surprised them, it was not enough for them to worship or respect him. He was just a mortal, and he was even somewhat shameless. First, he broke the rules and took out an inherited Tao artifact. Now he refused to admit defeat. He even cursed with a face full of unwillingness, losing all of his poise. Monarch Yu had turned into a stranger that they did not recognize. Scram, this king didn't lose. This king is best at sword techniques. Defeat the sword in my hand first. Monarch Yu snorted coldly. In that instant he drew his sword. The sword will was like the wind whistling out. Long Hua's expression changed slightly as he quickly dodged. Monarch Yu's sword intent nearly injured him. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and put away the god shadow bow. Then he moved back. Monarch Yu's sword intent was exceptionally strong. It contained an unimaginably tyrannical monarch's might. The surging sword intent was like a tsunami of flames surging over. This king will not lose. Monarch Yu showed a sullen expression as he leaped into the air and thrust his sword. On the tip of the sword, a scorching radiance burst out, as glaring as the sun. This was the famous heavenly flame sword technique of the Yanwu dynasty's royal court. The royal bloodline of the Yanwu dynasty's royal family had a strong affinity for fire-attributed energy. Aside from a few exceptions, most people would choose to cultivate fire-attributed cultivation techniques. With the addition of their bloodline, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort and cultivate much faster than ordinary people. Their comprehension and usage of fire-attributed cultivation techniques would also be much stronger. Monarch Yu's sword strike brought out the explosive power of the fire-attributed energy to the fullest. The instant the tip of the sword lit up, the sword intent filling the air spread out like sparks. Sword intent filled the air before Xiao Chen bursting forth. There was no way to dodge at all. The two had already exhausted their soul energy. They could only use veritable essence energy martial techniques, and their own techniques to fight. This was the first time Monarch Yu faced such a strong fire-attributed sword technique. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. He could not find a suitable way to deal with it. Holding the tyrant's saber, Xiao Chen retreated as he fought. Once Monarch Yu erupted, he showed no signs of stopping. The flames in the surroundings rumbled endlessly. The drill ground, which was protected by an array formation, was blasted into terrifying pits one after another. Heavenly flame sword, 9 dragons soaring. Monarch Yu roared ferociously, and all his veritable essence energy surged. Then 9 lifelike flaming dragons filled with monarch's might appeared in the surroundings, continuously circling him. This move, when the Marquis's residence's upper echelon saw this move, they were mildly startled. They felt that things had spiraled out of control. The moment the 9 terrifying flaming dragons appeared, the entire drill ground started burning under the horrifying heat. No moisture remained in the air, making it incredibly dry. What a terrifying temperature. At the same time, the moisture in Xiao Chen's body evaporated rapidly. Before this move was executed, it already felt like it could kill. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He circulated the ice feather divine incantation, and his entire body became like ice. Thin ice feathers drifted in the surroundings, looking like heavy snowflakes. The temperature in the surroundings dropped a little. Monarch Yu, who executed 9 dragons soaring, had already soared into the sky in front. Monarch Yu looked dazzling in the sky. The flames blazed, looking like the blazing sun. Monarch Yu and the true blazing sun in the sky complemented each other, competing for glory. Monarch Yu angrily pointed his sword at Xiao Chen. The surrounding sky suddenly turned dark, leaving only the sun shining brightly. This light shrouded everyone's senses, preventing them from distinguishing the sun in the sky. Was it the true blazing sun or Monarch Yu with 9 dragons around him? This was somewhat inconceivable. Whoosh! As Monarch Yu pointed his sword, a dragon-like sword light flew out of the sun, burning up all the light. As the sword light shot towards Xiaoqin, it contained Monarch Yu's peak sword intent, the dynasty's might, and a terrifying fire-attributed energy. The addition of Monarch Yu's cultivation technique allowed that fire-attributed energy to rival the might of the fire Great Tao energy. How fast? The sword light was scarily fast. In nearly a flash it arrived beside Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin executed the Thunder Dragon art to its limits. Electric light flickered as he dodged. Boom! Who knew this sword strike was just the beginning? There were a total of 9 sword strikes, each one faster than the one before. The final sword strike nearly forced out Xiaoqin's blue dragon divine wings. With such power it still didn't contain any soul power. If it contained soul energy, the might of these 9 sword strikes would undergo a qualitative change. After the 9 sword strikes, the entire drill ground no longer existed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The ground split apart and countless huge rocks flew into the sky. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Xiaoqin died. When Monarch Yu saw that Xiaoqin managed to dodge his move, he became enraged. Monarch Yu's star venerate will swept out from his forehead with a vast dynasty's might. Indistinct ancient war drums and the singing of epic poems appeared in the surroundings. That was the boundless accumulations of an ancient dynasty. Monarch Yu's star venerate will stirred up some of it. This was the protection of the dynasty's luck for the royal clan disciples in its territory. If Monarch Yu's royal clan bloodline was pure enough, he might be able to truly uncover the tip of the iceberg of the ancient accumulations of this dynasty. Boom! Monarch Yu's star venerate will contained an ancient might that looked solid. Everywhere the star venerate will passed, the huge rocks in the way instantly turned to ashes and vanished. Not to be outdone, Xiaoqin flashed with a dragon seal in his soul pool. The will of soul containing the divine might of the blue dragon clashed fearlessly. Bang! 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 The 2 wills of soul clashed intensely, producing intense explosions. The entire Marquis' residence shook intensely, spreading to the city. The buildings that were not protected by formations like the Marquis' residence crumbled. The 2's aura surged in the air. The shock waves caused countless rocks to explode. This no longer looks like a fight between star venerates. What a terrifying aura. This is simply a fight between 2 holy venerates. However, there is no holy venerate will. This Xiaoqin is really incredible. To think that he did not lose to Monarch Yu in a clash of wills in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. His dragon might is really unfathomable. What exactly is it? However, up until now Xiaoqin has been passively defending. If he does not counterattack, Monarch Yu might wear him down to death. The many hidden experts in the Marquis' residence all flew out. They carefully watched the 2 fighting intensely in the air. Surging sword intent and saber intent clashed everywhere on the drill ground. The 2's figures flashed so fast that they did not even leave afterimages. Dang, dang, dang. The saber and sword clashed. Every time they clashed, a loud, melodious sound rang out, stirring up fluctuations in the clouds in the sky. The sky changed color, winds blew and clouds churned. In the dynasty's territory, those of the same generation would have an innate disadvantage when fighting with the royal clan's bloodline. Not only did Xiaoqin endure this disadvantage, but he also made up for the disadvantage of his cultivation being 1 grade lower than Monarch Yu's. After all, Monarch Yu possessed outstanding talent, a demonic genius who could challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Monarch Yu was not an ordinary star venerate expert. Along the way, Monarch Yu had used all sorts of resources to stabilize his cultivation. His accumulations were deep, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Along the way, the royal clan's bloodline lacked everything except resources. However, they were shocked to discover that this sexless loose cultivator seemed to possess deep accumulations. His accumulations seemed even stronger than Monarch Yu's. At first, when facing Monarch Yu, Xiaoqin still found it hard to hold out. Now he became increasingly calm and unruffled. I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose to a mixed blood dragon like you. Monarch Yu glared furiously, appearing crazy as his long hair fluttered about. The more Monarch Yu fell into a disadvantageous position, the crazier he became. He sent out many sword moves without any regard for his life. Xiaoqin did not want to fight to the death with such a person. It was not worth it. Let's see how crazy Monarch Yu can be. Xiaoqin silently executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation first move, dreamlike mundane world, which he comprehended from breaking the mundane. As Monarch Yu retreated, he swung his saber. When the strange purple saber and the swaying saber light entered Monarch Yu's eyes, they turned into illusions, creating a dream. I am a relative of the royal clan. I absolutely will not lose. Monarch Yu turned increasingly irritable. It seemed like he wanted to risk his life, executing a risky move that would injure both sides. Xiao Qin snorted coldly and made the first move, using dreams as a saber. Xiao Qin withdrew the saber light in the air and turned it into a beautiful purple saber light. Then he instantly broke through Monarch Yu's sword move. Ka, ka, ka. Crisp sounds rang out, sounding like treasure swords breaking. The beautiful purple saber light looked both real and fake, like a dream or illusion. When it appeared before Monarch Yu's eyes, it activated the dream that Xiao Qin left in his heart. Monarch Yu showed a confused look, standing there in a daze. However, the purple saber light did not show any intention of stopping. It pierced through Monarch Yu's exquisite armor. Furthermore, there was a defensive technique that an expert left in Monarch Yu's body. The saber light pierced through Monarch Yu's chest. It was like a solid spear hung Monarch Yu in the air, preventing him from moving. Chapter 1860. Monarch Yu showed a pained expression. That strand of saber chi pierced his chest, making him feel incredible pain. However, Monarch Yu could not move at all, feeling extremely sullen. You are seeking death. How dare you injure Monarch Yu? Kill him. Seeing Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, many of his guards became enraged and charged at Xiao Qin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures soared into the air. These people were star-venerate elites with extraordinary strength. When Xiao Qin drew the God Shadow Bow, he already drained his soul energy. Then he fought a huge battle with Monarch Yu. Xiao Qin exhausted a lot of his strength. He could only bring out about 50% of his strength. Clearly he found it hard to deal with so many enemies. You bunch of trash. How dare you bully me with numbers? No way. Just as Cluster Lord Lan Luo cried out and was about to get her big brother and father to make a move, a figure came out of Xiao Chen's back. It was the little demonic monk Silver Saber Yan Qin. He pointed at the air and sent out the Heavenly Heart Finger. The Heavenly Heart Finger that the little monk created by merging the Heavenly Heart art with a Buddhist sect cultivation technique was extremely mighty. When the little monk pointed, he knocked back the group of people at the very front. After those people fell to the ground, they suffered severe injuries and vomited blood, fainting from the pain. The few people at the very front were in even worse states. Not even their corpses remained after this finger strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was not over yet. The little monk's figure flashed and he punched with his dainty fist. Aside from holy venerates, everyone could block one punch from the little monk. Soon, only the few holy venerates that came with Monarch Yu could block the little monk on the shattered drill ground. However, the little monk had already undergone a rebirth, his physical body reconstructed. Furthermore, he had obtained the Heavenly Heart art that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. His comprehension ability was even more monstrous than Xiao Chen's. The Heavenly Heart Finger that the little monk comprehended was boundlessly strong. Back then, it was not that Xiao Chen had not thought of merging the Heavenly Heart art with his sharp spirit finger. However, after trying, he discovered that it was not that easy. There were simply too many difficulties involved. He could only settle for the next best thing, merging the Heavenly Heart art with his archery skills. Furthermore, with the God Shadow Bow, Xiao Chen managed to carve out another path. Monarch Yu's two holy venerates led a few late-stage star venerates to fight the little monk. The little monk had the advantage of a physical body, making him incredibly nimble. The little monks of Shao of. This was especially so for the Long family disciples who had looked down on the little monk when they were arguing with him and looked down on him for being a brat. He felt a slight chill run down his back. With this kind of strength, if a punch landed on his body, thinking about it, the consequences were truly terrifying. Even a holy venerate was not a match for Xiao Chen. If it were them, they would probably explode with one punch. Shao of Monaf. So. Monarch Yu howled in the air. Several of his subordinates went over, trying to neutralize that purple saber light. Ming Yun say of Qin of Ming King. The strand of extremely devilish violet-colored blade light seemed material, yet carried a dreamlike, ethereal feeling, causing them to feel at a loss for how to deal with it. Nothing he had learned in his life could explain how such a saber technique was formed. Young master, wait a moment. Wait a moment. The might of this saber light is slowly weakening. A few old men surrounded Monarch Yu. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, appearing incredibly anxious. I can't wait anymore. Monarch Yu roared ferociously. Then he grasped that strand of saber chi with both hands and used all his strength to pull it out. Every time he pulled out an inch, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. It looked like only this saber light stabbed into Monarch Yu's chest. In reality, Xiao Qian had used creating dreams with the saber earlier. Unknowingly, the saber light had already penetrated deep into his sea of consciousness. The saber lights that had entered deep into the sea of consciousness and body were formless and invisible. At this moment they were about to be pulled out. However, there were tens of thousands of them and they were like hooks. The pain and damage caused by them were extremely terrifying. The wailing Monarch Yu revealed a decisive expression as he clenched his teeth and forcefully pulled out this saber light. Xiao Qian, I want you dead. Monarch Yu's hair was disheveled, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. His eyes were sunken, and he no longer had his earlier grace. Monarch Yu roared ferociously, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire drill ground. The boundless figure of a dynasty appeared indistinctly in the sky, appearing illusory and real. The terrifying might of the dynasty spread out from above, causing everyone present to feel a great pressure. Their legs turned soft and they could not stand stably. It's over. This Monarch Yu is going all out. He wants to use his bloodline to forcefully shake up the dynasty's accumulations. He wants to use the Supreme Dynasty's might to crush Xiao Qian. He is trying to perish together with Xiao Qian. He can only truly move the dynasty's accumulations if he is a king or has an oral order from Yan Huang. As a monarch, he is still far from sufficient. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Monarch Yu is crazy. The expressions of the Long clan disciples and the Marquis's residence's guards all changed drastically as they fled. Whoosh. However, just as that terrifying dynasty's accumulations were about to materialize into many ancient cities, a sovereign will appeared on the tall platform. The moment this sovereign will appeared, everyone within 5,000 kilometers felt an urge to kneel and worship it. Boom. The terrifying dynasty's accumulations in the sky crumbled in one strike from this sovereign will. Man. Treat Monarch Yu's injuries. The soaring dragon Marquis, who had remained silent on the tall platform, spoke for the first time after dispelling Monarch Yu's crazy attack with a wave of his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many experts immediately rushed out of the Marquis's residence. They restrained Monarch Yu without saying anything and brought him away. All of you disperse. This practice ends here. The soaring dragon Marquis stood up. Without even looking at Xiao Qian, he led the Marquis's residence's upper echelon away. On the other hand, after Long Yen stood up, he gave Xiao Qian a deep look. Today, Long Yen was truly shocked by this white-robed bladesman's elegance. Perhaps even the prince's would not be as impressive. That's not right. Perhaps the prince's cultivations are higher than Xiao Qian's. However, the number of princes who could compare to Xiao Qian's elegance and tyranny could be counted on one's fingers, as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. When Long Yen saw Xiao Qian look over, he quickly turned around and left with his father. Whoosh. Lan Luo did not have any worries. She gently drifted over and landed beside Xiao Qian. Lan Luo frowned and asked, "Are you all right? I don't know what got into this Monarch Yu, but he targeted you like that. I really misjudged this person. Earlier, I was still considering whether to join the Divine Sword Pavilion together with him." Xiao Qian looked to the front and replied indifferently, "Fortunately, the little monk helped me block these people. Your father also stopped Monarch Yu from risking his life. I'm fine." After Monarch Yu was brought away, his guards were no longer in the mood to fight. However, they could not leave just because they wanted to now. The little monk wanted to teach this group of people a lesson, so he did not let them leave. "Little ancestor, we were wrong. Let us go. Stop hitting them. You little child, why are you so unreasonable?" The two holy venerates held on bitterly. However, the late-stage star venerate old men were beaten into submission. When the little monk's tender little fist struck his body, he felt so much pain that he wished he were dead. His old bones felt like they would fall apart. "You are allowed to bully my big brother with numbers, but I am not allowed to bully you? Is there still any law or justice? I will not stop until I beat you up." The little monk spoke righteously, but he had a mischievous smile on his baby face. Actually, the little monk's hands were simply itching. He had held back for so long and had not made a move. This time he could not stop himself. Such a scene flabbergasted the Long clan disciples. This was indeed a bona fide little ancestor. Anyone who saw it would have a headache. This father-son combination of Xiao Qian and the little monk was somewhat unrivaled. Each was scarier than the other. Who could imagine that the harmless-looking, incredibly cute little monk was actually even more violent than Xiao Qian? To think that they were even more violent than Xiao Qin, inspiring fear in others. When Lan Luo saw this somewhat strange situation, she also felt shocked. However, when she thought of something, she suddenly showed worry on her face. Oh no. You offended Monarch Yu. The Duke Yun behind him will definitely not take this lying down. If he turns you into a wanted criminal of the dynasty, it will be problematic. However, Xiao Qin did not care. He said softly, "This is what your father wants to see." Lan Luo's expression changed drastically. Her chest heaved up and down in shock. Chapter 1861. What? Clearly, Lan Luo's shocked expression was not feigned. It looked like she did not know many things. Actually, Xiao Qin did not know either. However, he could guess it. From the start until now, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had a firm grasp of the situation. As long as he wanted to, he could stop the bet between Xiao Qin and Monarch Yu at any time. However, he did not, silently agreeing to the bet. Even when Xiao Qin pierced Monarch Yu with his saber, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not stop it. He allowed Xiao Qin to defeat Monarch Yu in front of everyone, causing Monarch Yu to lose face and end up in a sorry state. In the end, when Monarch Yu went somewhat crazy and wanted to execute a killing move that would end in mutual destruction, the Soaring Dragon Marquis easily stopped him. Such a scene verified some of Xiao Qin's guesses. However, it did not matter. Xiao Qin did not care about all this. Now he was more open-minded about many things. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Soaring Dragon Marquis held high authority and horrifying strength. In Xiao Qin's heart, he treated the Soaring Dragon Marquis as an equal. He did not feel that there was a need to be cautious or cautious. All he needed was to maintain respect for the strong. Xiao Qin, are you saying that my father purposely framed you so that you would suffer Monarch Yu's rage? Lan Luo asked quickly when Xiao Qin remained silent. Perhaps. However, it was not intentional. He was just going with the flow. Most of the reason is that Monarch Yu sought death himself. Otherwise, I would not have opposed him after noticing that something was off. Xiao Qin consoled, "Don't dwell on this. Your father is in the dynasty. Most of the time he cannot directly offend the royal clan. He is in a high position and has many implications for the interests of the entire dynasty. He cannot express his stance casually. If an outsider appeared at this moment and could share his burden, that would naturally be for the best. Furthermore, I do not mind doing him a favor at little cost. After all, he is your father." Xiao Qin placed more emphasis on the word "you," expressing Xiao Qin's opinion on this matter. "As you are Lan Luo, I do not care even if your father is in the wrong." Xiao Qin's meaning was not obvious, but Lan Luo could still make it out. "Thank you." Feeling warmth in her heart, Lan Luo expressed her thanks and quickly took her leave. She had some doubts in her heart that she wanted to clarify. After Monarch Yu left, Xiao Qin glanced at the little monk, who was still trembling with Monarch Yu's subordinates. Then he said softly, "You've played enough. Let's go." "Roger that." The little monk giggled and used the heavenly heart finger to sweep away the 4 late-stage star venerate old men. He leaped into the air and landed in the bag on Xiao Qin's back. The remaining people immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they felt much more relaxed. Only the 2 holy venerates looked at Xiao Qin with some displeasure in their eyes. He didn't want to let Xiao Qin go so easily. With Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, these attendants and guards would definitely be held responsible. None of them could escape punishment. Xiao Qin glanced at them indifferently. Then he ignored these people and left. Marquis's estate, within the study of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. "Father, this Xiao Qin is really incredible even though he is just a star venerate. Although he is still a star venerate, I can tell that his potential is even greater than those princes. He is completely worthy of 8th sister." Inside the room, Long Yan continued excitedly to the Soaring Dragon Marquis. "Furthermore, 8th sister truly likes him. I think he really can do it." At this moment, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was reading a book. After he put it down, he said, "Never mind. When the Hidden Spirit Temple's people arrive, we'll let him leave. It is best not to get involved in this mess." Long Yan exclaimed in surprise, "Father, isn't this the plan you thought of? Let Monarch Yu, who brought the marriage certificate, fight with Xiao Qin, lose and take the initiative to leave. Now that we have achieved our goal, why do we not agree to 8th sister and Xiao Qin being together?" Xiao Qin guessed right. From the very start, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had everything under his control. Monarch Yu had brought the marriage certificate of his father, Duke Yun, to propose to the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Duke Yun was a person with authority in the dynasty. He was very close to the 8th prince's bloodline. When the throne changed, the emperor had to abdicate every 100 years unless there were special circumstances. Then the most outstanding prince would be chosen to inherit the throne. That was to say, the emperor of the Yanwu dynasty could only hold the throne for 100 years. Then the emperor would have to abdicate and let his descendants enjoy the resources and the luck of the dynasty, as well as the supreme imperial authority. This was for the sake of providing the dynasty with fresh blood, ensuring that the dynasty maintained its vitality. This was to maintain its combat prowess in the competition with the surrounding empires and dynasties. Otherwise, the dynasty would become rigid and its luck would decline. The nation's luck could fall at any moment. Once the ancient dynasties became rigid, the nation's luck would decline, and there would be the risk of destruction. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of such examples. Even the strong Qianwu dynasty of the past nearly perished due to the decline of the nation's luck. Hence, the rulers of the various dynasties and empires would not remain in power for too long. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant they were, the dynasty system would inevitably become rigid. This was something that could not be avoided. Hence, the dynasty had to change every 100 years to maintain its vitality and vigor. Now, the Yanwu dynasty's 100 years were almost up. The competition between the various princes was intense. Strong people from all walks of life all took sides. The soaring dragon Marquis did not want to get involved with Duke Yun because he did not want to get sucked into the whirlpool of power struggles for the throne. However, Duke Yun was strong, and the soaring dragon Marquis could not directly reject him, not giving him face. Coincidentally, Xiao Qian appeared at this moment. The soaring dragon Marquis thought of using Xiao Qian to defeat Monarch Yu, making him take the initiative to withdraw. He had no choice but to do this. Even if he offended Duke Yun, it would just be a fight between the younger generation. Duke Yun would not be able to find a reason to seek trouble for Xiao Qian. This matter looked flawless. Even Monarch Yu himself would not have expected it. Monarch Yu was an intelligent person. Everything was within his calculations. How could he fall for the soaring dragon Marquis' scheme? However, this was the truth. At this moment, the unconscious Monarch Yu had already been carried out of the dragon Marquis' residence. He would not have the face to bring the marriage certificate to propose again. The soaring dragon Marquis looked at his eldest son in confusion. The soaring dragon Marquis asked softly, "Why do you think I am so certain that Xiao Qian will defeat Monarch Yu?" Long Yen smiled and said, "Father, as a sovereign personage, your eyes are naturally extraordinary. How could you not see it? With a comparison you can easily tell who is stronger and who is weaker." When the soaring dragon Marquis heard that, he laughed. Then he removed the armor on his chest and the heart-protecting mirror, revealing an eye-catching wound on his shoulder. Even now this wound had not healed completely. One could see the festering wound. "Father, when did you get injured? Did an assassin come in?" Long Yan's expression changed drastically as he stood up in a fluster. The soaring dragon Marquis put on the armor and the heart-protecting mirror again. Then he said indifferently, "This was left by Xiao Qian last night." Long Yan's expression turned even more shocked. The soaring dragon Marquis said, "I'm fine already. Don't worry. It's just somewhat difficult to heal." That night, the mysterious black-clad man who watched Xiao Qian brandish his saber was the soaring dragon Marquis himself. Originally, the soaring dragon Marquis wanted to make a move himself to test out Xiao Qian's strength. Who knew on that night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, a white-clad man danced alone to the moon. With just one look, the soaring dragon Marquis was shocked, intoxicated by that exquisite saber technique. Amid the mottled light and shadow, the exquisite and gentle saber light hit a roaring heart. The soaring dragon Marquis forgot about his original target and quietly watched Xiao Qian's saber technique, his horizons broadening. However, the soaring dragon Marquis had not expected Xiao Qian to discover him. By the time he startled awake, the saber light had already struck him. The soaring dragon Marquis quickly fled, not paying much attention to it. However, when the sky brightened, he discovered how startling this saber light was. Even the soaring dragon Marquis could not completely remove it. This was simply shocking. After Long Yen heard that, he felt a chill. Xiao Qian's potential was far greater than he had imagined. To think that even his father could not quickly heal his wound. This Xiao Qian was truly a demonic genius on a monster level. The soaring dragon Marquis' gaze was deep as he said indifferently, "Now, do you know why I sent him away? It is not that he is not outstanding enough but that he is too outstanding. My Marquis' residence cannot afford to raise such a large true dragon." "I understand. However, eighth sister." Long Yen frowned slightly. When he thought of his beloved eighth sister, he felt somewhat sad. Chapter 1862. At the mention of Lan Luo, the soaring dragon Marquis appeared somewhat sorrowful. Just at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Lan Luo rushed in. Eighth sister. Long Yin exclaimed in some fluster, appearing somewhat shocked. When Lan Luo saw the two's expressions, she said, "Indeed, it is as Xiao Qin said. You two are hiding something from me." The Soaring Dragon Marquis exchanged looks with Long Yin. After a moment of silence, the Soaring Dragon Marquis said, "Speak the truth then." Long Yin organized his thoughts and told Lan Luo about the cause and effect of the matter. "This monarch is really despicable. I absolutely will not marry him." Lan Luo revealed a disgusted expression. When she thought of Monarch Yu's actions, she felt repulsed. Long Yin asked, "Earlier you said that Xiao Qin already knows. What's going on?" Lan Luo did not hesitate to tell the two everything that Xiao Qin told her. After the Soaring Dragon Marquis heard that, he smiled bitterly and said, "I already gave him such a high evaluation. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated him. Let's leave this matter at that. When the little monk's master arrives, I will personally send him off and apologize to him." Night arrived as scheduled. Xiao Qin treated his injuries in the courtyard, thinking about the gains and losses of today's battle. After the battle with Monarch Yu, Xiao Qin had a good estimate of his own strength. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to join any 7th grade sect. However, Monarch Yu was not considered a powerful expert of the dynasty's younger generation. He had not even joined a rank 7 sect. In terms of strength, Xiao Qin should still be a distance away from the core disciples of a rank 7 sect. However, the gap was already rather limited. Xiao Qin recalled that when he first entered the Great Thousand Realms, he was not even comparable to a rank 3 sect disciple. In just a few short years, he gained his current strength and accumulations to enter the Central Great Realm. This was already very rare. In this battle, Xiao Qin's greatest comprehension was that he now knew how mighty his peak move was. After activating his Great Desolate Ian bloodline and using his soul energy to drive the God Shadow Bao, a holy venerate would die for sure if they were caught off guard. The other was the purple saber chi that Xiao Qin executed at the end. Dreamlike mundane world. Using a saber to create dreams, using a saber to enter a dream, using a dream as a saber, he could wield them freely. The next step was to enter the dream and let this saber art penetrate deep into his bones and soul. With a casual swing of his saber, he could send out the boundlessly strange purple saber chi that seemed both real and fake at the same time. As for its weakness, it was still in its cultivation. Before this Monarch Yu joined a rank 7 sect, he was already a late-stage star venerate. One could imagine how formidable the cultivation of the disciples of the 7th grade sects were. Actually, Xiao Qin's vision was too broad. Within the 4 great dynasties, rank 7 sects were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, and their numbers were extremely few. A 7th grade sect was already standing at the peak of this world. For an ordinary person, being able to join a rank 6 sect was already extremely amazing. Xiao Qin could obtain a place for himself in the dynasty and make a name for himself in the entire Central Great Realm. Furthermore, there was a limit to how many disciples a rank 7 sect could recruit. Many of the rank 6 sects were true inheritors. In reality, they weren't much weaker than the disciples of the rank 7 sections. It's time to start cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Xiao Qin's cultivation had already stagnated for some time. He needed to dual cultivate the demonic and martial veritable essence energy to raise his cultivation. Cultivating any one of them alone would not allow his cultivation to improve. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art had a total of 9 layers. Each layer was extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring vast resources and a corresponding demonic tribulation. While cultivating, Xiao Qin also had to guard against the corrosion of heart demons, which was even harder to cultivate than the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. This was another challenge for Xiao Qin. It was also a difficulty that he had to face while dual cultivating the demonic and martial veritable essence energy. During the Great Desolate Aeon, ferocious beasts ran amok. The world was in chaos and logic no longer existed. Only the strong could survive. Among the many ferocious beasts, there was a huge bird that could hold up the sky called the demonic cloud. At first, it was just a demonic cloud born in the primal chaos. Although it had the bloodline of a god demon, it was still incredibly weak. The title page recorded the origins of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. This cultivation technique was born from the demonic cloud bird, a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. After the primal chaos demonic scripture, the demonic Tao's primogenitor grade cultivation technique was lost. This cultivation technique became one of the top 10 demonic Tao cultivation techniques. Ever since the Scarlet Blood Pirate King fell, This cultivation technique had not appeared for 10,000 years. Now, people knew very little about it. Xiaoqin carefully read through the book, entering deep thought. If one wanted to cultivate this cultivation technique, one had to condense a demonic cloud seed in one's body. Otherwise, one would not be able to cultivate it. With this thought, Xiaoqin stood up and left the room. Then he looked at the night sky. After some thought, Xiaoqin soared into the air and soared up. After a while he arrived in the clouds. Condensing demonic clouds was not a difficult task in the Forbidden Sea. However, in the Yanwu dynasty, a nation ruled by the righteous Tao, it was not easy. The environment with spiritual energy was different. The spiritual energy of the Yanwu dynasty was astonishingly pure. There was practically no need to purposely temper it. The spiritual energy was already very dense. From the moment one was born in the Yanwu dynasty, one would have a higher spiritual energy than the people of the outside world. It is not enough. The clouds here are too thin. I have to find a place with exceptionally dense clouds. Xiaoqin casually grabbed a cloud and analyzed it for a while. Then he looked higher. Whoosh! As Xiaoqin's figure continued upward, he slowly felt a huge pressure. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire dynasty's territory. When Xiaoqin looked up, he seemed to see a huge, invisible dragon glaring at him. It was the imperial dynasty's dragon luck that was protecting this ancient dynasty. When it reached a certain point, it would offend the dynasty's might. Flying upward would become increasingly difficult. However, Xiaoqin already saw an extremely dense cloud layer 10 kilometers above. It was very suitable for condensing demonic clouds. Xiaoqin released his dragon might and forced his way through, heading for that dense cloud. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoqin's dragon might seemed very insignificant when compared to the dynasty's luck. As the dragon might clashed, lightning tore through the sky, spreading in all directions. The clouds below clashed and thunder roared and lightning flashed, followed by heavy rain. I've arrived. 1 hour later, Xiaoqin heaved a sigh of relief and entered that terrifyingly dense cloud layer. The cloud layer was pitch black. It was a terrifying thundercloud. Xiaoqin could not even see his fingers. The extremely dense lightning-attributed energy within interfered with Xiaoqin's spiritual sense. Under such circumstances, Xiaoqin could not send out his soul energy at all. What soul energy feared the most was this kind of naturally occurring lightning. With just a touch, soul energy would scatter. Xiaoqin could only open his heavenly eye and barely explore the cloud layer, advancing carefully. This thundercloud was unfathomably vast and boundless. It was several times larger than the entire soaring dragon Mark 8, looking exceptionally startling. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crystalline ferocious beast flickering with electric light appeared in front, flying towards Xiaoqin. Thunder Essence. Xiaoqin recognized this ferocious beast. It was a spirit born from a peak attribute. It happened to be a lightning-attributed spirit. It had a cruel nature, a fiery temper and an extremely aggressive nature. This was a 100-year-old thunder essence with the strength of a star venerate. Its entire body was made of energy, which was exceptionally problematic for ordinary people to deal with. However, Xiaoqin had his own methods. He took out the wedding funeral bow and fired 10 arrows before the thunder essence arrived. Then he infused the heart flame in the arrows and fired 10 arrows in a row. When the thunder essence was only 1 kilometer away from Xiaoqin, it finally crumbled, turning into bolts of lightning that looked like electric snakes slithering out. It left behind a resplendent crystal floating in the clouds. This crystal was known as a thunder crystal rock. Its value varied according to the age of the thunder essence. To lightning-attributed cultivators, it was very valuable. Experts specialized in hunting thunder essences in thunderclouds to obtain thunder crystals. Xiaoqin casually put away this 100-year-old thunder crystal rock and continued forward. As Zhang Xian traveled further and further away, he encountered more and more thunder spirits. There were all kinds of thunder spirits. Sometimes they were snakes, sometimes huge trees, and sometimes humans. The only thing they had in common was that they were energy bodies. After dealing with a batch of more than 100 thunder essences, Xiaoqin stopped advancing. If he went any further, he would end up in danger, given his strength. These thunderclouds were much more horrifying than he had imagined. However, it was enough to stop here. He could absorb the cloud energy and condense demonic clouds. Xiaoqin released the demon blood vulture to protect him. The demon blood vulture screeched and hid in the clouds, flying around happily. Xiaoqin sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then he lit up his 9-star primal core. As Xiaoqin infused his demonic-attributed veritable essence energy into his hands, Xiaoqin continuously formed hand seals. As Xiao Chen's hand seals changed, his demonic attributed veritable essence energy drained continuously. A terrifying aura slowly spread out from his body. This aura caused the clouds to churn, rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Then Xiao Chen formed the heaven-swallowing seal. A huge demonic cloud bird image appeared behind Xiao Chen. As the heaven-swallowing seal formed, the demonic cloud bird opened its beak and sucked. The demonic nature hidden in the unfathomably deep demonic clouds turned into thousands of tiny black lines that entered Xiao Chen's body. Those black energy lines gave off a demonic glow. As they danced around, they stirred up demonic clouds. The process of condensing demonic clouds went rather smoothly. Chapter 1863. Amidst the unfathomably vast and mysterious thunderclouds, Xiao Chen formed the heaven-devouring seal with both hands and absorbed the demonic nature hidden in the clouds. The demonic nature turned into countless black ribbons and entered Xiao Chen's body. The environment here was different. The demonic nature here could not be compared to the Forbidden Ocean. It would definitely be much slower than in the ash-gray sea. However, as long as there were no accidents, it was only a matter of time before he successfully condensed the demonic cloud seed. The eyes of the terrifying demonic cloud bird behind him shone with a demonic light that seemed solid, looking somewhat terrifying. The demon blood vultures flying around occasionally exchanged glances with that demonic cloud bird, feeling fear in their hearts. It was as if he had bumped into his ancestor and he felt extremely uncomfortable. 4 hours later, a black light appeared above his dantian. This speck of black light was exceptionally deep. It was only a speck, but it gave off the feeling that it carried an enormous amount of energy. The demonic cloud seed was about to be successfully condensed. At this moment, in the depths of the thunderclouds, 2 strange black-clothed men were hunting thunder crystals. Sensing the abnormal auras, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Strange, there are people cultivating demonic arts here? Let's go take a look. Maybe they're from the same clan. The reason why these 2 freaks were called freaks was because their faces were covered with faintly discernible black scales. Furthermore, there was a single horn at the center of his eyebrows. He did not look like a human. So. As the 2 walked out of the thunderclouds, they saw streaks of black demonic light gently drifting in the thunderclouds like ribbons. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. Big brother, this looks like the heaven-devouring seal. It's the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. I've read about it in ancient texts, and it's one of the 10 great demonic techniques. Interesting. This person should have just started cultivating. If he succeeded, he would be able to absorb the demonic nature of this place in an instant. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. The stronger of the 2 had thicker scales on his face and his figure was thin. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was greedy. Go. The 2 of them moved as fast as lightning in the thunderclouds, flying toward Xiao Chen's location. 1 hour later, the demon blood vulture's feathers suddenly shone with a scarlet light. It let out a sharp cry that shook the surroundings. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A strong enemy had arrived. He's not one of us. The slightly plump-scaled man said in a deep voice as he looked at Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by thousands of strands of demonic threads, and the demon cloud bird behind him. The lean man stared at the image of the demonic cloud bird and said solemnly, "It is indeed the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Go." Without hesitation, the 2 of them turned into a flash of lightning and flashed toward Xiao Chen. However, just as he was halfway there, countless tiny red lights shot out from the thunderclouds. Those were the demon blood vulture's feathers. They looked like arrows covering the sky as they shot towards the 2. Clang, clang, clang. The demon blood vulture's sudden attack covered a wide area. The 2 strange men could not dodge. Unable to dodge in time, the 2 of them were struck by hundreds of feathers. A water barrier flickered on the 2's bodies, successfully blocking the poisonous feathers. However, his attack was also stopped and he was forced to retreat. Demon blood vulture. That was the cry of this strange bird earlier. To think that there is a demon blood vulture protecting him. Big brother, this person is somewhat difficult to deal with. The slightly plump-scaled man hesitated, fearing that it would be difficult to deal with Xiao Chen after he succeeded. What are you afraid of? Riches come from danger. This person is not a holy venerate. So what if he wakes up? The lean man was clearly overcome by greed. After he recognized the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, he did not want to give up. Go and restrain this strange bird. Whoosh! The plump man roared angrily, and the scales on his face appeared, densely covering the surface of the water. Then he swung his sword horizontally. He easily sliced through the thunderclouds, and the sword landed on the demon blood vulture's back. The heavy strike made the demon blood vulture very uncomfortable. However, the demon blood vulture was not to be trifled with. The moment the sword struck it, it immediately counterattacked. The demon blood vulture turned around and pecked. Its huge body nimbly turned in the air, and its hook-like beak pecked a large hole in the lean man's chest. Dang! The slightly plump scaled man held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. However, the strike still knocked him back. His sword nearly flew out of his hand. Damn it! The slightly plump scaled man roared furiously as he fought the demon blood vulture. The slightly plump scaled man used his advantage in the terrain to fight the demon blood vulture evenly, unable to gain any advantage. The demon blood vulture was strong, but it could not do anything to the other party. The demon blood vulture hid in the clouds, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Despite its strength, the demon blood vulture could not catch the other party. The demon blood vulture wanted to launch a large-scale attack several times. However, because the demon blood vulture was too close, it feared accidentally injuring Xiao Chen, so its hands were tied. This is a good opportunity. I'll kill it with one sword strike. The lean man's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. The lean man immediately made up his mind and drew his demonic sword. The lean man's eyes filled with a demonic nature. His sword flickered with a purple watery light, and motes of light spread out. The demon blood vulture's sword gave off ripples of electricity. That was water-attributed energy and lightning-attributed energy perfectly merging. This silent sword strike contained the berserk speed of lightning-attributed energy and the stealth of traceless water. The gentle water-attributed energy perfectly masked the lightning-attributed energy and surging sword intent. An ordinary person would easily ignore the might of this sword strike and rush to receive it. Without any mental preparation, one would often be caught off guard and lose their lives. Xiao Chen felt somewhat nervous. The black light in his dantian had not formed a demonic cloud yet. He needed some time. Xiao Chen had no choice but to take a risk. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be for naught, and he would suffer even more severe injuries. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and executed the sharp spirit finger with one hand and the heaven-swallowing art with the other. At the crucial moment he split his attention. Clang! Xiao Chen gathered all his veritable essence energy, soul energy and vital qi, filling his limbs and bones. He used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world. Xiao Chen's sharp spirit finger finally caught the other party's sword strike. Boom! A berserk force exploded from the other party's sword. The lightning sword intent contained in the water instantly exploded, nearly sending Xiao Chen flying. Fortunately, there was a demonic cloud bird image behind him, helping him stabilize the space. How can this be? The other party caught the other party's sword strike with 2 fingers, startling the skinny man. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He flicked his fingers and the energy gathered between them immediately bounced back. The lightning sword intent in the skinny man's sword immediately bounced back. The sword continuously twisted, and the skinny man vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated 10 kilometers. After knocking the other party back with 1 finger, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to pursue. He quickly formed hand seals and absorbed the demonic nature in the thunderclouds, condensing a demonic cloud seed. I don't believe that you can receive another sword strike from me. The skinny man roared and scales appeared on his face. Then he sent another sword strike at Xiao Chen. 3, 2, 1. When that sword strike was less than half a meter away from Xiao Chen, the demonic cloud seed finally condensed. The demonic cloud bird image behind Xiao Chen entered Xiao Chen's body, and thousands of strands of black demonic light entered at the same time. The black light gathered in the spot of black light above Xiao Chen's dantian. However, at this moment, the skinny man's sword light was less than 3 centimeters away from Xiao Chen. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the Blue Dragon Divine Wings behind Xiao Chen unfurled. The wings spanned 30 meters and flapped ferociously. Electric light spread out as Xiao Chen turned into a beam of light and arrived behind the skinny man. Xiao Chen instantly drew the Tyrant Saber. The purple Tyrant Saber successfully pierced through the other party's water barrier and scales, sending up black blood. However, the skinny man only managed to hit the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. The skinny man let out a miserable shriek, revealing a pained expression. The scales on his face turned back into patterns. Whoosh! When the skinny man drew the Tyrant Saber, blood spurted out again and the skinny man cried out miserably. Not daring to turn around, the skinny man plunged downwards trying to flee this place. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, revealing a suspicious expression. What is that? There is a fiendish demon aura in his body. However, the black scales and the horn on his forehead seem to have some dragon race bloodline. The person who fled was rather strong, so Xiaoqin did not intend to give chase. However, Xiaoqin did not intend to let the other strange man fighting the demon blood vulture go. Chapter 1864. Xiaoqin looked at the faintly discernible scaled man flying about in the clouds. After carefully observing for a moment, the azure-colored dragon wings on Xiaoqin's back flapped ferociously. Violent winds blew, rolling up boundless thunderclouds. In the next moment, Xiaoqin appeared in front of the scaled man, blocking his path of retreat. The scaled man was slightly startled. He did not expect Xiaoqin to suddenly appear and block his path of escape. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you." Boom. An astonishing power of thunder erupted from his body. The radiance was resplendent, and the water rippled faintly. The resplendent lightning contained a frightening power. Once this kind of monster erupted, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Xiaoqin didn't want to retreat anymore. He didn't want to let this person go. Xiaoqin snorted coldly and drew his purple tyrant saber. Starlight flickered in his eyes. The star venerate will merged with the saber, and the primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated. In that instant, the saber lit up with a resplendent saber light. Aside from the resplendent saber light, there was only black and white in the thunderclouds. With a loud bang, the scaled man was sent flying by Xiaoqin's saber. The demon blood vulture cackled strangely. Then it opened its mouth and quickly swallowed the scaled man. "Awesome. Who asked you to jump around? You still ended up being eaten by me." The demon blood vulture felt incredibly excited after swallowing up this strange scaled man. Xiaoqin watched this scene in shock. As he looked at the demon blood vulture's raised head, he smacked it hard. Without waiting for the other party's explanation, Zhang Xian turned him into a ring and sealed him up temporarily. What an idiot, Xiaoqin pondered for a long time. This scaled man was indeed strange. He had some low-level dragon bloodline and the aura of a fiendish demon. Unable to think of a reason, Xiaoqian's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the clouds. At this moment, the sky was already bright. It had already been a night since he left. Xiaoqin did not dare to stay for too long and hurried back to the Marquis's mansion. After asking the little monk, Xiaoqin learned that the soaring dragon Marquis and the others had not come to look for him. It looked like the matter of monarchy would have to end for now. However, during this period of time, he still had to stay in the Marquis's mansion and concentrate on cultivating. It was better to be careful. After setting up a spirit-gathering array in the cultivation room in the courtyard, Xiaoqin sat cross-legged in the eye of the array. Xiaoqin looked into his body and saw that a demonic cloud seed had formed above his dantian. Blood drop seal. In accordance with the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, Xiaoqin's hands formed a blood drop seal. His heart shattered, and a drop of his heart's blood slowly fell, emitting a strange bloody light. As Xiaoqin's hands landed, his hands continued to move, continuously infusing his soul energy, veritable essence energy and vital qi into them. This caused the heart blood to shine brilliantly and emit an intense bloody glow. The intensity of the light even seeped out of his body, covering Xiaoqin's body with a layer of bloody light. If an outsider was here, they would be able to tell with a single glance. What Xiaoqin cultivated was definitely not some orthodox cultivation method. Xiao. This drop of heart blood, which contained Xiaoqin's soul, quintessential essence and vital qi, landed accurately on the demonic cloud seed. The scarlet light entered it. It instantly vanished and the black demonic cloud changed color, turning a faint scarlet. The demonic cloud seed formally formed. As Xiaoqin cultivated, this demonic cloud seed turned into a demonic cloud bird, living in Xiaoqin's body. This process was no different from the birth of the true demonic cloud bird during the Great Desolate Aeon. At first, the demonic cloud bird was just a demonic cloud infused with the primal chaos god demon bloodline. Then, it evolved into the heaven-swallowing demonic cloud bird. However, now the primal chaos god demon bloodline was Xiaoqin's, which was much weaker. However, Xiaoqin's bloodline was much stronger than the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's. Xiaoqin had the rank 8 blue dragon bloodline in his body. While the power of this bloodline was not unrivaled, it was definitely unparalleled. The demonic cloud seed infused with the heart's blood became even more demonic, like it was nurturing life. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoqin could vaguely hear a heartbeat. It was exceptionally strong and contained vast life force. Mission accomplished. Xiaoqin's hand seals changed, forming the heaven-swallowing seal to assist in his cultivation. The spirit-gathering formation activated, and the spiritual energy it contained entered the demonic cloud seed at an incredible speed in the span of a breath. After that, the demonic cloud seed breathed and turned into pure demonic chi, veritable essence energy that flowed into the 9-star primal core. Because Xiao Qin had not cultivated for the past few days, his demonic chi veritable essence energy was at a clear disadvantage. Unable to balance the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy, Xiao Qin could not bring out the Taiji force field. The Taiji Dao emphasized balance. Once the balance was broken, Xiao Qin could not bring out the Taiji force field. After about 7 minutes, the 100 medial grade spirit jades in the spirit gathering formation were drained. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and frowned slightly. This was the disadvantage of demonic Dao cultivation techniques. The stronger the demonic Dao cultivation technique, the more horrifying its expenditure would be than a righteous Dao cultivation technique. If this continued, who knew when he could successfully cultivate the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art's first layer? After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin took out superior grade spirit jades this time and placed them in the indentations of the formation's nodes. Superior grade spirit jades were exceptionally rare, much more valuable than medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Qin had only managed to find some in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, but there were not many. There were less than 100,000 superior grade spirit jades, which were exceptionally rare. Normally Xiao Qin could not bear to use them. However, now that he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, he had to use them. Time passed quickly day after day. It had been more than 2 months since Xiao Qin fought with Monarch Yu at the drill ground. In the past 2 months, several Long Clan disciples came to seek an audience. They wanted to befriend Xiao Qin or ask for pointers on saber techniques or archery. However, Xiao Qin refused to meet them. Time was tight. Xiao Qin needed to go to the Divine Dragon Empire soon. How could he waste time on this? However, the little monk jumped out and happily accepted the Long Clan disciples' attentions. Back then, the little monk swept through Monarch Yu's subordinates and suppressed 2 holy venerates, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Several Long Clan disciples also felt admiration for the little monk. Knowing that the little monk was willing to guide them, they all felt excited. Unfortunately, not everyone could be as calm as Xiao Qin, able to calmly face the misfortune attribute of the little monk. While he was practicing with the little monk on the drill ground, all sorts of accidents happened to the disciples of the Long family. In just 7 days, more than half of the Long family's disciples had crippled themselves. No one dared to look for the little monk anymore. The little monk felt bored. He could only lead the demon blood vulture around the Marquis's residence. Those who saw them were afraid, and those who saw them would run. In the Marquis's mansion was really the tyrant. He was even more domineering than the eldest young master of the Marquis Manor. He entertained himself and was quite happy. This caused everyone in the Marquis's residence to suffer unspeakably. They all complained to Long Yen, wanting this little overlord to leave as soon as possible. Long Yen smiled bitterly. It was clearly impossible for him to persuade them to leave. On this day, an old monk arrived at the entrance of the manor. He wore gray monk robes and a kasaya draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows and beard were all white, and he held a magic staff in his hand. When the Soaring Dragon Marquis heard the news, he led the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence and his heirs out to personally welcome them. Venerable Su Yun, sorry for the wait. When facing this seemingly ordinary old monk, the Soaring Dragon Marquis used the Buddhist sex etiquette to show respect. May the Lord Buddha bless you. Lord Marquis is too polite. That little disciple of mine did not cause trouble for the Marquis's residence, right? The Venerable Su Yun said with a benevolent smile as he bowed slightly and returned the greeting with one hand. Someone in the Marquis's residence immediately wanted to speak and list the little monk's crimes. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis stopped him with a look. He said softly, "The child is a little mischievous. It is not a big deal. Venerable, there is no need to worry." This was an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone that even the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor respected. "Ah, Master, you finally came. I am very happy in this Marquis's residence. I eat well and sleep well. If you had still not come, I would have stayed here for a long time." A berserk scarlet wind blew above, accompanied by cheerful laughter. The little monk rode the demon blood vulture and appeared before everyone. Whoosh, whoosh. The little monk pushed the demon blood vulture's speed to its limits, kicking up a strong wind that howled endlessly. Clang. The Marquis's residence's signboard on the gates fell off. This startled Long Yen, causing his expression to change drastically. He quickly soared into the air and caught the signboard. The little monk landed on the ground. When he saw this scene, an awkward expression appeared on his face. "Sorry, Big Brother Long, let me help you hang it up." The little monk quickly walked over and grabbed the Marquis's residence's signboard, wanting to make up for his mistake. Long Yin quickly said, "There's no need. There's really no need. It's fine. It's what I should do." Crack. A huge force pulled the signboard in half, breaking it in the middle. Everyone in the Marquis's residence turned green. Even the soaring dragon Marquis's lips twitched involuntarily. Breaking someone's signboard was no less than killing one's father. The signboard of the Marquis's residence represented the Long clan's reputation for at least 1,000 years. It already involved the clan's luck. To any clan, breaking a signboard was something unbearable. When the demon blood vulture saw this scene, it laughed maniacally in its heart. "Who asked you to torture me all the time? Now you are in for a treat." The little monk felt incredibly embarrassed. The soaring dragon Marquis had not seen his master for a long time. The moment he saw him, he caused quite a bit of trouble. The venerable Su Yun's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like it cannot be fake. You are really my obedient disciple. If Lord Marquis does not mind, this old monk will write a new signboard for the Marquis's residence to express my apologies." The soaring dragon Marquis immediately rejoiced in his heart, overjoyed. The venerable Su Yun's cultivation was so high that even the soaring dragon Marquis could not figure it out. If the venerable Su Yun put some effort into the words he left, they would rival a soul tool. What was even rarer was that the venerable Su Yun was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. His cultivation of the Buddhist Dharma was unparalleled in the world. Naturally, the venerable Su Yun would receive the protection of the Buddhist sect's wishes. This in itself was a kind of blessing. According to rumor, there were several signboards in the royal palace's courtyard. The royal clan had personally asked the esteemed monks of the Hidden Spirit Temple to write them. This was equivalent to receiving the royal treatment. "Venerable, this way please." The soaring dragon Marquis led the venerable Su Yun into the Marquis's residence. The little monk felt very depressed as he followed on the demon blood vulture. Occasionally, the demon blood vulture would smack the demon blood vulture's head. However, when the venerable Su Yun thought about the consequences of doing so, he helplessly endured. The venerable Su Yun was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. When he chatted happily with the soaring dragon Marquis, he immediately left behind a calligraphy treasure. The disciples of the Long family who were fortunate enough to be present to observe were all extremely shocked. It was said that every word that Master Su Yun wrote, with every word the venerable Su Yun wrote, Buddhist chanting rang out, and a 5-colored treasure light poured out, shocking everyone. After leaving behind the calligraphy treasure, the little monk led the venerable Su Yun to Xiao Chen's cultivation room. Chapter 1865. In the cultivation room, Xiao Chen had been in seclusion for 2 months. Time was of the essence, and he wanted to make the best use of his time to master the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. In just 2 short months, Xiao Chen had already spent 10,000 of the 100,000 superior grade spirit jades. If it were medial grade spirit jades, the number of medial grade spirit jades would probably reach 10 million. Furthermore, it didn't have such an effect, and the time it took was much longer. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had already failed to cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. According to the book, the demon cloud bird tattoo would appear on one's back after successfully cultivating the first stage. Demonic path true essence could transform one's body, physique, soul, and will. However, 2 months of bitter cultivation was not without gains. The demonic cloud above his dantian had already begun to unfurl, and the embryonic form of a cloud had appeared. It was no longer just a black dot. The life force of the scarlet demonic cloud had become even stronger. Over the past 2 months, Xiao Chen could feel his soul will being constantly devoured by the demonic clouds. This demonic cloud seed was probably not as simple as what was recorded in the secret manual. There would be many mysteries beyond his imagination. At this time, the demonic nature within Xiao Chen's body suddenly erupted, and the demonic true essence within his body flooded his entire body. Black demonic light flowed out of his body as he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with demonic nature. Although Xiao Chen's physical body had been modified by the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira, he could cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique and merge it with the immemorial demon soul formation. The demonic nature in his body had already penetrated deep into his bones and blood vessels. It was inevitable. This was the instinctive reaction of the devil after encountering its natural enemy. At this moment he was cultivating demonic arts to begin with, so the demonic nature of his body took over at this moment. However, a moment later, the Buddha nature contained in the deepest parts of his organs, limbs, and bones. It turned into a gentle breeze and spread out from his body, dispelling the dominance of the demonic nature over his physical body. All of this happened without Xiao Chen's control. It was all an automatic reaction of his body. Looking at it from this angle, it also proved that Xiao Chen's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts had yet to reach the point where he could control them as he pleased. It was like walking on a tightrope above a cliff. It was extremely dangerous. Closing his eyes again, Xiao Chen released his soul power to see what was going on. Within Xiao Chen's perception, everyone in the Marquis's residence was instantly detected by Xiao Chen. Everyone was a flickering dot of light. The flow of quintessence in the bodies of the weaker ones could be clearly seen, clearly imprinted in their minds. As for holy venerables, they were like a ball of burning flames. Unless one used their soul power to sense them, they would not be able to sense them. Otherwise, he would only be able to see this blurry ball of flame. As his soul power swept across, there were 3 flames that were particularly eye-catching. A ball of blazing flames gave off a terrifying aura that rushed into the sky. There was also a faint king's might within it, and a mysterious dragon fate covered it. Xiao Chen could not detect this person at all. Without a doubt, it was the soaring dragon Marquis himself. There was also a clump of flame that was about the same size as the soaring dragon Marquis. However, it seemed lethargic. This should be a hidden sovereign personage expert of the Marquis's residence. As for the third cluster, it was the karma that caused the demonic aura in Xiao Chen's body to erupt. That was a clump of flame that gave off pure Buddhist might. It was like a lamp, not dazzling or eye-catching. It only slowly burned, and the flames drifted about. Only the flame's heart remained fixed, unchanging since ancient times. It was like the flame in this flame's heart had existed since the world was created, never extinguishing. Beside this flame was a clump of mixed black flames. It looked very mighty and overwhelming with demonic might. However, when one looked carefully, one could see the core of this black flame, the pure flame's heart without any impurities. This was the little monk Yen Qin, who had committed overwhelming sins but had a Buddhist heart and wielded the Buddhist sect's commandment saber. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and roughly understood what was going on. The little monk's master came with him. Not daring to delay, Xiao Chen stopped circulating his energy and walked out of his room. Then he went to the courtyard to personally welcome the little monk. "Big brother, my master is here." The little monk rode on the demon blood vulture and happily led the way, introducing Xiao Chen to him. The venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and said softly, "I have long heard of Benefactor Zhao's name. Today I finally get to see it for myself." Xiao Chen rubbed his nose and smiled. "Venerable, you must be joking. Long heard of it? I just arrived in the Central Great Realm not long ago. It has only been 2 months since I arrived in this soaring dragon Marquiate. Although I caused a commotion, my fame only spread within the soaring dragon Marquiate, far from spreading in the Yanwu dynasty. I am not joking. A monk does not lie. I met Benefactor Xiao 17 years ago." The venerable Su Yun smiled mysteriously but did not elaborate. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. 17 years ago was when he first met the Mahasvara Buddha. Could it be that when the Mahasvara Buddha turned around, some mysterious phenomenon happened, allowing this venerable to see me? "Yen Qin, you already told me about your situation. Can this old monk take a look at you?" The venerable Su Yun asked softly to Xiao Chen after he was let in. Xiao Chen glanced at the little monk. When he saw the little monk's innocent expression, he knew that the little monk was worried about him. Something happened to his dual cultivation of righteous and demonic. Hence, Xiao Chen got his master to check on Xiao Chen for him. "That's fine. If I can get some pointers or find some hidden dangers, it will be a gain." Xiao Chen nodded and lowered his guard. Then he said softly, "As you wish." The venerable Su Yun put down his staff, and a vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead. This was an extremely strong magic skill of the Buddhist sects, the heavenly eye. According to rumor, when the heavenly eye was cultivated to its limits, one could see not only space and time but also the river of fate, becoming the heavenly Tao. One could comprehend the past and the future, knowing the karma of the past and present. Xiao Chen felt speechless. Since the heavenly eye was open, whether he agreed or not, the venerable Su Yun would see everything he wanted to see. The venerable Su Yun gave off a faint Buddhist light, giving off a mysterious energy similar to the one the heavenly book scholar once showed. A beam of golden light shot out of the heavenly eye and encased Xiao Chen. Time and space flickered. The various cultivation techniques that Xiao Chen cultivated in the past and the various hardships that his physical body experienced appeared. However, the venerable Su Yun's heavenly eye did not check Xiao Chen's soul pool. He only wanted to check if Xiao Chen's body had any hidden dangers and give pointers. The Venerable Su Yun did not want to dig out all of Xiao Chen's secrets. Actually, even if he did not check his soul pool, if Xiao Chen saw the scene in the Venerable Su Yun's eyes, he would still feel shocked and amazed. They would also feel shocked and surprised, no different from being seen through. After a while, the vertical eye on the Venerable Su Yun's forehead slowly closed. "Master, how is it? Is my big brother fine?" The little monk asked out of concern before Xiao Chen could say anything, appearing even more anxious than Xiao Chen. The Venerable Su Yun smiled and said, "Benefactor Xiao is doing very well now, even better than this old monk. His life force flourishes boundlessly. His physical body does not have any major problems. All sorts of fortuitous encounters and karma are truly startling. His fate with Buddhism is enviable." The little monk said happily, "That's good. Otherwise, if I leave and we meet again in the future, Big Brother will look completely different. I will not be able to accept that." Xiao Chen found this strange. He asked, "Venerable, I once heard that dual cultivating righteous and demonic Tao is a great taboo in the righteous Tao. This is especially so in the Buddhist sect. It is also a taboo in the demonic Tao. Why is Senior so calm about it?" The Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and asked, "Let me ask you, what epoch is it now?" "Naturally, it is the martial epoch. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques and the righteous Tao cultivation techniques look very different, even intensely conflicting. In reality, they are inseparable from the word martial. They come from the same source. Why can't we cultivate them at the same time?" This was the first time someone asked Xiao Chen this question, so he did not know how to answer. The Venerable Su Yun said sullenly, "Actually, you already know the answer in your heart. There is no need to hesitate. Be it Buddhist, demonic, or righteous Tao, it does not matter. If you can distinguish your heart, it does not matter." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Venerable Su Yun's words swept away the final doubts and lack of confidence in his heart. This would allow him to be even more determined on this path. Many thanks for Senior's pointers. The Venerable Su Yun looked into the distance as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then he said, "The reason why the righteous Tao and demonic Tao oppose it is easy to explain. The conflict between the two factions is intense. They do not get along like fire and water. After several battles between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao, the two factions became mortal enemies. How can they accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Since you chose this path, the future will be difficult. Please be mentally prepared." Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. "Actually, there is another reason. Why can't the two factions accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Why? Because they are too strong, they are feared by others. There have been many people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao in history. However, they did not walk to the end. In the end, they all made a choice. Otherwise, it would be hard to distinguish their heart, and they could only choose one side." The Venerable Su Yun's tone was calm, but he revealed a startling secret to Xiao Chen. "I know of a total of 3 people. One is the Kasayapa Buddha. Actually, he dual cultivated Buddhism and demonic Tao. However, the moment he became a Buddha, he abandoned his demonic Tao and started the age of Buddhism. The second is a certain dragon race blood-soaked emperor. However, he eventually fell into the demonic Tao and took another path." This stunned Xiao Chen slightly. He could not hide his expression. This was simply too shocking. Back then, the blood-soaked dragon emperor dual cultivated righteous and demonic Tao. However, he did not walk to the end and fell into the demonic Tao. Suddenly, Xiao Chen somewhat understood why the blue dragon bloodline was completely destroyed. The third is the creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. He is a Buddhist sect genius, rarely seen in thousands of years. Unfortunately, I found out later that he was the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's reincarnation. However, in the end he made a different decision. He abandoned the demonic Tao and saved the Buddhist sect, directly leading to the Black Lotus Church's decline. Chapter 1866. As the Venerable Su Yun spoke softly, he casually revealed some startling secrets. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt somewhat shocked, unable to recover his wits for a while. It was understandable that the Kasayapa Buddha dual cultivated the demonic Tao and martial Tao. If one understood the Buddhist scriptures, one would know that Buddhism was emotionless. If not for the Kasayapa Buddha cultivating demonic Tao cultivation techniques, he would not have left behind Buddhist Tao martial techniques that countered demonic Tao cultivation techniques. It was impossible for the Kasayapa Buddha to appear out of thin air. One had to know its origin and understand its principles. However, this Kasayapa Buddha was too far away from Xiao Chen. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything. The main reason was the blood-soaked martial emperor. Right now, a strand of the blood-soaked martial emperor's remnant soul was in Xiao Chen's body. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder the blood-soaked dragon emperor quickly fell asleep after waking up. It must have had something to do with Xiao Chen entering the demonic Tao. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused now. The blood-soaked dragon emperor entered the demonic Tao. The Qing emperor entered the demonic Tao. Eventually Xiao Chen also entered the demonic Tao. Was there really fate in the unseen world? This was too much of a coincidence. The reviver of the blue dragon race was destined to enter the demonic Tao? When Xiao Chen suddenly thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If not for the enlightenment he gained when he faced the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he would not have been able to escape. If not for the enlightenment he gained when facing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he might have ended up on the same path as the Qing Emperor, sinking into the demonic Tao. Unknowingly he would have taken the same path as the Qing Emperor. Fortunately Xiao Chen managed to walk out in the end and figure out his own heart. What was even more unexpected was that the last person was related to Xiao Chen. The creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique actually dual-cultivated Buddhism and the demonic Tao. Furthermore, he caused the Black Lotus Church's decline. What was more terrifying was that this person was actually the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's reincarnation. What I told you are secrets and taboos. Little friend, do not spread them, the Venerable Su Yun instructed softly, his tone grave. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and nodded. I understand. However, the first two people already told me their identities. This third person is Patriarch Black Lotus's reincarnation. Why didn't he tell me his identity? Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and said, Benefactor, you really listen carefully. This third person's identity is very complicated. His descendant now has a powerful faction. It's better not to know about it, lest we get into some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, this person can be considered to have realized his mistake and turned back. It's really rare. So mysterious? The more this was so, the more Xiao Chen felt curious about the creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, since Great Master Su Yun did not say, Xiao Chen naturally would not ask. Venerable Su Yun smiled and said, My obedient disciple, you have taken care of me during this period. You obtained a great fortuitous encounter. As your master, I do not have any gift to thank you. I can only bestow you a finger as a token of my sincerity. Xiao. Right after Venerable Su Yun spoke, he tapped Xiao Chen's forehead with his finger. An extremely vast energy poured into Xiao Chen's body. Kacha kacha. Xiao Chen's bones crackled like soybeans being fried, crackling non-stop. After a while, when Venerable Su Yun released his finger, Xiao Chen immediately felt refreshed, and his body became much lighter. What was more pleasant was that he felt his physical body break through some kind of shackle. With a thought, dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. Vital qi surged like a surging river or the sea. Xiao Chen easily gathered 25 cauldron force. This. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. Venerable Su Yun's finger helped him break through the bottleneck of 20 cauldron force. The rest was flat, saving Xiao Chen a lot of effort. Whoosh! Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He felt that some of the hidden ailments in his body vanished with this finger. What was even rarer was that Venerable Su Yun's finger contained a Buddhist might that was extremely compatible with the Mahasvara Buddha Sarira's Buddhist nature in Xiao Chen's physical body. This invisibly raised Xiao Chen's Buddha nature. This gentle finger was truly wondrous, benefiting Xiao Chen greatly. Thank you, senior. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. Venerable Su Yun shook his head and said, It's just a small matter. It is far inferior to what you gave Yenchen. I'll give you another page of the Hidden Spirit Temple's golden letter. In the future, if someone from the Buddhist sect makes things difficult for you, you can take it out. When Xiao Chen received it, he discovered that it was not much different from the one that the Venerable Shen Bei gave. However, the inscription was changed to the Hidden Spirit Temple, which immediately changed its value. Its rarity was no longer the same. It's time to go our separate ways. You still have some secrets on you. Although I didn't look at them, I still have some secrets. Although this old monk did not look at them, I can sense that they are an untouchable and unexplored power. They are very precious. Venerable Su Yun bowed with one hand as a form of farewell. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. There are still secrets? Is it because of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation? Xiao Chen could not be bothered to think too much about it. He kept feeling that the secrets of immortals were too distant from him, so he did not want to touch them. Big brother, I'm so sad. I wonder when we will meet again. The little monk appeared somewhat sorrowful. Such an expression on his tender face was simply too cute. However, when the little monk thought of something, he gently rubbed the demon blood vulture's head. Then he smiled and said, "Silly bird, I see that your comprehension ability is pretty good. Come back to the temple with me and enter the Buddhist sect. In the future you can be a protector holy beast." It was rare for the little monk to pet it like this, scaring the demon blood vulture significantly. Its body immediately shrank and turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then it took the initiative to turn into a ring on Xiao Chen's finger. "How can this great me become a monk? Even if you beat me to death, I will not do it. Master, please don't give me away. I will even be a cow or a horse by your side." The little monk nearly caused the demon blood vulture to crumble. When it heard that Xiao Chen wanted to go to the hidden spirit temple with him, it immediately became frightened. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Little monk, stop scaring it." Yan Chen's lips curled up as he said, "I am giving it an opportunity. Forget it if it doesn't want to." Xiao Chen looked at the venerable Su Yun and said, "Honestly speaking, the little monk has karma with me. I also thank Venerable for taking care of the little monk for the past 10-odd years." The venerable Su Yun narrowed his eyes and smiled. This old monk understands what benefactor is saying. He is the blessing of my Buddhist sect. How can I not take good care of him? Benefactor, if you have time in the future, you can come to the hidden spirit temple as a guest. Not long after Xiao Chen parted reluctantly, another honored guest arrived at the courtyard that had been deserted for a long time. It was the soaring dragon Marquis accompanied by Long Yen. However, Lan Luo was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Chen knew that it was time for him to leave. The soaring dragon Marquis was here to send off the guest. "Young Master Xiao, it is time to send you to the Divine Dragon Empire," the soaring dragon Marquis said in a respectful tone. Xiao Chen said politely, "Thank you, Lord Marquis. Please." There were some things that the two already knew. Monarch Yu's matter was already settled. Along the way, the soaring dragon Marquis was very polite to Xiao Chen. If word of the soaring dragon Marquis personally giving it to a junior got out, the entire soaring dragon Marquisate would be shocked. After boarding a Marquis' residence's warship, Xiao Chen's group left the Marquis' residence and flew out of the city. From the start to the end, Lan Luo did not appear. Xiao Chen could not help feeling that it was unfortunate. This is fine as well. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. There were some feelings where rejection would hurt, but acceptance would hurt even more. The Marquis' residence's warship flew increasingly higher. The soaring dragon Marquisate grew increasingly smaller in Xiao Chen's eyes. This parting would not last long. Xiao Chen believed that he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty. This short stay was like a dragonfly skimming the water. He did not get to experience the vast Yanwu dynasty at all. The dynasty's outstanding talents and the sect elites. Xiao Chen did not get to see any of the legendary monarch experts. This was very unfortunate. However, he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty sooner or later and meet the true elites and outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen wanted to experience the resplendent and dazzling outstanding talents of this age of the martial Tao. The soaring dragon Marquis stood beside Xiao Chen. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, "I was the one who watched you perform your saber that night." Xiao Chen was not surprised. Only a few people in the Marquis' residence had the strength to approach him without him noticing. "I did not mean to injure Lord Marquis. Please forgive me." The soaring dragon Marquis' lips curled up in a smile as he said, "However, it has been many years since anyone managed to injure me. Although I was careless, I cannot deny your strength. If possible, I would really like to keep you in the army and make you my general." After gaining the soaring dragon Marquis' recognition and high regard, Xiao Chen felt rather happy. "Many thanks for Lord Marquis' praise. It is just the truth. It is not really a praise." As Xiao Chen watched the city get further away, the land before him grew increasingly desolate. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Where are we going?" "The military camp." Chapter 1867. A military camp? Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. Could it be that the transportation formation to the Divine Dragon Empire is in a military camp? Seeing the doubt in Xiao Chen's eyes, the soaring dragon Marquis explained, "The dynasty's transrealm transportation formation is controlled by the Yen Emperor Palace. They allow entry but not exit. The access requirements are very high, and the number of times it can be opened is limited. Although I can use it, it will be somewhat problematic if I bring you along. After thinking about it, I brought you to the military camp, using the transportation formation of my Scarlet Blood Army." Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, "There are transportation formations in the military camp as well?" The soaring dragon Marquis replied calmly, "That is natural. The formation masters that the dynasty's Tai institution raised were not raised for nothing. They weren't raised for nothing. They had invented a portable teleportation formation a long time ago. All they needed to do was prepare a few specially made war chariots. When you want to use it, you just need to insert the formation flags and activate it with spirit jades. When the battle starts, we can retreat, and it's also convenient to deploy troops. The Soaring Dragon Province was the northernmost province of the Yenwu dynasty's 108 provinces. The Soaring Dragon Marquis clan had been generals guarding the borders for many generations. Historically, there had been an ancestor of the Soaring Dragon Marquis who had been conferred the title of Marquis of a different surname. However, among the 108 marquises, the Soaring Dragon Marquis still held military authority. They held high authority and were rather special. This was why Duke Yun favored the Soaring Dragon Marquis and wanted to marry him. Upon hearing the Soaring Dragon Marquis make it sound so serious, Xiaoqun felt somewhat surprised. To think that there was still a need for war. Xiaoqun asked casually, "The Yenwu dynasty is so strong. Are there still enemies who dare to offend it?" The Soaring Dragon Marquis showed a grave expression as he replied softly, "The Central Great Realm is not as peaceful as you imagine. The age of fiendish demon chaos was long ago, only recorded in ancient books. However, the last war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions was not that long ago, just 10,000 years ago. Furthermore, although the Yenwu dynasty is strong, it is vast and boundless. There are always places beyond our reach. Take the north for example. The greatest enemy is the innately warlike and uncivilized barbarians. They frequently harass the borders. The place where the barbarians are established is a dangerous environment. Poisonous gas pervades the air and spiritual energy is thin. It's hard for dynasty to unleash their advantage in numbers, so we can't eliminate them. If we let Yen Huang lead the troops personally, it would be too much of a fuss. It's obviously not suitable." The Soaring Dragon Marquis paused for a moment, and then he said in a deep voice, "However, although the barbarian race is troublesome, it is not a great threat. After all, they are just a group of uncivilized barbarians and they will not amount to much." From his words, it seemed like there was an even more terrifying enemy. That was the real threat. Xiaoqun didn't ask any more questions. Below him he could already see the barracks. Ah, ah, ah. At the garrison there were soldiers drilling in formation. Waves of loud shouts, full of energy, gathered together. His voice shook the heavens, and vaguely, there were even strange phenomena accompanying it. It made people feel dizzy and the blood in their bodies flowed faster. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. These soldiers were all elite martial artists. Although their cultivations were not high, they were still extremely powerful. However, there were many of them, and every one of them was a decisive killer. Boundless killing intent was hidden within their bodies. Under the unified training, their essence, chi, and spirit condensed into one. Their chests filled with a breath of air, and they shouted and roared at the same time. Their voices were vast and mighty, and their auras rushed to the clouds. These soldiers were not a motley crew. An individual's martial prowess seemed insignificant before this sea-like aura. As Xiaoqun observed the Scarlet Blood armies drill below, he somewhat overturned his traditional understanding of the army. Originally, he believed that no matter how many major primal core venerates there were, they would just end up being slaughtered when they ran into a holy venerate. No matter how many came, they would all die. The dynasty's army was a dispensable existence. It did not have much meaning. However, Xiaoqun felt somewhat different now. There were so many venerables. When they were polished into a steel lion, they had a terrifying cohesiveness, strong willpower, and a murderous aura. When combined, just the shouts of essence, chi and spirit, and the gathering of chi and chi could scatter a holy venerate's attack. Before such might, a lone holy venerate seemed too insignificant. Furthermore, they could lay formations, use war chariots, and use formation flags. After many years of bitter training and killing, they forged a true army of tigers and wolves. Any powerhouse who saw such an army would have to retreat. After thinking about it, this was actually the principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Something that looked insignificant could change qualitatively when it reached a certain amount. The Scarlet Blood army was at the border, a desolate and uninhabited place. The environment there was very harsh. Occasionally, officers organized soldiers. They entered the surrounding mountains, hunted ferocious beasts, and trained the soldiers. The Marquis' residence's warships slowly landed. A large number of warships were parked here. Their banners fluttered in the wind, looking very majestic. Lord Marquis. First young master. The moment the Marquis stepped out of the warship, A group of armored generals immediately walked over with large strides. The generals had to straighten their backs and walk with heavy steps. When they walked, their armor clanged against each other. The soaring dragon Marquis nodded indifferently. Then he said casually, "Long Yen, bring Xiao Chen to take a look around the army. Then send him off. Don't delay him." "Yes, father." The soaring dragon Marquis looked like he still had many things to deal with. After giving some instructions, he left in a hurry. The group of generals hurriedly followed and reported what had happened recently. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp, so he heard some of it. "Lord Marquis, the underground demons have been appearing frequently recently. It is somewhat strange. I feel that we need to bring some people to sweep them out. It is almost winter, and those barbarians are not behaving. They tried to cross the border several times and many of our brothers died. The royal court's recent supplies have not arrived yet. We have to send people to rush them." These were all important military matters. That group of people walked hastily, moving further away. Soon Xiao Chen could no longer hear anything. Long Yen said, "Young Master Xiao, if you are in a rush to leave, I can bring you directly to the transportation formation. If you are not in a rush, you can also take a look around the army." "Let's take a look then." This was Xiao Chen's first time entering a military camp, so he felt somewhat curious. Normally, a military camp would not allow outsiders to view its important places. However, the soaring dragon Marquis did not treat Xiao Chen as an outsider and was exceptionally kind to him. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not miss out on such an opportunity. Being deep in a military camp, Xiao Chen could not help but compare it to a martial Dao sect. In a certain sense, the two were somewhat similar. They were both places where cultivators gathered. However, the difference was also very clear. The greatest impression that Xiao Chen got from the military was the exceptionally strict discipline. Every soldier was like all sorts of precise components. Only when they were combined could they bring out their greatest might. They did not allow any mistakes to occur in any of the segments. Under such circumstances, uniformity stifled individuality. Clearly, it was not suitable for the inheritance of the martial Dao. However, an individual's strength and willpower would improve rapidly in the midst of killing. However, one's comprehension ability and spirituality might be slowly erased in the army. In comparison, sects had a lot of freedom and emphasized individual martial prowess. Regardless of the rank of the various large sects, their structure was very similar. Through the selection of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and true inheritors, the most outstanding ones would be picked out. This ensured that the people with outstanding talent and comprehension ability could stand out and bring out their potential to the greatest extent. Just in terms of the martial Dao, sects were clearly more suitable for inheritances and could produce powerful experts more easily. This was also the reason why many nobles would send their children to sections. Comparing the two, each had its advantages and disadvantages. Both had their reasons for existing. 10-odd war chariots formed a procession on the main road, attracting Xiao Chen's attention. The war chariots carried corpses, the trophies of the soldiers. Unlike the ferocious beasts from before, the corpses on these war chariots were all humanoid corpses. More accurately, many of them were the scaled monsters that Xiao Chen met in the thunderclouds that day. Xiao Chen pointed to the corpses on the war chariots and asked, "What are these?" Long Yen looked in the direction that Xiao Chen pointed and explained, "These are a type of underground demon, flood dragon humans." Underground demon? That's right. Back then, after the fiendish demons were defeated by the sages, they vanished without a trace. However, the descendants of the fiendish demons survived and occupied the abyssal underworld. This is also commonly known as the underground world. These descendants of the fiendish demons are collectively known as earth demons. Long Yen nodded and continued, "The abyssal underworld has a total of 9 layers, inhabited by 9 underworld monarchs. The lower you go, the more horrifying the strength of the earth demons. They possess the blood of fiendish demons and startling comprehension abilities. They cultivate demonic Dao cultivation techniques and have many advantages. As they slowly lay dormant, they actually developed. By the time the righteous Dao awakened, they had already become a faction that could not be easily destroyed. Speaking of which, they are a much greater threat than the barbarian race. Fortunately, the 9 great underworld monarchs have their own conflicts, and the underground world is not peaceful in the first place." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The central great realm was indeed much larger than he imagined. Just this soaring dragon Marquis was just the tip of the iceberg. The things that Xiao Chen saw already dazzled him. However, why do I feel that aside from the blood of the fiendish demons, these flood dragon humans also have the aura of the dragon race? The topic returned to the flood dragon humans. This was what Xiao Chen was more concerned about. Upon hearing that, Long Yen looked at Xiao Chen, feeling it strange. He asked, "You don't know?" Xiao Chen felt bewildered. What's with that expression? It's like I have to know. Is it strange that I don't know? Long Yen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I saw that you also have the dragon race bloodline, so I thought you would know about this." Back then, the dragon race's Black Dragon King led his subordinates and defeated the 9 great underworld monarchs. He became known as the Supreme Underworld Monarch and unified the abyssal underworld for the first time in history. This should be something that everyone in the dragon race knows about. Its influence is very deep. So that's the case. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. A regular dragon race cultivator should know about this. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was not. No wonder Long Yen revealed such a surprised expression. Back then, the dragon race cultivators that followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld became the strongest of the earth demons. After the baptism of the underworld river's water, they became flood dragon humans with both the blood of the fiendish demons and the bloodline of the dragon race. When the Black Dragon King was alive, these flood dragon humans naturally enjoyed great fame and prestige. However, now they have become the lowest existences among the earth demons. Long Yen caught his breath and continued, "When the Scarlet Blood Army swept through the underground world, they killed the most flood dragon humans." For some reason, when Xiao Chen heard this, he felt uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he was also a member of the dragon race, but when he saw how miserable these former members of the dragon race were now, he felt some compassion. The Black Dragon King was a mixed blood dragon in the first place. Many of his followers were mixed blood dragons as well. Even in the Divine Dragon Empire, they were at the bottom. At the same time, Xiao Chen thought of the seal in the underground dragon city in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. He thought of that senior's words. The Black Dragon King would appear within 100 years. Chapter 1868. What happened? Long Yen asked in confusion when he saw that Xiao Chen was deep in thought. Xiao Chen said softly, "I thought of something and I've seen enough. Let's go." "I still haven't asked, where can the army's transportation formation send me?" The two chatted as they walked. Long Yen said, "The furthest it can go is to the borders of the Divine Dragon Empire. After that, you can cross a desert and enter the Divine Dragon Empire." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Then he said sullenly, "There's no other way. Directly teleport into the Divine Dragon Empire?" Long Yen shook his head and said, "No. Only a transrealm transportation formation can do that. The transrealm transportation formation is controlled by the Yen Imperial Hall. Hence it will be somewhat difficult. However, it will be more convenient for you to go to the Divine Dragon Empire." Xiao Chen thought about it and felt that it was okay. Even if Xiao Chen could teleport to the Divine Dragon Empire, he did not know which city he would end up in. Xiao Chen knew too little about the dragon race. After slowly familiarizing himself with it, he had to properly plan how he was going to walk the path of the dragon clan. Boom. At this moment, the ground trembled slightly. A war chariot was carrying a mountain-sized rock beast. He slowly drove towards the military camp, escorted by thousands of people. Enthusiastic cheers sounded in the barracks when they saw the huge beast enter. Xiao Chen could not help but take a few more glances. That's a hill giant demon, a holy venerate-level ferocious beast. It is said to be unrivaled among its peers. It is worshipped by the northern barbarians as a divine beast. Usually, killing this kind of ferocious beast signifies a great victory against the barbarians. A smile appeared on Long Yan's face as he explained to Xiao Chen. The atmosphere in the military camp made Xiao Chen a little envious. Live and die together, advance and retreat together, share the glory with your son. We're here. I'll get someone to set up the formation. A moment later, the two came to an open space in the army. Long Yan called out. Wah! 38 war chariots came from different directions at an extremely fast speed, like flowing lights and phantoms. After a few breaths, the chariot was pieced together to form a Dao platform with complicated runes. So. Many martial artists flew out from the war chariots, holding war flags that shone with radiance, and inserted them into the Dao platform. Immediately, flowing light overflowed in all directions. 38 white rainbows descended from the sky. Auspicious energy swirled in the air, and a rain of flowers bloomed. A Taoist gate rose up from the center of the garden and stood erect amidst the rain of flowers. The teleportation array, which should have been incomparably complicated, was constructed so easily and quickly. It was indeed an eye-opener. Xiao Chen didn't have time to continue admiring it. He had to go on the road. This is some information on the Divine Dragon Empire. Father has been collecting it for you. There are also maps and some spirit jades. You might need them on the way. Before leaving, Long Yin handed over the items that the Soaring Dragon Marquis had prepared for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony. After accepting it, he cupped his hands and said, "We'll meet again if fate wills it. See you later, Xiao." With a light tap of his feet, Xiao Chen's body was as light as a swallow. Dressed in white, he slowly entered the gate of Dao. Her movement technique was elegant and light like a dream. It was just like when Xiao Chen was in the Yanwu dynasty. With a gentle tap, before ripples could appear and Xiao Chen could appreciate the boundless charm of the dynasty, he left. Xiao Chen's trip to the Yanwu dynasty came to an end. Half a month later, a vast, boundless desert appeared before Xiao Chen at the border between the Divine Dragon Empire and the Yanwu dynasty. Heavy rain fell from the sky. Black clouds spread out, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Xiao Chen was about to enter the dragon race's territory, but the weather was not good. This was rather strange. It rarely rained in the desert. Once it did, it would last for several months, even half a year. The sudden heavy rain and bad weather seemed to foretell a bumpy road ahead. As Xiao Chen looked at the desert amid the heavy rain, he felt rueful. Counting carefully, it had already been 4 years since he left the abandoned land, the Kunlun realm. After 4 years, he was finally about to step into the dragon race's homeland. The promise he made to the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace flashed before his eyes. When Xiao Chen thought about it, a clear scene appeared in his mind. It seemed very close yet very far at the same time. If the Kunlun realm's Dragon's Gate disciples knew that Xiao Chen was about to step into the Divine Dragon Empire, what would they think? If those old friends of his knew that Xiao Chen had already gone very far, they would probably wish him well. In a short 4 years, Xiao Chen advanced from a veritable Essence Stage disciple to a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Xiao Chen finally gained the qualifications to step into this central great realm and compete with the most resplendent, outstanding talents of this era. The effort and sorrow that Xiao Chen had put in were hard to imagine. Xiao Chen walked step by step with trepidation. He had suffered humiliation, suffered disdain, fought schemes, and struggled to survive in the hands of holy venerates. Today the dragon returned to its homeland. Xiao Chen finally arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. Instead of riding the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen walked to this desolate desert that belonged to the Divine Dragon Empire. This was the start of the next part of Xiao Chen's journey. As Xiao Chen draped a conical bamboo hat in the heavy rain, his steps were steady, and his eyes were resolute without any hesitation. When the heavy rain stopped, Xiao Chen walked and stopped, calming his emotions in the heavy rain. At the same time, he checked the information that the Soaring Dragon Marquis left for him. Right now, the Divine Dragon Empire's territory was about 1% of the Yanwu dynasties. Of course, that only included the Central Great Realm. It did not include the other subordinate realms of the dragon race outside the Central Great Realm. Just like how the Soaring Dragon Marquis had the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, the Divine Dragon Empire had many subordinate realms. However, compared to the Yanwu dynasty, its population was somewhat pitiful. The Yanwu dynasty had tens of billions of people, but the Divine Dragon Empire barely had 100 million. This was mainly because only cultivators with the dragon race bloodline could be considered part of the Divine Dragon Empire's population. The 8 great empires were all like this, founded on bloodlines. For the sake of maintaining the purity of their bloodlines, they maintained their independence and did not accept outsiders. The 4 dynasties were more casual. Aside from cultivators, they also had a large number of ordinary people. The empires could not compare to the dynasties in terms of population. The Yanwu dynasty had 108 provinces. Each province governed 100 counties. The size of a county was almost the size of a large world in the outside world. The Divine Dragon Empire had only 7 provinces. The 6 colored divine dragons each ruled a province, and the Dragon Emperor ruled another province. Aside from this, there were many independent counties scattered throughout the empire's territory, managed by the dragon race factions with slightly lower bloodlines. Overall, the Divine Dragon Empire had about 1,000 counties. Unlike the dynasties, the 6 colored divine dragons were like feudal lords within the dragon race, possessing strong independence. For example, even the Dragon Emperor could not interfere with the internal affairs of the White Dragon race. The Dragon Emperor was revered as the Dragon God, the leader of the dragon race in name. Right now, the Dragon Emperor did not have as much authority as the dynasty's Holy Emperor. However, he controlled an additional province. Furthermore, with the title of Dragon Emperor, he still wielded great authority. Right now, the Dragon Emperor was the Golden Dragon race's clan head of the 6 colored divine dragons. He had already been on the throne for 1,000 years. The Golden Dragon race was currently the strongest and noblest bloodline in the dragon race. Based on the Soaring Dragon Marquis's information, the dragon race determined status and rank based on bloodline. The Golden Dragon race was undoubtedly the top bloodline. Next were the remaining divine dragons without bloodlines. Next were the cultivators with only true dragon bloodlines. Furthermore, the dragon race bloodlines were extremely thin. There were all sorts of them, and they were collectively known as mixed blood dragons. If one's background was not good, it might affect their future. Although there were some mixed blood dragons who managed to turn the tides and held high positions in the empire, they were known as heaven dragons. However, this did not change the fact that the dragon race, which was the most populous, had low status. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Honestly speaking, he did not like the idea of a hero being determined by one's background and bloodline. However, what surprised Xiao Qin was that even the Soaring Dragon Marquis's information did not mention the Blue Dragon bloodline. The information that the Soaring Dragon Marquis could collect in the Yanwu dynasty was already very high. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis still could not find any information on the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, it was only in an unremarkable corner. The Blue Dragon bloodline was once the strongest of the dragon race. Now it no longer exists and the details are unknown. The words were blurry and Xiao Qin only read one sentence. Soon, it was the introduction of the other dragon race. Xiao Qin had accidentally overlooked it. The rain had not stopped yet. Xiao Qin closed the information. Under the heavy rain he felt somewhat lonely for some reason. After so much difficulty he arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. However, not a single member of his race was here. Even the people of the dragon race did not know that the Blue Dragon bloodline once existed. The dragon returned home with lofty aspirations. However, in this nation of 1,000 counties, the Blue Dragon bloodline only exists, only I exist. Chapter 1869. Heavy rain fell in the desert for a long time. However, the heavy rain would eventually stop. 2 months later, the sky cleared up, and the temperature of the desert experienced an extreme change. The dry air and high temperature were unbearable. However, the desert before Xiao Qin seemed to come to life. Perhaps what the desert needed wasn't heavy rain or water, but the blazing sun and endless heat. Only in such an environment could the desert exude its true charm. Xiao Qin took off his conical bamboo hat and put on his white robes, walking in the desert like an ascetic monk. When the desert truly came to life, its ferocious and scary side appeared before Xiao Qin. Huge cactuses covered in sharp needles suddenly came to life and attacked him. Venomous lizards came out of the desert or scorpions that Xiao Qin could not shatter even after infusing great Tao energy into their bodies. Several dangerous situations nearly claimed Xiao Qin's life, making him exceptionally cautious. Whoosh! Xiao Qin drew the tyrant's saber, and a dreamy purple saber chi shot out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Xiao Qin fought with a four-legged colorful lizard. Xiao Qin had seen this colorful lizard before. He did not know what kind of ferocious beast it was. He only knew that it possessed ferocious combat prowess and startling defense. Its body constantly gave off a tiny amount of poisonous powder. When mixed with the air, it was colorless and odorless, catching people off guard. It could even penetrate veritable essence energy shields and permeate the skin. The first time Xiao Qin entered a dangerous situation was because of this colorful lizard. Xiao Qin had not expected the poisonous powder's penetrative power to be so terrifying, numbing his body and slowing his movements. He had nearly been eaten. Fortunately, at the last moment, Xiao Qin activated his Blue Dragon bloodline. The instant his combat prowess soared, he instantly killed this colorful lizard, saving his life. If not for the Blue Dragon bloodline, Xiao Qin really would have died here. After that, Xiao Qin became more cautious, preserving half of his veritable essence energy to protect his body at all times. Clang! After 100 moves, Xiao Qin chopped off the lizard's tail. In pain, the lizard burrowed underground and fled far away. Xiao Qin could not be bothered to give chase. He sheathed his saber and revealed a doubtful expression. Zhang Xian took out the map and examined it carefully. He suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction. According to Long Yan's instructions, there shouldn't be too much danger in the desert. Strange, I almost lost my life a few times and you call this not dangerous? Xiao Qin put away the map and compared it with the route. After confirming that he had not gone the wrong way, he shook his head and continued on his way. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped sharply. After Xiao Qin laid down a simple defensive formation, he continued cultivating the demonic cloud art. He felt that there was still some distance to the first layer of the demonic cloud art. If Xiao Qin did not make any progress in the demonic cloud art, his cultivation would remain at small perfection middle stage star venerate, unable to advance any further. Primal chaos true essence had to be cultivated together in order to increase one's realm. In the middle of the night, Xiaoqin suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered with a demonic aura. He had been targeted. This was an instinctive sense of danger. Xiaoqin thought about it. He had killed many beasts in the past few days. Perhaps some overlord-class ferocious beasts smelled the baleful aura of ferocious beasts on his body. Or perhaps he accidentally entered the territory of some ferocious beast. Or perhaps he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, and some ferocious beasts with a strong demonic aura sensed the demonic aura. Everything was possible. What Xiaoqin needed to do now was to deal with the changes by remaining calm. Holding the tyrant saber by his hand, Xiaoqin carefully looked around. He extended out his spiritual sense and did his best to search for the hidden ferocious beast. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing was not the strength of the enemy but the danger and craftiness of the enemy. The enemy was good at hiding and enduring, catching you off guard and dealing a fatal blow. How crafty! The instant Xiaoqin opened his eyes, that ferocious beast sensed that it was exposed and carefully hid. However, Xiaoqin could sense a pair of cold eyes staring at him in the darkness. Where is it? Where is it? Xiaoqin quickly turned his head and saw a silver figure flashing on a distant sand dune in the boundless night. When Xiaoqin focused his gaze again, he could no longer find that silver figure in the darkness. How fast? No, it did it on purpose. Xiaoqin's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. In the next moment, a resplendent and dazzling light appeared above Xiaoqin's head. It illuminated the dark night as clearly as if it were daytime. That resplendent light contained a frightening amount of energy that stirred up boundless gales. The wind was so strong that even space distorted slightly. Even Xiaoqin's movement technique was greatly hindered. Boom! In the next moment, this resplendent moonlight landed where Xiaoqin had been standing. A terrifying pit immediately appeared in the ground, looking as scary as a planet crashing into the ground. A horrifying shock wave radiated in all directions. Xiaoqin could not dodge in time. The shock wave struck him, sending him flying back like his bones were falling apart. When Xiaoqin landed, horror spread in his heart. If he hadn't dodged in advance, he would have died on the spot. Not even his dregs would have been left. That silver figure clearly let Xiaoqin see it on purpose to attract his attention. What a crafty, ferocious beast. Its scheming was truly frightening. Xiaoqin vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled. When the dust settled and the huge pit appeared before him, he felt even more shocked and horrified. Whoosh! Before Xiaoqin could catch his breath, a beam of silver light flew at him, arriving before Xiaoqin in the blink of an eye. Dang! Xiaoqin drew the tyrant's saber, and the purple blade blocked this beam of silver light. A strong force bounced back from the silver light. Xiaoqin's right palm cracked, and the tyrant's saber nearly flew out of his hand. This time, Xiaoqin clearly saw that what appeared before him was a silver fox, a desert silver fox. This desert silver fox did not have the nimbleness and elegance of an ordinary mountain fox. Instead, it had the ferocity of a desert fox. As it looked at Xiaoqin, its cold eyes contained a strong murderous intent. Aside from the murderous intent, there was also a greed for prey. An overlord-level ferocious beast. Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly. An overlord-level ferocious beast was practically unrivaled in the same cultivation realm. The desert silver fox before Xiaoqin was such a star venerate overlord-level ferocious beast. Unless a holy venerate appeared, it would be very difficult to kill. Most importantly, this desert silver fox's craftiness and scheming already showed its effects. Before the fight started, it injured Xiaoqin, gaining the initiative. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After gaining the initiative, the desert silver fox lunged at Xiaoqin, trying to exaggerate Xiaoqin's injuries. Xiaoqin showed a sullen expression, maintaining a calm state of mind as he continuously retreated. Although the desert silver fox did not look large, each of its attacks contained tremendous power. Xiaoqin infused 2 strands of great Tao energy into his saber. However, he could only barely block, unable to gain the upper hand. As he retreated, Xiaoqin's injuries worsened. Whoosh, whoosh. The desert silver fox's speed increased, and the sound of it tearing through the air became sharper. This extremely sharp fox cry spread in all directions, causing a commotion. When the many ferocious beasts in the desert heard this cry, they fled in panic. Clearly, this desert silver fox was normally a tyrant in this area, shocking everyone. If this continued, Xiaoqin needed to surpass the desert silver fox in terms of speed. He could not let this desert silver fox drag things out. He had to end the battle quickly. Resolving the mundane. A swastika shot out from Xiao Chen's forehead, releasing a boundless and ferocious Buddhist might. Instantly Xiao Chen resolved his resolving the mundane. His face remained expressionless and a huge Buddha image appeared behind him. An eternal saber light flew out. This was Xiao Chen's strongest killing move, ruthlessly chopping down. This was the first time the desert silver fox, which held the advantage in terms of strength, was sent flying by Xiao Chen's saber strike. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. The wings on Xiao Chen's back spread out, and he used the Thunder Great Tao to drive the might of the tyrant saber in his hand. The purple saber immediately burned with a hazy purple flame. The Thunder Great Tao energy filled Xiao Chen's body. Thunder Dragon 9 Transformations. Xiao Chen shouted, and the Thunder Great Tao energy in his body burst out. This was the first time Xiao Chen used the Blue Dragon Divine Wings to execute the Thunder Dragon 9 Transformations. With a thought, he executed the Thunder Dragon 9 Transformations. The instant electric light exploded in Xiao Chen's body, his figure flickered. In one breath, 81 saber lights burst out of the Desert Silver Fox's body. With the assistance of the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon 9 Transformations did not need to focus more veritable essence energy on speed, allowing it to become even mightier. The Desert Silver Fox howled in pain as it fell to the ground. Saber lights continued to pour out of its body. Blood flowed out endlessly and its life force drained continuously. With Xiao Chen's desperate counterattack, it sustained severe injuries. Then Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and took out the God Shadow Bow. Then he infused his soul energy into it and fired an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow immediately nailed the fleeing Desert Silver Fox to the ground. A miserable shriek came from the Desert Silver Fox's mouth, sounding exceptionally miserable in the night. The might of the God Shadow Bow's arrow was horrifying. Xiao Chen put away the God Shadow Bow with a slightly pale complexion. Overlord-class ferocious beasts were indeed hard to deal with. Xiao Chen checked his injuries. Aside from the damage to his internal organs, his will of soul was also injured. This Desert Silver Fox was much stronger than that Monarchio. They were on a completely different level. The Desert Silver Fox's life force drained rapidly. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He gently pushed off with his feet and arrived beside the Desert Silver Fox. This Desert Silver Fox's smooth fur flickered with a faint glow in the night sky, looking very spiritual. If not for the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand revealing its true form and driving it with the Thunder Great Tao, it would have been very difficult to penetrate the Desert Silver Fox's defense. Xiao Chen thought about it. If he made a robe out of this Desert Silver Fox's fur, it would be incredibly gorgeous. It would definitely be incomparably gorgeous, and with the support of the array formation, it was completely a natural Tao artifact. After many years, it might even become an inherited Tao tool or even go further. The Desert Silver Fox's injuries were significant. However, the harvest was huge. Not to mention its fur and bones, just the beast core was worth cities. After being struck by the God Shadow Bow, the Desert Silver Fox's life force completely drained away. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow. Then he tried to pull it out. However, just at this moment, the Desert Silver Fox's closed eyes suddenly opened. A boundless fiendish light came from its eyes, looking exceptionally eye-catching in the dark night. A terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from the dead silver fox. A loud bang rang out. The Desert Silver Fox's body suddenly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge creature. 6 long tails appeared behind it, soaring into the clouds. Damn it! Xiao Chen's face sank. He got tricked again. This Desert Silver Fox was too crafty. Chapter 1870. The dying silver fox suddenly turned into a towering colossus. Its 6 silver tails extended into the sky. A boundless might burst out of the silver fox, shaking the sky. Xiao Chen was already sufficiently careful. After resolving the mundane and Thunder Dragon's 9 transformations were struck, he even used the God Shadow Bow, a soul tool. Even without using the heart flame, one arrow from the God Shadow Bow could severely injure an ordinary holy venerate. For a silver fox that was on the verge of death, it was even easier. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, even so, this silver fox still managed to trick Xiao Chen. Buddhist major magic skill, Dermic World. Xiao Chen's figure wavered, and his physical body turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant in the blink of an eye. Then he turned around and clenched his fist as he charged forward. Xiao Chen's 5 fingers crackled like thunder. The force of his punch reached 25 cauldron force, shaking the clouds. Xiao Chen reacted very quickly. The moment the silver fox changed, he executed Dermic World, preventing the other party from trampling him to death. However, Xiaoqian was still too slow. The silver fox that successfully tricked Xiaoqian struck Xiaoqian's chest with its claw. The silver fox took the initiative to attack Xiaoqian. Bang, bang, bang. Not only did the punch miss, but the other party even struck his chest. The pain made Xiaoqian suck in a breath of cold air, and he clenched his teeth. The sound of wind rang out beside Xiaoqian's ears as his body flew back like an arrow. The Dermic World's 3,000-foot Dermic body slowly disappeared under this heavy blow. Whoosh! After retreating 50 kilometers, Xiaoqian knelt on one knee and looked up. The six-tailed silver fox in the sky was incredibly huge. When he looked at it, he felt very insignificant. Pussy eye. Xiaoqian vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled even further. Something's not right. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. He discovered that while this silver fox's aura looked extremely horrifying, it seemed somewhat weak. Final radiance of the setting sun. These words appeared in Xiaoqian's mind, reigniting hope in the somewhat despairing Xiaoqian. If this silver fox remained this strong, Xiaoqian would not be able to defeat it in his current state. However, since this was just the final radiance of the setting sun, it was worth a gamble to see who could survive to the end. Wah! The six-tailed silver fox howled at the sky, opened its mouth and sucked hard. A powerful suction force spread out in all directions, and a large amount of spiritual energy surged toward the silver fox. It formed a whirlpool and spun around the silver fox's mouth. A circle of energy appeared in the mouth of the six-tailed silver fox. In the center of the vortex, it became more and more resplendent, like a demon fox swallowing the moon. Kill. This demon fox really wanted to kill him. It had to kill him no matter what. It wanted to devour his flesh to replenish its injuries. Either you die or I die. Xiaoqian roared at the sky. At this moment, the blue dragon bloodline was fully activated. The ancient blue dragon divine might spread in all directions. The dragon's might almost materialized into a flame that soared into the sky. Xiaoqian's heart was as cold as water. He allowed his killing intent to spread out in all directions. Buddhist 7-kill seal. Xiaoqian shouted, and his left hand moved nimbly. Killing chi filled the air like formless water. As Xiaoqian's nimble fingers moved, the killing chi in the air changed wantonly, taking all sorts of forms. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never hanging high in the sky. When the 7-kill seal formed, at this moment of life and death, Xiaoqian's irritable heart calmed down. It was clearly the Buddhist 7-kill seal that made the killing chi in the air even more terrifying. However, it made Xiaoqian's mental state incredibly calm. It was like he was just a bystander, coldly watching the killing chi in the air, watching this battle of life and death. Boom! When the silver fox sensed the 7-fold killing chi after Xiaoqian activated his blue dragon bloodline, its movements paused, not daring to drag this out. The 6-tailed silver fox lowered its head and roared at Xiaoqian. That resplendent energy ball looked like a bright moon falling to the ground as it smashed towards Xiaoqian. The bright moon did not shine. Everywhere it passed, it kicked up a sandstorm, covering the sky and sun as it flew out in all directions for 500 kilometers. Kill. Xiaoqian snorted coldly and drew his tyrant saber. The 7-fold killing chi gathered on his saber. Without needing to drive it, a surging saber intent appeared on the saber. As Xiaoqian soared into the air, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Using his great desolate Ian physique, he gathered the 7-fold killing chi and executed Flying Sky Falling Moon. Flying Sky Falling Moon. A saber light flashed and Xiaoqian chopped that bright moon-like energy ball in half. Moonlight spread out, and when it landed on the ground, it blasted out hundreds of thousands of huge pits in the desert. The boundless desert became a scene of desolation, and the terrain changed drastically. Die. While the blue dragon bloodline still had one breath left, Xiaoqian unfurled his blue dragon divine wings. Then he soared into the sky and landed, turning into a beam of azure light. In the time it took for a spark to fly, blood spurted out and the 6-tailed silver fox's head flew off. However, before the 6-tailed silver fox could land, its 6 huge tails swept towards Xiaoqian at the same time. Boom! The blue dragon bloodline slowly receded, returning to Xiaoqian's physical body. This strike knocked Xiaoqian into the air. After Xiaoqian landed, he felt the world spin around him. Everywhere he looked, the scene turned upside down and everything turned blurry. Xiaoqian felt a splitting headache. His eyelids felt as heavy as a mountain, and he could not control them. Demon blood vulture, protect me? Xiaoqian instructed in his heart. Then he could no longer hold on. He stumbled and fell to the ground. 3 days later, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. 50,000 kilometers away, a group of men and women appeared on a rather tall sand dune. When this group of people climbed the sand dune and looked down, they were all stupefied. They saw huge pits tens of kilometers wide in the boundless desert before them. The area within 50,000 kilometers was a scene of desolation. Terrifying killing qi and fiend qi still lingered in the desert. The entire terrain had been completely changed. There were deep pits everywhere and the ground was sunken. With one glance, everyone felt deeply shocked. Six-tailed heavenly fox. Someone practiced an eye technique and possessed astonishing vision. When he saw the huge corpse of the six-tailed silver fox, his expression turned incredibly shocked. The corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox? The moment this person said that, the expressions of this group of cultivators changed somewhat. The six-tailed heavenly fox was an overlord-level star venerate ferocious beast. Regular holy venerates would find it difficult to defeat. It was an absolute tyrant in this area. More importantly, this six-tailed heavenly fox was cunning by nature and very hard to kill. If it encountered an existence that was stronger than it, it wouldn't show itself at all. If it targeted an existence that was weaker than it would never fail. There was a saying in the desert. When you see the six-tailed heavenly fox, you are already dead. Don't get any ideas. Since you discovered the six-tailed heavenly fox, it must have been intentional. However, at this moment, the corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox appeared before them. Furthermore, this was a scene of desolation. The 50,000-kilometer-long sand pit was shocking. Could it be that someone fought with the six-tailed heavenly fox and killed it? Or was all this an illusion created by the six-tailed heavenly fox? After all, the six-tailed heavenly fox was famous for its cunning. Senior Sister Tang, Senior Brother Deng, there is another corpse over there. At that moment, the cultivator who had mastered the eye technique uttered another shocking statement. The leader, a man and a woman, exchanged glances. Shock flashed in their eyes. This group of people were dragon race cultivators with the dragon race bloodline. They came from the same sect and were here for experiential training. Should we go and take a look? The man with the family name Deng asked softly as he looked at the woman with the family name Tang. A fervent look flashed in his eyes. The corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox was priceless, inestimable. Unexpectedly, there would be such a harvest when he brought his junior brothers on experiential training. This was truly surprising. The woman with the family name Tang was called Tang Dan. She looked gentle and had a gentle temperament. However, she was very cautious when doing things. She did not lower her guard because of the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse. Senior Brother Deng, let's go and take a look first. If there is no danger, we can bring our junior brothers over. How about that? Tang Dan suggested softly as she looked at the man with the family name Deng. Sure. Whoosh. The two gently pushed off with their feet and flew close to the desert like roaming dragons. As their bodies rubbed against the air, the two burned their protective veritable essence energy. From a distance, they looked like two roaming dragons flying at lightning speed in the air. They were as fast as lightning, like rainbows. After about 7 minutes, the two landed beside the six-tailed heavenly fox with grave expressions. It really is the corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox. Seeing was believing. At this moment, they could clearly feel the lingering fiendish qi and resentment of the six-tailed heavenly fox. They had no choice but to believe it. Senior Sister Tang, look at the wound on its neck. The man with the family name Deng pointed to the neat wound on the six-tailed heavenly fox's neck, and his expression changed slightly. What a fast saber. Tang Dan could not help exclaiming when she saw it. This saber strike was extremely fast and boundlessly sharp, containing a strong saber intent. A scene appeared in her mind. A bladesman holding a saber flew over in the night sky. A sharp saber intent spread out from the saber in his hand, turning into a saber light that illuminated the entire night sky. The saber light flickered. In the next moment, the six-tailed heavenly fox's head fell from the sky. The man with the family name Deng released a safety signal, and the other dragon race cultivators rushed over. When they saw the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse, they all sighed. Senior Sister Tang, this person does not seem to be dead. Just at this moment, someone discovered that Xiao Qian was not dead. However, his aura was extremely weak and hard to detect. What? Tang Dan's figure flashed and she had the others move back. Then she looked at Xiao Qian's pale complexion. There was no life force flowing in Xiao Qian's body. He did not seem alive. Let me take a look. Tang Dan showed a cautious expression as she carefully walked over and placed her hand on Xiao Qian's pulse. Chapter 1871. Tang Dan placed her right hand on Xiao Qian's pulse. After a while, she revealed a strange expression. This fellow is quite lucky. To think that he could survive the six-tailed heavenly fox's attack. He has delicate features and looks quite young. I don't know where it came from. A group of people looked at Xiao Qin and discussed him. They were very curious about him. Senior brother Deng. At that moment, the man with the surname Deng felt that something was strange. He walked over from the six-tailed heavenly fox's side. He had a smile on his face. It was clear that he was in a good mood. When he saw the strange expression on Tang Dan's face, he asked, "Senior Sister Tang, what's wrong?" Tang Dan did not let go. She said somewhat uncertainly, "This person's body, his body has dense demonic qi. He is severely injured. It looks like he fought with the heavenly fox. He must have fought for a long time to leave behind such injuries. Furthermore, he is a bladesman, so it is very likely that..." The underlying meaning was clear. It was very likely that the six-tailed heavenly fox had died at this person's hands. Right after the man with the family name Deng spoke, the smile on his face immediately vanished. He said sullenly, "That's impossible. This six-tailed heavenly fox must have died at the hands of some expert." Furthermore, that expert did not care about the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse at all. He left behind this mess and left in a hurry. Look at this person. No matter how I look at it, he is just a middle-stage star venerate. How could he kill the six-tailed heavenly fox? The man with the surname Deng showed a decisive expression, insisting that the six-tailed heavenly fox was definitely not killed by Xiao Qin. The reason for this was simple. If it was killed by Xiao Qin, then this six-tailed heavenly fox would no longer be ownerless. I feel that what senior brother Deng said makes sense. Even a holy venerate would find it hard to kill a six-tailed heavenly fox. How could it die at the hands of a star venerate? It's an overlord-class ferocious beast after all. Furthermore, it's the cunning and troublesome six-tailed heavenly fox. It's really impossible. Won't we know after waking him up? Some people agreed with the man's surname Deng, while others suggested that they should save Xiao Qin first. However, it immediately caused another round of debate. That's not good, right? If he really did kill him and his character isn't proper, then we'll be caught in our own web. That's right. Master has also warned us not to trust others easily when we're outside. But I can't just stand by and watch him die. The group of people argued endlessly, but could not come to a decision in the end, not knowing what to do. Most importantly, Tang Dan's words had caused this simple matter to become complicated. Everyone has their own selfish motives. If Xiao Qin was just an ordinary person, saving his life in passing wouldn't be a big deal at all. However, if he really killed the six-tailed heavenly fox, it would affect the distribution of benefits. It would be hard to avoid a grudge. Let's just kill him with one strike and pretend that he's already dead. A trace of killing intent flashed across the eyes of the man's surname Deng. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and stepped forward, looking like he was about to attack. The others were shocked by senior brother Deng's actions, but they didn't refute him. "Stop." Tang Dan's expression changed slightly. She shouted coldly, "What are you doing?" He also has the bloodline of the Heaven Dragon. He is of the same race as us. The Heaven Dragon lineage is weak to begin with. How can they kill each other? How can they watch others die? As soon as he said this, the others were speechless. The man's surname Deng's face was gloomy. He curled his lips, but in the end he didn't say anything and didn't push the matter further. However, no one noticed that just now. A faint red light flashed in the ring on Xiao Chen's finger, disappearing in a flash. Let's dissect the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse first. We'll keep its fur, blood, and bones. Let him keep the beast course. Even if he killed them, it wouldn't be too much for us to take them away. The others had no objections to Tang Dan's arrangement. They could all accept it. Of course, this did not include the man with the surname Deng. He was rather displeased, but Tang Dan had a righteous cause, so he could only endure it for now. After feeding Xiao Chen a medicinal pill, Tang Dan infused several wisps of true essence into Xiao Chen's body, triggering the circulation of his own true essence. This way he could recover faster and was more effective than any medicinal pill. After doing all this, Tang Dan said, "This person is severely injured. He will not wake up for a month. The two of you take care of him." All right. It was clear that Tang Dan held high prestige in this group. No one dared to object to what she said. That's all for this experiential training. We'll return immediately. After we return, check this person and see if he joined the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, Senior Sister Tang, we have not completed our mission yet. I will explain the mission to Master. Since the beast died 20 years ago, the Flaming Cloud Desert has become exceptionally dangerous. It is not advisable to split up two people to continue taking risks. Their lives are more important than the mission. Oh. The group did not hesitate. After dissecting the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse, they returned. When the man with the surname Deng saw the others hand the beast cores to Tang Dan, displeasure flashed in his eyes. The six-tailed heavenly fox's beast cores were worth cities and extremely rare. Late at night, the man with the surname Deng opened his eyes. When he saw that Tang Dan was already in closed-door cultivation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The man with the surname Deng stood up and headed for Xiao Chen. Two dragon race cultivators stood guard beside Xiao Chen, chatting softly. Senior sister is really kind. If it were me, I would definitely not save him. That's true. One six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core can be exchanged for several true dragon-grade blood transformation pills. As long as I have one true dragon blood transformation pill, my strength will probably increase by 20%. I heard that the disciples of the other palaces receive true dragon blood transformation pills as a reward. That is nothing to them. So senior sister is right. Our heaven dragon bloodline is already weak enough. How can we just watch him die? The man with the surname Deng walked over expressionlessly and said, Go and rest. I'll guard this person. When the two heard this, they quickly stood up and said, Many thanks, senior brother Deng. In that case we will take our leave first. Go then. After the two left, the man with the surname Deng's expression suddenly turned sullen. As he looked at Xiao Chen, a murderous intent reappeared in his eyes. Those two earlier did not know how valuable the six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core was. It was not something that could be exchanged for a true dragon-grade blood transformation pill but a divine dragon-grade blood transformation pill. If you die, then so be it. Why are you still breathing? How meddlesome. The man with the surname Deng cautiously looked at Xiao Chen. Then he bent over and placed his hand on Xiao Chen's pulse. The man with the surname Deng wanted to shatter Xiao Chen's internal organs and end his life force. He wanted to aggravate Xiao Chen's injuries and make it look like he died of natural causes. I'm sorry? The man with the surname Deng said sullenly and prepared to make a move. What are you doing? Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly as he looked at the other party. You. This startled the man with the surname Deng. He had not expected Xiao Chen to wake up so suddenly. After the shock, the man showed a ferocious expression as he said, I want you dead. However, just as the man was about to use his veritable essence energy to shatter Xiao Chen's heart meridian, he was horrified to discover something. At some point in time, Xiao Chen had grasped the man's pulse with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! A weak but incredibly tyrannical strand of veritable essence energy entered the man with the surname Deng's body through the heart meridian. The man with the surname Deng immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest. He could not help screaming in pain. This scream sounded exceptionally ear-piercing late at night, startling everyone. What's wrong? Tang Dan asked with a frown as she led a group of people over. He wants to kill me. The man with the surname Deng said as he let go and pointed at Xiao Chen. However, the man with the surname Deng suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen had already closed his eyes at some point in time. Xiao Chen's breathing was very weak, showing no signs of waking up. Junior brother Deng Yun, are you joking? I really did not. He clearly opened his eyes earlier and grasped my heart meridian. I swear. Deng Yun found this unbelievable. He pushed Xiao Chen hard and said, Wake up. Stop pretending to be dead. Stop. Tang Dan quickly stopped Deng Yun. Then she said sullenly, Junior brother Deng, I know that you want to obtain the heavenly fox beast core to break through your bottleneck. However, there is no need to use such despicable means to ruin your reputation. I'm not. He really wants to kill me. Tang Dan looked at Deng Yun coldly. I think you are the one who wants to kill him. You still have not explained to me why you are here. Senior brother Deng took the initiative to help us take care of this person. The other two immediately spoke up when they saw that Tang Dan was angry. Deng Yun immediately became speechless, not knowing what to say. Tang Dan glanced indifferently at Deng Yun and said, There's no need to explain. This will not happen again. If he really did not kill the six-tailed heavenly fox, I will definitely give you a share of the true dragon blood transformation pill that I exchanged for the beast core. From now on, I will personally take care of this person. The commotion came to an end. Deng Yun left with an unsightly expression. Tang Dan ordered people to carry Xiao Chen to her tent. Cassia. After entering the tent, the sword in Tang Dan's hand flashed with azure light. She pressed it against Xiao Chen's chest at an extremely fast speed and said coldly, Stop pretending. I know you are awake. Sword intent encased Xiao Chen's entire body. As she circulated her veritable essence energy, a faint murderous intent flashed in Tang Dan's eyes. If Xiao Chen still did not open his eyes, the sword chi would mince his entire body into shreds when she swung her sword. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. He did not say anything, only looking at Tang Dan. Answer whatever I ask. Even though Tang Dan already knew that Xiao Chen had woken up, she still felt somewhat shocked when she saw this scene for herself. During the day she had checked on Xiao Chen's injuries. They were extremely severe. She would need at least a month to wake up. However, she did not expect Xiao Chen to wake up that very night. What do you want to ask? Xiao Chen answered calmly, not showing any panic in his eyes. Did you kill the six-tailed heavenly fox? Yes. Xiao Chen's simple answer startled Tang Dan slightly. After the shock passed, she found it unbelievable. However what? Tang Dan pressed. Wuxia. Just as Tang Dan pressed, Xiao Chen suddenly stood up and allowed the sword to pierce through his chest. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. Shock flashed in Tang Dan's eyes. Her mind paused for a moment. By the time she startled to her senses, Xiao Chen had already formed the 7-kill seal and placed a finger on her forehead. Xiao Chen's terrifying killing intent immediately strengthened sevenfold. Like a surging flood, it poured into Tang Dan's body. The killing intent filled every corner of Tang Dan's body, instantly restraining her, preventing her from moving. The terrifying killing intent made breathing difficult for Tang Dan, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Chen let go and stood up. Then, he slowly drew his sword and said indifferently, "However, I do not like it when others point their swords at me." Chapter 1872. Every time the sword was drawn, Xiao Chen's complexion paled. Tang Dan, who watched this scene from a close distance, appeared even paler than Xiao Chen's, completely stunned. Whoosh! After a while, the sword in Xiao Chen's hand was completely drawn. Then he casually tossed it to the side. Then he stopped the bleeding, treated his injuries and moved his body. After doing all that, Xiao Chen looked at Tang Dan, who was restrained by the 7-kill seal. With a thought, Xiao Chen's left hand moved continuously. Then he released the horrifying killing chi that had accumulated in Tang Dan's body. If he did not release it, the 7-kill seal would not be able to suppress it and Xiao Chen would not be able to control it. At that time, even if Tang Dan did not die, she would be severely injured. Clearly that was not what Xiao Chen wanted to see, nor was it his goal. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Dan held her chest and coughed intensely. Then she revealed a horrified gaze as she looked at Xiao Chen. This was the first time she saw such a terrifying person in her life. Xiao Chen's cultivation was clearly not high, but the feeling that he gave off was even more horrifying than when she faced her master. "Why did you not kill me?" Tang Dan looked at Xiao Chen, confusion flashing in her eyes. Xiao Chen found a place to sit down. Then he said calmly, "Although I would have woken up even if you had not appeared, you still saved my life. My demonic pet told me everything that happened, so I definitely would not have killed you." If Tang Dan had not appeared and did not draw in Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, he would have been unconscious for another 10 days or so. With the help of external forces, waking up became very simple. After sleeping for a few days, Xiao Chen's injuries had already healed significantly with the help of his bloodline power. His injuries were not as severe as Tang Dan imagined. The recovery ability of the dragon race bloodline was extraordinary in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline, which was even more extraordinary. "Second, I have some things to ask you. Let's see if we can make a deal." A wary look flashed in Tang Dan's eyes as she looked at Xiao Chen. "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Divine Dragon Empire?" Xiao Chen. "I came to the Divine Dragon Empire to meet someone. Even if I told you my second purpose, you would not believe me, so I will not say it." Xiao Chen told the other party the truth, not hiding anything. He continued, "Let's cut to the chase. I bear you no ill will. Although I killed that 6-tailed heavenly fox, I can give you its beast core. I don't need it." "You?" Tang Dan's intuition told her that Xiao Chen was not lying. Most importantly, she felt that Xiao Chen had a powerful aura. It made her feel that Xiao Chen had no need to lie to her. "What do you want to know?" After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Dan reluctantly agreed to Xiao Chen's request. As long as it was not a secret, she could tell Xiao Chen everything she knew. In reality, Tang Dan was just a minor character in the vast Divine Dragon Empire. She did not know any secrets. "Tell me about the current situation in the Divine Dragon Empire and how to get to Ancestor Dragon City." On hearing that, Tang Dan revealed a surprised expression. This was not a secret. Basically, every dragon race cultivator knew about it. While Tang Dan found it strange, she organized her thoughts and gave a simple explanation. Xiao Qin listened seriously, not missing a single word. When he heard the end, his expression turned somewhat grave. To think that Ancestor Dragon City was not open to the public. There was only one sect in the vast Divine Dragon Empire. Interestingly, this sect was also called the Dragon's Gate. One could enter Ancestor Dragon City only by entering the inner sect. Tang Dan was not clear about the inner sect situation. She only knew that entering the inner sect was a supreme honor. As for the outer sect, it was divided into 7 palaces. They were the Golden Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, the Blue Dragon Palace, the Red Dragon Palace, the Grey Dragon Palace, and the Heaven Dragon Palace. While these 7 outer palaces were called the Outer Sect, in reality, any one of them equaled the strength of a peak rank 6 sect outside. Only those with the 6-colored divine dragons or extremely high-quality true dragon bloodlines could enter the first 6 palaces, rejecting mixed blood dragons. From top to bottom, all the palaces were controlled by nobles with divine dragon bloodlines. As for the Heaven Dragon Palace, while its name sounded nice, in reality, the disciples it took in were all mixed blood dragon bloodlines. The Heaven Dragon Palace had the most people but the lowest status in the dragon race. The resources they enjoyed were also insufficient. In this nation that valued bloodlines, mixed blood dragon bloodlines were like commoners in a mundane nation. Their statuses were exceptionally awkward. Tang Dan's group was an inner palace disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. They had come out for experiential training under orders. I want to join the Heaven Dragon Palace. Is there any way to clear my identity? After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin directly stated his purpose. Tang Dan gave Xiao Qin a strange look and said, "You are overthinking. Just join the Heaven Dragon Palace. Who would go out of their way to investigate a dragon race cultivator with a mixed blood dragon bloodline?" These words were somewhat implicit. In other words, Xiao Qin thought too highly of himself. The mixed blood dragon bloodline had a very low presence in the entire Divine Dragon Empire, practically negligible. No one would go out of their way to investigate. Xiao Qin did not mind. He asked softly, "Is there? If there is, I can give you a treasure that is no less valuable than the Heavenly Fox's beast core." Seeing how persistent Xiao Qin was, Tang Dan's words sounded very tempting. Tang Dan could not help seriously thinking about it. After a while she said, "Naturally there is a way. The Divine Dragon Empire has the most mixed blood dragon cultivators. It would not be difficult to forge an identity. I want it to be flawless. No matter how you check, you will not be able to find any flaws," Xiao Qin said seriously, emphasizing his tone. Startled by Xiao Qin's stance, Tang Dan clenched her teeth and said, "I guarantee that it will be flawless." Deal. Whoosh. Right after speaking, Xiao Qin tossed a brocade box to Tang Dan. Inside it was a spirit herb that he found in the Withered Leaf City Lord's ring. It was more than 10,000 years old and could increase soul energy and strengthen the will of soul. Soul-stabilizing grass. Tang Dan opened the brocade box and her eyes lit up. Then she revealed a shocked expression. She had not expected Xiao Qin to casually toss out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Living in the resource-deprived Heaven Dragon Palace had startled Tang Dan considerably. She could not help feeling even more curious about Xiao Qin's origins. However, since the other party did not say anything, she did not dare to ask. Suddenly she thought of why Xiao Qin wanted a perfect identity. Entering Ancestor Dragon City? Right, that must be it. After entering the inner sect, it would be impossible not to attract attention. One needed a flawless identity. "You?" Tang Dan exclaimed hoarsely, startled by her own thoughts. As she looked at Xiao Qin, she could not help crying out. "It's settled then. I will stay here with you and recuperate for a period of time." However, Xiao Qin showed no intention of explaining. He lay down and went to sleep, appearing somewhat tyrannical. This fellow. In Tang Dan's eyes, Xiao Qin appeared somewhat shameless. She clenched her teeth and walked out of the tent. After leaving the tent, Tang Dan shook her head and went to where Deng Yun was. At this moment, the incomparably gloomy Deng Yun felt extremely aggrieved. He went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he fail to kill Xiao Qin, but he even got captured in public. What was even more embarrassing was that he was injured by Xiao Qin and couldn't refute. Heavenly Fox Beast Core. Thinking of the Beast Core, Deng Yun clenched his fist, and a trace of deep unwillingness flashed in his eyes. The Heaven Dragon Palace lacked resources in the first place. As a mixed blood dragon, the resources that Xiao Qin enjoyed could not compare to those of the 6-colored divine dragons or those true dragon cultivators. Even if they put in the same or even more effort, they might not be able to obtain as much as the disciples of the other 6 palaces. Even the main palace takes care of those true dragon disciples. It was not easy for him to obtain such an opportunity, and he was unwilling to let it slip away just like that. Junior brother Dang. Just at this moment, Tang Dan suddenly appeared, startling Dang Yun awake, and he hurriedly stood up to welcome her. Senior sister Tang, I promise I won't do it again. You don't have to come and warn me again. However, I still have to say that that person is indeed awake. Furthermore, he is extraordinarily strong. When Deng Yun saw Tang Dan, he felt somewhat embarrassed. However, he did not try to explain anything. I'm not talking to you about that. Take it. Tang Dan stretched out her hand and handed the 6-tailed heavenly fox's beast core to Deng Yun. Then she said, you and I both know that this beast core can be exchanged for a divine dragon-grade blood transformation pill. Actually, I can understand why you did this. Deng Yun received the beast core and was stunned. Senior sister, take it. One divine dragon-grade blood transformation pill should be able to help you break through the bottleneck and advance to consummation star venerate. In the future, your chances of breaking through to holy venerate will increase by 10%. Deng Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. He did not know what to say. Inside Tang Dan's tent, Xiaoqun opened his eyes and entered deep thought. His divine sense had seen everything that had happened. This woman is indeed very charming. No wonder she has such prestige in the team. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get the experiential training team to return willingly with just a few words. At the same time, Xiaoqun felt somewhat shocked. The low status of mixed blood dragons somewhat surpassed his expectations. Chapter 1873. Early the next morning, after Tang Dan's group made some simple preparations, they rode on their savage beasts and continued their journey in the desert. Savage beasts were huge beasts with fiendish demon bloodlines. They moved as fast as they could in the desert. After storing up power, savage beasts could fly for a short period of time, several times faster than fired arrows. Savage beasts were much better than war chariots or spirit boats. The group traveled in silence, not saying much. As for Xiaoqun, he shared a savage beast with Tang Dan. The savage beast had a very wide back. If Xiaoqun did not fear falling, he could even sit cross-legged without any problems. Seeing that Xiaoqun had already woken up, the others occasionally looked at Xiaoqun, feeling exceptionally curious. This white-robed bladesman lying beside the 6-tailed heavenly fox was a mystery to them. Tang Dan did not say much about Xiaoqun, which piqued their curiosity. Deng Yun, who was traveling alongside Tang Dan, occasionally glanced at Xiaoqun, feeling somewhat upset. Last night, Deng Yun had learned from Tang Dan that Xiaoqun had killed the 6-tailed heavenly fox. He did not believe it at all. However, no matter what, this beast core ended up in his hands. Deng Yun had to properly thank Tang Dan. He had to remember this favor and repay it when he broke through to the holy venerate stage in the future. With this thought, Deng Yun decided to let it go. There was no need to lower himself to Xiaoqun's level. Naturally, Xiaoqun could not be bothered with what others thought. He closed his eyes and rested on the savage beast's back, anxiously treating his injuries. Recovering his combat prowess to its peak was the most important thing. The battle with the 6-tailed heavenly fox had taught Xiaoqun many of his shortcomings. His movement technique was still not fast enough. He had to perfect his thunder dragon steps quickly and improve it further. His horizons were still too low. After entering the Heaven Dragon Palace, he would see if he could obtain some movement technique manuals to improve his movement technique. When the sun set, a red glow filled the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. The setting sun was as beautiful as a sea of fire. The beautiful scenery of the desert made one feel carefree and relaxed. In one day the savage beast traveled 4 million kilometers. If it were a martial artist, it would take more than 3 days to travel such a long distance, and the consumption would be even greater. After 3 days of traveling day and night, Xiaoqun and the others finally walked out of the desert. They arrived in front of a majestic city next to the desert. Perhaps it was due to nature, the dragon race's cities were very tall, much larger than the Yanwu dynasty's cities. Tang Dan stated her identity. When one stepped into the Divine Dragon Empire, one would be considered to have officially entered the Divine Dragon Empire. On the streets and alleys, be it ordinary people or martial artists, they all more or less had the dragon race's bloodline. Because of his bloodline, Xiaoqun felt an indescribable sense of closeness as he walked through it. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling in the 4 years he had been in the Great Thousand Domains. After checking into an inn, Tang Dan gave some simple instructions before leaving in a hurry. The group rested on the spot and ordered a table of food and wine in the inn. Xiaoqun sat among them, pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking by himself. Whenever someone asked him about something, he would casually chat with them. They had been traveling for days, so they did not have time to ask in detail. Now that they had a rare moment of rest, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples traveling with them asked Xiaoqian all the questions they were curious about. Xiaoqian, did you really kill that six-tailed heavenly fox? This was the question that tickled everyone the most. Xiaoqian nodded and said, I guess so. However, I did not do it on my own. I had some luck. Not wanting these people to be too shocked and continue asking questions, Xiaoqian could only explain. No wonder. I was wondering how you could kill the six-tailed heavenly fox. However, it is still very difficult. Even if luck played a part, your strength is undeniable. Yes. No matter how lucky I am, it is useless without strength. Such an explanation was acceptable to the crowd, so they stopped asking. Deng Yun's expression turned somewhat unnatural, feeling somewhat upset. Logically speaking, the beast core naturally belonged to whoever killed it. However, the six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core was in Deng Yun's hands. Deng Yun still did not know that Xiaoqian had taken the initiative to hand over the beast core. Deng Yun still did not know that Xiaoqian had taken the initiative to hand over the beast core. Did you really kill that six-tailed heavenly fox? Deng Yun asked with a sharp expression as he put down his wine cup and looked at Xiaoqian. Although there was some luck, it is absolutely true. Xiaoqian did not understand why, so he repeatedly emphasized this question. However, he still repeated his answer. The atmosphere seemed somewhat off. Just when the others felt that something bad would happen, Deng Yun took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows. Then he took out a mirror box and placed it on the table. I'm returning it to you. Even without this beast core, I can still break through to Holy Venerate. Xiaoqian felt surprised. However, he said calmly, take it. I already transferred everything about the six-tailed heavenly fox to you. After Tang Dan returns, she will explain to you that this is a fair transaction. A transaction? Deng Yun looked at Xiaoqian with some surprise, not understanding what was going on. Xiaoqian did not explain too much, as Tang Dan had already appeared outside. Come with me. Tang Dan's voice projection rang out in Xiaoqian's ears. Then he put down his wine cup and left. Only the stunned crowd remained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tang Dan led Xiaoqian around the city for a long time. Finally, they stopped in a desolate alley. My clan has some power and accumulations in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, I know some channels to secretly buy and sell information or fake identities. Tang Dan looked at Xiaoqian and said, I already used my clan's connections to create an identity for you. 30 years ago, there was an average-sized Xiao clan in the north that got exterminated by underground demons. Right now, you are the sole descendant of that Xiao clan that escaped. This is your clan's jade pendant. Keep it well. Xiaoqian accepted the jade pendant. He somewhat admired Tang Dan's efficiency. It looked like the clan behind her was not simple. The jade pendant is real. This is the information on that Xiao clan. You can take a look. Many thanks. With this identity, it would be much more convenient for Xiaoqian to do things in the future. If he wanted to become an inner sect disciple, he would have to stand out and attract attention. It was too difficult not to be investigated. If they found some clues, it would be impossible for them to escape. If something happened and he could not enter Ancestor Dragon City, Xiaoqian would have come for nothing. You are too polite. However, I can tell that you are very confident. You seem to think that you will definitely stand out in the Heaven Dragon Palace and obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sect. However, I have to remind you not to be careless. Deng Yun and I are just barely at the bottom of the Heaven Dragon Palace. We are not that strong. Xiaoqian felt slightly surprised. He had been about to leave, but he stopped and asked, What do you mean? Tang Dan gave Xiaoqian a deep look. Then she continued, Above the inner sect disciples are the core disciples. Those who can become core disciples are all holy venerates. Furthermore, this is not the strongest in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Above the core disciples are the even stronger heaven-class core disciples. The Heaven Dragon Palace is not as weak as you think. For it to be an independent palace that rivals a peak rank 6 sect and has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, it naturally has its accumulations and terrifying aspects. Even if it is just a mixed blood dragon bloodline with the competition and the many layers of selection, those who can reach the top will not be weak. The empire has more than 1,000 counties. Among the mixed blood dragon bloodlines, there is no lack of large clans with heaven dragon bloodlines. The resources those people obtain from young might not be any less than those with true dragon bloodlines or divine dragon bloodlines. However, due to their bloodlines, they cannot go to the other palaces and can only choose the Heaven Dragon Palace. So take care. Xiao Chen thought for a long time. If not for Tang Dan's words, he would indeed have been careless. After all, that Jiang he was also a mixed-blood dragon. Many thanks for the reminder. It looks like I did not lose out in this transaction. Goodbye. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and smiled faintly before turning to leave. When Tang Dan returned to the inn, her junior brothers and sisters surrounded her, asking her about the transaction. Tang Dan felt somewhat helpless. After a long time she said, "Don't ask too much. This person is different from us. After returning to the Heaven Dragon Palace, don't say that you met this person. Something major will happen to him. It is best to avoid interacting with him." Tang Dan's words completely shocked this group of people, finding it somewhat inconceivable. While they drank and chatted with Xiao Chen, they did not sense anything different about Xiao Chen. Only Deng Yun recalled that night when Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, causing his soul to tremble. He felt that Tang Dan's words were probably true. This Xiao Chen was indeed different from them. Chapter 1874. Xiao Chen's and Tang Dan's group's destination was the Heaven Dragon Palace. They were going the same way but on different paths. The path that Xiao Chen wanted to take was bound to be filled with difficulties, filled with many obstacles. 2 months later, Xiao Chen appeared in the Divine Dragon Empire, in front of an ancient dragon city. The words Heaven Dragon City were written on the city gates. The Tao contained in the words heaven had already advanced to a kind of heavenly might, transcending the limits of the great Tao and reaching an even higher level. As Xiao Chen stood below the city gates and looked up, he felt that the sky was boundlessly far away. It was like the sky really was above him. The words heaven exuded might without showing any anger. Aside from Ancestor Dragon City, there were only 7 complete ancient dragon cities in the Divine Dragon Empire. Each of them had at least 1,000,000 years of history. When the immortal epoch collapsed, all the past civilizations and inheritances had turned to dust. However, some ancient buildings remained. When the martial epoch rose, people discovered them and passed them on. Now, the 7 Dragons' Gates outer palaces managed the 7 ancient dragon cities in the empire. The one managing the Heaven Dragon City was the Heaven Dragon Palace. The Dragon City before Xiao Chen was even more ancient and vast than the soaring Dragon Marquisite's county city. Upon entering the city, every street was filled with hidden Taoist rhymes. If one used their soul power to look, they would be able to sense the Taoist rhymes. When he looked with his soul energy, he would discover a bright light invisible to the naked eye, dazzling and dazzling. Boundless dragon chi spread in the sky, already turning solid, turning into thick clouds that encased the entire Heaven Dragon City. There seemed to be mysterious buildings in the purple clouds made of dragon chi. They contained supreme dragon might, aloof, giving people immense pressure. Several buildings on both sides of the streets were made of many inherited Tao tools. The complete Taoist rhymes were interconnected, and under the communication of the internal array formation, they formed a stable Taoist rhyme small world. That was to say, these buildings did not look large. After entering, one would discover a completely different world. Perhaps a building that looked only 100 meters tall might hide a mountain range after entering. Clearly, these were the major clans of the empire, using them as a facade. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary faction to casually use an inherited Tao tool in such a manner. The Heaven Dragon Palace was located at the very center of this ancient dragon city. It was surrounded by mountains that towered into the clouds. Xiao Chen had calculated the time and rushed over. Today was the day when the Heaven Dragon Hall was recruiting disciples. Dragon race cultivators who came to participate in the test crowded outside the gates of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Some were like Xiao Chen middle-stage Star Venerate experts. Of course, there were even more early-stage Star Venerate disciples. There were also quite a number of late-stage Star Venerates. Such a scene indeed made people sigh. A 6th-rank sect was indeed different. In other sects, Star Venerates were already true inheritors. However, everyone here was a Star Venerate. If one were not a Star Venerate, one would not even be qualified to set foot in this mountain, much less enter the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, after thinking about it, this was normal. After all, the Divine Dragon Empire was one of the 8 great empires of the Central Great Realm, a huge faction. As Xiao Chen stood before the gates of the Heaven Dragon Palace, he sighed ruefully. If the Blue Dragon bloodline still existed, he would be joining the Blue Dragon Palace. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. To think that no one recognized the Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen could only join the Heaven Dragon Palace, which mainly consisted of mixed-blood dragons. One day he would re-establish the Blue Dragon Palace and restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen frowned heavily as he swore in his heart. Another year, the Heaven Dragon Palace is recruiting disciples. This time it seems to be even livelier than before. That is natural. I heard that the slots to enter the inner sect will be decided after 1 year. Many of the clan disciples who do not lack resources have to join the Dragon's Gate's outer palace first if they want to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City, the gathering place of many dragons. Only there can one come into contact with the core inheritance of the dragon race. However, we can forget about it. Early-stage star venerates can only become outer palace disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Middle-stage star venerates and late-stage star venerates can try to join the inner palace. Outside the gates, the place was bustling with discussions. Boom. Just at this moment, an incredibly berserk aura came from the distance. The crowd turned their heads to look. They saw 8 horses pulling a war chariot in the north. A youth with a cold expression sat on the war chariot. The youth appeared calm and composed, exuding a terrifying dragon might from his body. That was the aura of a true dragon bloodline. When the true dragon might leaked out slightly, it kicked up a strong wind, deeply shocking the mixed blood dragon bloodline cultivators. That is Fang Qianyi, the Flaming Cloud County's Fang clan's young master. He possesses a grade 5 true dragon bloodline. How terrifying. To think that he is already a holy venerate. With his cultivation, he can probably become a core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Core disciple. Tang Dan had said that becoming an inner palace disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace might seem impressive, but in reality, they were not worth mentioning. In reality, he was not even worth mentioning. Before the core disciples, he had no status at all. Only by becoming a core disciple could one be promoted to a Heaven-class core disciple and receive the focus of the Heaven Dragon Palace's nurturing. Outer Palace Disciple, Inner Palace Disciple, Core Disciple, Heaven-class Core Disciple. Every step was a hurdle like a sieve. Every hurdle would eliminate 99% of the people. Ordinary people might not be able to become a core disciple even after working hard for their entire lives. If one could directly become a core disciple, it would be like reaching the heavens in one step. The moment Fang Qianyi appeared, he immediately attracted many envious gazes. True dragon bloodline, rich clan disciple, holy venerate cultivation and strong talent. Everything about him was worthy of envy. Xiaoqun felt shocked in his heart. The scene before him verified Tang Dan's words once again. The Heaven Dragon Palace could not be underestimated. Following the appearance of Fang Qianyi, many disciples of the clans also showed up. As expected, all of them were holy venerates. Clearly, these people were aiming for a core disciple spot. These people did not lack resources in the first place. They were not as desperate as the mixed blood dragon cultivators to join the Heaven Dragon Palace. All they cared about was the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City at the end of the year. Their goal was the same as Xiao Chen's. The slots were limited. Since everyone wanted to enter, it would be hard to avoid competition, becoming rivals. As these rich clan disciples appeared, the atmosphere slowly changed. These rich clan disciples looked at the other holy venerates with hostile expressions and arrogance in their eyes. Some of these people even had old grudges. If not for entering the Heaven Dragon Palace, they would have already started fighting. Friends who want to join my Heaven Dragon Palace and participate in the Outer Palace Disciple Test, take the small path on the left. Those who want to participate in the Inner Palace Disciple Test, take the small path on the right. As for a resonant voice rang out in the hazy purple clouds in the sky. Then many holy venerates flew down from the sky. These people were the core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. They were in charge of this test and the guide. As for those who want to be promoted to core disciple, stay where you are. Let me see how many people there are. One of the young cultivators swept his gaze around, inspiring fear in everyone. The many cultivators in front of the mountain gates immediately fell silent. This was a demonic genius who was a peak early-stage holy venerate. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The dense veritable essence energy in this person's body made him feel as dazzling as the red sun. It was vast, dense and dense. This person's veritable essence energy had been refined countless times. It was boundlessly strong and incredibly vast. With one look, it was clear that this person was not an ordinary holy venerate. It looked like Tang Dan's warning to Xiao Chen was still somewhat conservative. After coming to the central great realm, Xiao Chen could no longer use the standards of the outside world. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon Empire was an elite empire with only dragon race cultivators and no ordinary people. It was simply too easy to produce geniuses and outstanding talents. Furthermore, this central great realm was in the center of the Great Thousand Realms, possessing all the luck. The environment and the level of space here were naturally much higher than that of the outside world. No wonder the people of the other great realms mostly remained unknown when they came to the central great realm, dying with regrets. There were too many geniuses in this place. No wonder Tang Dan revealed an extremely shocked expression when she guessed that Xiao Chen wanted to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Why would Xiao Chen need to disguise himself? He was just a star-venerate mixed-blood dragon. No one would pay attention to him at all. This person is Yi Qinyun, a grade 6 true dragon bloodline. 10 years ago he comprehended the sword Great Dao. The most terrifying rumor about him is that he killed 10 evil Dao holy venerates when he was still a star venerate 2 years ago. I heard that as well. I heard that he grew stronger the more he fought. Finally he broke through the bottleneck of star venerate in one go. After that battle, his name spread everywhere, and his luck continued to rise. He ran into many fortuitous encounters, and indeed, he is already on the verge of breaking through to middle stage holy venerate. The scariest thing is that his veritable essence energy is very pure and vast. Who knows how many resources he refined to achieve such an effect. Seeing Yi Qinyun step forward, the many young cultivators preparing to be promoted to core disciple started discussing him. As Yi Qinyun stood on the tall platform, he exuded an overwhelming pride that did not scatter. As he looked around he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. To think that there are close to 50 of them. This is truly the most in the past. The attraction of Ancestor Dragon City is indeed extraordinary. However, in my Heaven Dragon Palace, not everyone who is a holy venerate is a core disciple." Wait. Suddenly Yi Qinyun's expression changed slightly. His gaze fell on Xiao Chen as he shouted coldly, "Where did this little mixed-blood dragon come from? Did you not hear what I said?" Right after Yi Qinyun spoke, many gazes immediately landed on the white-clad Xiao Chen. Among the group of holy venerates, Xiao Chen, who was a middle-stage star venerate with no bloodline, was invisible in the first place. Yi Qinyun's cold shout made him stand out. Chapter 1875. I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? If you want to enter the outer hall, go left. If you want to enter the inner hall, go right. Is this not a place for you to stay? Seeing that Xiao Chen did not immediately respond, a disciple beside Yi Qinyun scolded him. This disciple was a holy venerate and a core disciple. Naturally, this scolding was very imposing. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely feel fear and trepidation, quickly apologizing and leaving. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He only asked indifferently, "Is there a rule in the sect? Can't a middle-stage star venerate take the test to become a core disciple directly?" However, even if there were, Xiao Chen would not leave. He had wandered the world for 4 years, risking his life and going through all sorts of dangerous situations. All of this was for the sake of entering Ancestor Dragon City. It was not easy for him to obtain his current cultivation and strength. How could he waste any more time? Xiao Chen's goal was clear. He was here to become a core disciple. If others could take the test directly, he could. While it looked like a question, Xiao Chen did not lower his tone at all as he faced Yi Qinyun. Yi Qinyun felt slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so bold. Where did this fool come from? I say, are you purely here to seek trouble? Yi Qinyun did not say anything. However, the person beside him felt somewhat dissatisfied. He stepped forward, wanting to chase Xiao Chen away. Whoosh! That person gently took a step forward. It was unknown what movement technique he used, but he seemed to shrink the ground and miraculously appeared before Xiao Chen. That person waved his hand, wanting to lift Xiao Chen up and toss him out. Scram! Xiao Chen felt slightly angry in his heart. Despite moving later, he arrived first, throwing a punch. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body as he instantly brought out the divine dragon war body. The dragon veins and dragon bones in his body crackled. Countless claps of thunder roared, sounding ear-splitting. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged, and his physical body roared like a dragon. When he punched, he brought out 30 cauldron force. Bang! 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 A loud sound erupted. The force contained in Xiao Chen's fist seemed to pierce through space, landing on that person's chest first. It looked like the moment Xiao Chen extended his fist, that person took the initiative to charge over. Puchi. This person was caught off guard and was struck solidly. Several of the bones in his chest cracked and broke. His entire body was sent flying back. When he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wah! The crowd all felt stunned. The might of one punch knocked back a holy venerate. No wonder. It turns out that he also cultivates his physical body. His punch probably has 30 cauldron strength. He hasn't even used his fist technique yet, which is indeed impressive. No wonder he has the confidence to compete for a core disciple. However, that's all there is to it. In the end, my cultivation base is still my weakness. We can still catch everyone off guard, but it's hard to say if we're on guard. That's right. That core disciple was at a disadvantage because he was careless. He didn't even use his quintessence to protect himself. Apart from cultivation, which of the martial artists who came here to participate in the assessment doesn't have a trump card? After the others came to their senses, they commented on Xiao Chen's punch just now. In any case, regardless of whether he was careless or careless, Xiao Chen's punch had indeed proved that he was qualified to participate in the assessment. After that person suffered a disadvantage, he wanted to continue. However, Yi Qinyun stopped him and sent a voice projection to him. What are you doing? Uncle is watching from up there. Do you still want to embarrass yourself? Yi Qinyun gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then he smiled and said, Not bad. I made an error in judgment. Let me answer your earlier question. Although the sect does not have any hard and fast rules as the gatekeeper, I still have the authority to ask someone to leave if they are clearly not strong enough. Do you still have any questions? Yi Qinyun's aloof attitude elicited disdain from some of the disciples of the large clans who came to take the assessment. Xiao Chen did not answer the other party. He asked indifferently, Do you still have any questions about my strength? Ah, well said. Yi Qinyun, don't flaunt your seniority putting on airs before us. After today we will be competitors, fighting for the heaven-class core disciple spots together. You are not much stronger than us. The one who spoke was a youth with an unrestrained sharpness. He had straight eyebrows, wore azure and held a sword. Xiao Jinyu. Yi Qinyun frowned slightly. This person came from the south. His father managed 3 counties and his clan had deep accumulations. In terms of cultivation resources, Xiao Jinyu's conditions were even better than Yi Qinyun's. He was not inferior to Yi Qinyun at all. There were many people with similar statuses like that Fang Tianyi. These people came here for only one purpose, to use the spots for the Heaven Dragon Palace to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Let's begin. Stop being long-winded. Yi Qinyun, are you a woman? Fang Tianyi said indifferently with a cold expression from the war chariot. Come with me then. Yi Qinyun felt upset in his heart. However, he knew that his cultivation could not suppress this group of rich clan disciples. This small storm ended here. Everyone followed Yi Qinyun to the main road in the middle, a flight of steps that led to the summit. The Heavenly Dragon Palace's main gate was at the highest point of Heavenly Dragon City. With every step Xiao Chen took, he could get a clearer view of the city below. Walking among them, one would naturally have a feeling of being high above others. As for the left and right sides, they were small paths that were level and smooth, nothing special about them. Senior Brother Yi, the people who came to participate in the assessment this time are really arrogant. Forget about those rich and powerful disciples. Never mind those rich clan disciples, but they are just mixed-blood loose cultivators. To think that they dare to climb up to the top and consider everyone else beneath them. One of the Heaven Dragon Palace core disciples that Xiao Chen injured in front said angrily. That is just a clown. He is nothing. The ones we really need to pay attention to are that Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, and the others. These rich clan disciples all have significant backgrounds and extraordinary strength. They are all aiming for the heaven-class core disciple position. At that time, they might become Senior Brother Yi's competitors. When Yi Qinyun heard that, he snorted coldly and said, They are just a bunch of dancing clowns who have not seen the true world. They are still too inexperienced to compete with me. The Heaven Dragon Palace has stood for so many years. It is not as simple as they think. The so-called rich clans are just frogs in a well in their own territory. I'll just bear with it for now. When I break through to middle stage Holy Venerate, I can trample them to death at any time. Whoever fights with me for the heaven-class core disciple position will only die. Compared to the other outer palaces, the competition in the Heaven Dragon Palace was even more intense and cruel. If mixed blood dragons and true dragon bloodlines wanted to succeed in the Divine Dragon Empire, they would have to pay a much higher price than Divine Dragon bloodlines. As Xiao Chen walked on the steps, he secretly observed the others. The people who came to take the test this time were all experts. Some of them were exceptionally strong, not even caring about Yi Qinyun. Although Xiao Chen did not feel any pressure in his heart, he felt a sense of urgency. Now that he was in the Heaven Dragon Palace, he could no longer hide his strength. When it was time to fight, he had to fight. When it was time to establish his might, he had to do so. Otherwise, why would the sect give you resources and give you the heaven-class core disciple position? Without potential or strength, the sect would not do a losing deal. Xiao Chen also felt curious about what method the Heaven Dragon Palace would use to test his group of people. He vaguely sensed that there were too many of them and that there would be very few core disciple positions. Whoosh! Suddenly the thick fog on the tall mountain scattered. Xiao Chen looked around casually and discovered that his group had already arrived at a plaza without him realizing it. The plaza was paved with divine materials and was incredibly tough. Even a full-powered sword strike from a holy venerate might not leave a mark on it. A person sat on a throne carved with dragon motifs on the tall platform in the center of the plaza. This person exuded the aura of a sovereign. He was the king of people. The third and final stage of the Cloud Sea realm, the sovereign stage. This person did not do anything. He just looked at Xiao Chen's group, and they felt immense pressure. There was a saying in comprehending the Tao and cultivating. First become a human, then become a god. This person before Xiao Chen was already a king of people, reaching the limits of humans. Moving up to the divine vein realm was no longer a matter of humans. One had to forge the physical body into a divine body step by step, in preparation to ignite the divine flame and become a faux god. Why could ordinary people inherit the faux god flame but not use it or forcibly absorb it? This was because their bodies were still human bodies, not divine bodies. When the divine flame burned, it would not burn the enemy to death but the body itself. Xiao Chen could only store the divine flame in his body and slowly absorb it after he advanced to the divine vein realm. I am one of the Heaven Dragon Palace's heaven-class elders. You can just address me as Elder Tian Yun. I am your chief examiner this time. The old man scanned the crowd and had a rough idea of the situation. Then he said, there are a total of 3 tests. There are only 10 slots for you all. What? These words shocked everyone. Nearly all of the 50-odd people were holy venerates, and the Heaven Dragon Palace only wanted 10. That was to say, 40 of them would be eliminated. The first stage begins. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Elder Tian Yun suddenly threw a palm strike. This palm strike contained the will of soul of a sovereign personage. When this palm strike flew out, mountains howled and seas roared, rumbling endlessly. The sky changed color, and the plaza flickered between bright and dark. A strong wind blew, and different mysterious phenomena appeared before everyone's eyes. Some were majestic and ancient cities, some were great desolate and ferocious beasts, some were colossal dragons holding up the sky, and some were even more shocking. It was a treasure sword that could split the world and break through the primal chaos. Xiao Chen faced a colossal claw that tore through the sky. The claws were sharp, flickering with a strange, cold light. If Xiao Chen were one step slower, his physical body would be torn apart. He would be severely injured on the spot, unable to stand up again. Elder Tian Yun's sudden attack caught even Xiao Chen off guard. By the time Xiao Chen reacted, the colossal claw was already above his head. There was no time for Xiao Chen to react at all. The might contained in the claw even invaded his body. Break. Xiao Chen's cultivation was not outstanding. However, in terms of combat experience, practically no one in the same generation could defeat him. A melodious saber hum came from Xiao Chen's body almost instinctively, and the saber Dao's great Dao energy spread out. A Dao disc appeared behind Xiao Chen, and the great Dao energy appeared. Xiao Chen's aura changed, becoming like a powerful treasure saber that shone with a resplendent light and a sharp light. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber. The tip of the saber struck the weakest spot of the colossal claw, shattering it. A huge force surged through Xiao Chen's body. He nearly could not endure it and got knocked back. Elder Tian Yun's heart could not help but tremble. Furthermore, this was only when Elder Tian Yun split his palm strike into 50. If he faced one person alone, Xiao Chen knew that he would not be able to block it at all and would be finished. When the mysterious phenomena vanished, 10 odd people out of the 50 were sent flying and tumbling down the mountain, vomiting blood. Trash. You relied on the clan's resources to raise your cultivation. Such trash cannot even enter the inner palace. Elder Tian Yun did not even bother to look at those people. His gaze landed on the crowd. Not bad. You all did not waste the resources that your clans gave you for being able to block my palm strike. Even if you fail the test, I will give you a reserve position, above the inner palace disciples. Everyone present withdrew their initial arrogance. As they looked at Elder Tian Yun, their expressions were more or less the same as Xiao Chen's. Chen Yun smiled coldly at the side. However, when he saw Xiao Chen among them, he could not help a strange expression flashing in his eyes. Continue. Those who can take 10 steps forward will pass the second stage. Chapter 1876. After taking 10 steps, one would be considered to have passed the second stage. Just as everyone felt confused, they heard a sword hum. A blue ring of light radiated from Elder Tianyun's throne. Bang! The ring of light swept out, and an irresistible force knocked everyone, including Xiao Chen, into the air. Kaxie! 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 The Dao disc behind Xiao Chen shattered. The other cultivators who comprehended great Dao energy ended up like Xiao Chen. The Dao discs behind them shattered immediately. As for the few who had not comprehended great Dao energy, they immediately fell to their knees and vomited a mouthful of blood. This was the first time Xiao Chen's expression changed. As he looked at Elder Tianyun on the throne, shock flashed in his eyes. What a terrifying Dao might. The person with the strongest Dao might Xiao Chen had seen before was the little monk Yanqin. However, not only did this Elder Tianyun's Dao might surpass the little monk's, but his usage of it was even more proficient, nearly reaching the limits of the Sword Dao's great Dao energy. This Elder Tianyun was not simple. He might even be stronger than the soaring dragon Marquis. His lifespan was at least 1,000 years. The heavy and vast Dao might was like a toy in Elder Tianyun's hand, easily controlling it. It happened to be right in front of Xiao Chen and the others. Not one step more, not one step less. This was an even more horrifying method than the Dao might. Let's begin. Stop wasting time, Elder Tianyun said casually as he looked at the crowd. Elder Tianyun said casually as he looked at the crowd. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then he used his hand to push forward and immediately felt a formless resistance. As Elder Tianyun pushed his hand forward, space rippled like water. It looked like his hand was in water, turning blurry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment someone took 3 steps forward. It was Xiao Jinyu who mocked Yi Qinyun earlier. Xiao Jinyu's body was like a sword as he stood ramrod straight. His aura condensed into a line, turning into the tip of a sword as he stood proudly. This action immediately prompted the hesitant people to step forward, wanting to enter the area where Elder Tianyun's Dao might spread out. At this moment, everyone knew that this Elder Tianyun before them was a major character. This was the time to show off and no one wanted to be left behind. However, when they actually entered, it was not as simple as they had imagined. They had only taken 2 steps when they were covered in wounds and blood. It was a sword wound. This was the great Dao of the sword. As he advanced forward, his body was constantly being injured by the sword will. If he were to advance rashly without using his true essence to protect his body, he would probably die here before he even finished 10 steps. Most people had difficulty advancing. However, there were also people like Xiao Jinyu who advanced easily. The Flaming Cloud County's Fang Tianyi, the Qin clan's young master, Qin Yan, and a few others were not willing to fall behind. They brought out all they had and were just short of activating their bloodlines, wanting to surpass Xiao Jinyu. However, Xiao Jinyu was 1 step faster. He did not rush or slow, taking things slow and steady. However, after taking 5 steps, the pressure of the Dao might he faced grew stronger and stronger. With every step he took, the pressure doubled. Xiao Jinyu, who had already taken 7 steps, no longer had the calm expression on his face, turning incredibly grave. Xiao Jinyu's body gave off a resplendent sword light, clashing with the Dao might. It felt like thousands of swords clashing in his surroundings at every moment. Ding, dang, dang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out endlessly. At this point it was already incredibly difficult. Xiao Jinyu did not even dare to move his feet rashly. The others were not much better off than him. After taking 5 steps, no one was in the mood to think about how to show off. They showed grave expressions, only wanting to finish walking. Senior brother Yi, look. That person still has not taken a step. Just at this moment, the core disciple that Xiao Chen injured earlier pointed at Xiao Chen. Yi Qinyun smiled coldly and said, "That's normal. His cultivation is there for all to see. He cannot compare to the others. Even with the advantage of his physical body, he can only take 5 steps at most. If he takes another step, he will die. He knows his limits and did not act rashly. What are you thinking about? No matter how much you think, you can't possibly break through to the holy venerate stage in an instant. Quickly give up and stop embarrassing yourself here." In reality it was as they said. Due to Xiao Chen's lower cultivation, there were many drawbacks to advancing in this Dao might. If Xiao Chen activated his blue dragon bloodline, he could easily complete 10 steps. However, Xiao Chen did not want to expose his bloodline power so early. He was thinking of other ways. While everyone else moved, Xiao Chen did not take a step. This immediately attracted many people's attention. Naturally, Xiao Chen was no exception. However, he only glanced at them before ignoring them. The weak were not worth wasting their attention on. While others might be watching the show and laughing at them, Elder Tianyun would not spend time on this. He was currently observing the people doing their best to advance in the Dao Might. Elder Tianyun nodded to himself. He discovered several pretty good saplings. Actually, this test purposely increased the difficulty. In the past, as long as one was a holy venerate and could receive one palm strike, one could become a core disciple. However, it was different this year. There would be intense competition at the end of the year. The 7 outer palaces would fight for the spots to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City, the core of the empire, contained the dragon race's ancestral shrine. It contained the most complete dragon race inheritance and the vast accumulations of an empire. There were also great desolate Aeon remnants and ancient dragon palaces that continued the history of the dragon race, recording the glory of the past. Aside from the peak experts of the dragon race, those who could enter Ancestor Dragon City were the people with outstanding bloodlines of the 6-colored divine dragons. After that was the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces. There would be a chance every 2 years to obtain spots of varying amounts. As long as one person from the Heaven Dragon Palace could enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Heaven-class elders would receive great rewards from the dragon race's upper echelon. As a reward for nurturing talents, it was exceptionally tempting. The entire Heaven Dragon Palace would also receive many benefits. Whoosh. However, just as Elder Tianyun focused his attention on Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others, a dreamlike purple saber light containing 2 great Dao energies charged straight out. Pu Si. The saber light immediately tore a hole in the dense Dao Might, revealing a path. However, this path disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The moment the purple saber chi was scattered by the Dao Might, it quickly disappeared. However, this instant was already sufficient for Xiaoqin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaoqin moved like he was flying, taking 10 steps in a row and surpassing several people. Then he landed in front of Xiao Jinyu, who was about to take his 9th step. Just like that, when the Dao Might healed, Xiaoqin easily completed the 10 steps. Xiaoqin brought out his divine dragon war body and merged the dragon might with every inch of his flesh, bones and bones. A heavy dragon might filled his entire body, making him feel as heavy as a mountain. Xiaoqin resisted the pressure from the Dao Might. Damn. How can this be? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. The core disciple beside Yi Qinyuan shouted. The disciples still struggling in the Dao Might also revealed extremely dissatisfied expressions. Xiao Jinyu's expression was the most interesting. He had clearly been in the lead, yet Xiaoqin surpassed him so easily. This made Xiao Jinyu's proud heart feel extremely dissatisfied. Boom. Elder Tianyun waved his hand and scattered the Dao Might, ending this test prematurely. At the same time, he gently tapped the ground. Apart from the 20 people at the front, the disciples at the back were sent flying one by one. The second test ends here. Those who are still standing have passed the test. Elder Tianyun said softly as he gave Xiaoqin a deep look. This immediately caused an uproar. This was because Xiaoqin was also among these 20 people. I can't accept this. How can he pass the test if he cheats like this? A man who had been sent flying to the ground got up and said with extreme dissatisfaction, "Give me another chance. I can also do what he did." Really? Elder Tianyun gently patted the armrest of his throne, and a strand of sharp sword chi shot out. It shot towards the person who spoke. It seemed like a light strand, but it actually contained an astonishing sword intent. That person didn't even have time to draw his sword halfway before he was sent flying. The inherited Dao tool flew out of his hand, leaving him dumbfounded. This strike of mine is comparable to the saber strike that he sent out earlier. You can't even see it clearly, yet you are not embarrassed to say that you can do it. Go back and practice more. Elder Tianyun impatiently waved his hand. The palm wind contained a strand of sovereign personage will, which sent that stunned person flying. That person landed on the 10-kilometer tall steps and rolled down the mountain. Young man, your saber techniques are pretty good. Elder Tianyun smiled faintly and praised Xiaoqin as his gaze fell on him. This immediately aroused the jealousy of the 20 people present. This was the first time Elder Tianyun praised someone. Furthermore, it was this middle-stage star venerate mixed-blood dragon. How could they be convinced? More importantly, this showed how much Elder Tianyun valued Xiaoqin. In the future, when Xiaoqin entered the sect, he would gain many benefits. Chapter 1877. Senior is too kind. Xiaoqin performed a cupped fist salute and smiled faintly in response to Elder Tianyun's praise. Elder Tianyun nodded slightly and did not say anything more. He continued, "Next is the 3rd stage. Once you pass it, you will be a core disciple of my Heaven Dragon Palace. Also, I'll say one more thing. Those who perform well in the third stage can be taken in as disciples by a heaven-class elder. My Heaven Dragon Palace has a total of 10 heaven-class elders. In terms of status, the heaven-class elders are second only to the 3 palace masters. Given your experience, I believe there is no need for me to explain what this means. Of course, if you are outstanding enough, it might be possible for you to attract the palace master over. Right after Elder Tianyun spoke, the eyes of Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yen, Fang Tianyi, Qiu Rongshuan, and the other rich clan disciples lit up. Naturally, they understood what this meant. It meant that they would receive more resources, a higher status, and better guidance than the other core disciples. All of this could be summed up in one sentence: a better future. Elder Tianyun's words made Yi Qianyun and the other older generation core disciples jealous and upset. Most of them had not become disciples of a heaven-class elder. To think that these people received such treatment the moment they arrived. This was simply unfair. However, there was nothing they could do about it, since Elder Tianyun said that they had no choice but to accept it. The third stage is very simple. You will fight in pairs. The victor will advance to the next 10 slots. As Elder Tianyun spoke, someone presented a jade strip. Then Elder Tianyun infused some soul energy into it. The information of these people immediately turned into scenes of light before Elder Tianyun's eyes. The Heaven Dragon Palace could use the Dragon's Gate's information network. It only needed an instant to obtain everyone's information. The remaining 20 people below the platform rubbed their palms together excitedly as they sat down and prepared. Fighting in actual combat was undoubtedly the most exciting. They possessed the dragon race bloodline and were naturally warlike in the first place. Furthermore, they might gain the attention of a heaven-class elder through this battle and be taken in as a disciple. They needed to fight with all their heart, bringing out their best. First match, Xiao Jinyu against Luo Hao. After checking everyone's information, Elder Tianyun decided on the first match. An empty space immediately appeared in the plaza. Xiao Jinyu and Luo Hao jumped in with a whoosh. Elder Tianyun gently patted his throne, and the formation buried in the plaza activated. Space and time turned illusory. The space where Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Luo were expanded infinitely, turning into a vast small world. In the eyes of others, the two of them were enveloped by a screen of light. Then the ground beneath their feet rose into the air, forming an arena. Xiao Jinyu, if I defeat you with the momentum of a dark horse, you will not be able to defeat me. I believe he will definitely gain the favor of the heaven-class elder. Luo Hao licked his lips with a fanatical look in his eyes. Dark horse? You're courting death. You want to trample me under your feet to achieve your goals? I'll break your arms and make you pay the price for your arrogance. Xiao Jinyu remained expressionless as he snorted coldly. In the next moment, a resplendent and dazzling sword light burst out of his body. 8,000 autumns and 10,000 generations, the sword will rule the country. Wah! Time seemed to speed up for Xiao Jinyu. Time flew by. With the tempering and accumulation of time, the sword light slowly thickened. The sword light on Xiao Jinyu's body actually gave off the aura of an ancient dynasty. When Xiao Jinyu drew his sword, it looked simple and unadorned. However, the entire space rippled like water. The ripples quickly arrived before Luo Hao, causing his expression to change dramatically in horror. Damn it! Why is his sword intent so horrifying? Great Desolatian bloodline. In that instant, Luo Hao was forced to activate the true dragon bloodline in his body. Dragon might surged out and blocked the spatial ripples caused by the sword intent. Dang. However, while the mysterious phenomenon caused by the sword intent blocked it, Xiao Jinyu's sword light did not. When Xiao Jinyu thrust his sword over, the heavy sword intent directly exploded on Luo Hao's body. Luo Hao's protective veritable essence energy scattered in the air like glass shards. The explosion tore open his flesh, a cruel sight to behold. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 strands of sword light flew by and Xiao Jinyu sheathed his sword. Luo Hao cried out miserably as his arms broke. Scram. With a kick, Xiao Jinyu replaced Luo Hao like a dog. This cruel scene caused several people to tremble involuntarily. However, Elder Tianyun smiled and nodded slightly. That's right, Elder Tianyun. He praised in his heart, not bad. At such a young age, your sword Great Tao already reached peak small perfection. With my guidance for a year, you should be able to reach great perfection. Furthermore, your talent in sword techniques is excellent. This 1,000 autumns lasting 1,000 generations is a peak earth-ranked sword technique. It has extremely high requirements for comprehension ability. Xiao Jinyu managed to learn its essence and even reach consummation. He is indeed extraordinary. Whoosh. Xiao Jinyu flew out of the arena and happened to land not far from Xiao Chen. He raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Unfortunately, you were not up there earlier." Clearly, Xiao Jinyu still held a grudge over Xiao Chen surpassing him and obtaining the first rank in the second stage. Xiao Chen remained silent, not replying to the other party. This person's sword technique was indeed terrifying. That earlier sword strike was not his full strength. Next group, Fang Tianyi vs Meng Hao. The Fang clan's young master, who received much attention earlier, also faced an unknown rich clan disciple. Xiao Chen thought to himself, actually, this elder Tianyun already has a quota of 10 people in mind. Based on his arrangements, he will not send the peak disciples against each other. As for those who were clearly stronger than them, they could only pray for themselves. In elder Tianyun's eyes, these people were just touchstones for the popular candidates, to see how much of their strength they could force out. After a few matches, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Those with grade 5 or higher true dragon bloodlines, came from rich noble clans, and were peak small perfection holy venerates. Without exception they all faced weaker opponents. They advanced easily. Elder Tianyun purposely did not put them in the same group. Last group, Xiao Chen vs Zhang Yi. Whoosh, whoosh. The two flew onto the arena. That Zhang Yi rejoiced. "It looks like you are a sacrificial pawn. To think that Elder Tianyun sent me against a mixed blood dragon like you. Prepare to lose." This Zhang Yi was very excited about not being chosen to fight those rich clan scions. He felt that he could easily suppress Xiao Chen with his holy venerate cultivation. Whoosh! With a thought, Zhang Ye's forehead swelled up, and a spot of light flashed out. The holy venerate will surged out, pressing down on Xiao Chen. Although Zhang Yi felt confident, he was very careful, intending to use his holy venerate will to suppress Xiao Chen and secure victory. Zhang Yi brought out his advantage in cultivation to its limits. The holy venerate will surged over and encased Xiao Chen. It immediately felt like invisible shackles placed on Xiao Chen. His movement technique, cultivation, physical body, and every action of his suffered great suppression. Insignificant star venerate, no matter how heaven-defying your physical body is, you are just a star venerate. Zhang Yi laughed maniacally. When he saw that his holy venerate will completely suppress Xiao Chen, he flew over. Break! Xiao Chen did not panic. With a cold shout, he activated the divine dragon war body. Xiao Chen immediately merged his dragon might with his physical body. His dragon tendons and dragon bones gave off crackling sounds. His chi and blood surged and dragon roars rang out from his body. With a gentle tremble, Xiao Chen used the divine dragon war body to shatter Zhang Ye's holy venerate will. Seeing Zhang Yi fly over, Xiao Chen did not give him any time to be shocked. Stars in his soul pool flickered, and many stars appeared in his eyes. An azure-colored dragon roar flashed. Xiao Chen's star venerate will turned around and restrained Zhang Yi. Plop! Zhang Yi landed on the ground and staggered, nearly falling over. This extreme incredulity flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. To think that Xiao Chen's star venerate will was no weaker than his holy venerate will, catching him off guard. By the time Zhang Yi tried to recondense his holy venerate will, Xiao Chen had already pressed forward and unreasonably knocked Zhang Yi into the air with a punch. Bloodline activation. Zhang Yi, who was tumbling in the air, roared ferociously and activated his true dragon bloodline, wanting to reverse the situation. However, Xiao Chen activated the divine dragon war body. His body already contained the might of a blue dragon, so he did not fear Zhang Yi, a true dragon. Xiao Chen's footsteps did not face any obstruction. He continuously punched, one punch after another. Each punch contained 30 cauldron force and dragon roars rang out, shaking the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 punches, Zhang Ye's entire body went limp like a dead dog, falling to the ground. Is that all you have? Xiao Chen found this somewhat boring. However, he had just warmed up and had not drawn his saber yet. Xiao Chen wins. Elder Tianyun announced the result. He thought to himself, unexpectedly Xiao Chen's physical body is this strong. Perhaps I have to re-evaluate. Chapter 1878. After defeating Zhang Yi with 10 punches, Xiao Chen successfully obtained the final slot. In this battle, Xiao Chen did not reveal anything. Xiao Chen did not have to put in much effort to catch Zhang Ye's mistake. He used his divine dragon war body and the advantage of his physical body to suppress his opponent. He didn't give Zhang Yi any chance to retaliate. When he activated his true dragon bloodline, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. When Xiao Chen activated his true dragon bloodline, the outcome was already decided. There was no chance to reverse the situation. Although Xiao Qin could not defeat his opponent with one sword strike and chop off his opponent's arms, it was shocking. He could not compare to Fang Tianyi, Qin Yin, and the other noble clan scions who fought brilliantly. However, with his middle-stage star venerate cultivation and the advantage of his physical body, Xiao Qin easily defeated a holy venerate. Similarly, everyone's eyes lit up in shock. A low cultivation was a disadvantage and an advantage at the same time. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming a Heaven Dragon Palace core disciple. Xiao Jinyu stepped forward. Elder Tianyun said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the crowd from his throne. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Xiao Qin and Xiao Jinyu. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. Everyone knew what Elder Tianyun's words meant. Elder Tianyun wanted to choose one of the two to be his disciple. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Qin and Xiao Jinyu moved past the crowd and arrived at the front, facing Elder Tianyun. How hateful. To think that Elder Tianyun chose this Xiao Qin. How am I inferior to this fellow? Although Xiao Qin is not strong now, he has great potential. What Elder Tianyun saw in him is his potential. However, his weakness is also rather obvious. Elder Tianyun is still overestimating Xiao Qin by comparing Xiao Jinyu to him. Of the remaining 8 people, some felt dissatisfied while others analyzed objectively. The older generation core disciples at the side showed somewhat complicated expressions. Not only did these people directly pass the test and become core disciples, but they also became core disciples. If they were fortunate enough to gain the attention of a heaven-class elder, they would feel even more disappointed. Xiao Jinyu had a radiant smile on his face. He did not hide his sharpness and confidence at all. The two of you exchange one move. Elder Tianyun did not say what would happen after the palm strike. He only said that the two would exchange one move. The two bowed to Elder Tianyun first before bowing to each other. Then they sized each other up. The heavens have granted my wishes. I was a little unhappy just now. Why didn't you fight me? Now I finally have the chance. Xiao Jinyu clearly brooded over Xiao Qin surpassing him in the second stage. Now he had finally found an opportunity. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. When facing Xiao Jinyu's strong aura, Xiao Qin smiled faintly and easily resolved it. You are really confident. In that case, make your move. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Arrogance comes with a price. Xiao Qin's attitude enraged Xiao Jinyu. He snorted coldly and ferociously thrust the sword in his hand. Just like that, the scabbard was inserted into the floor that was paved with divine materials. Rubble flew up and cracks spread out. The sword intent on his body spread out wantonly, and a terrifying sword wind blew out from his body. Berserk sword. Whoosh. Xiao Jinyu's figure flickered, shocking everyone. His speed was even faster than that sword wind. Jian Feng had clearly flown out first, but in an instant he had appeared in front of Jian Feng. The scabbard stabbed into the floor was empty. At some point in time, the sword was already in Xiao Jinyu's hand. Xiao Jinyu, who was in front of the sword wind, moved later but arrived first. He infused the strong wind containing the boundless sword intent into this sword strike. This sword strike was even more profound than the one Xiao Jinyu executed in the arena earlier. Xiao Jinyu used an exquisite technique to infuse all his aura into this sword strike in one breath, even though he did not store up any power. The rarest thing was that he did not slow down the speed of his sword strike even after achieving such a great momentum. Xiao Jinyu used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the universe. Sharp spirit finger. Xiao Qin remained as calm as before. He circulated his veritable essence energy, vital qi and soul energy, merging them into one and filling his entire body. He forged his body into an unchanging ancient cauldron. Then he waved his hand and caught Xiao Jinyu's sword with 2 fingers. Whoosh. The instant Xiao Qin caught the sword tip, the 3 vast energies in Xiao Qin's body connected to the power of the world and solidified this space. No matter how much force Xiao Jinyu exerted, he could not budge his sword at all. The vast energy formed by the fusion of veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy filled Xiao Qin's entire body. Xiao Qin's physical body endured immense pressure and could crumble at any moment. He needed to pour out this energy. Dang. Xiao Jinyu gently tapped with his finger, and this energy surged out along the sword tip. His entire body trembled and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiao Jinyu's physical body went flying. After he landed, he took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. As Xiao Jinyu held his sword, he felt somewhat at a loss. He did not know what martial technique Xiao Qin executed earlier. You are merely SOSO. Xiao Qin smiled as he looked at Xiao Jinyu with his hands behind his back. Xiao Jinyu flushed red, feeling dissatisfied. Just as he prepared to attack again, Elder Tianyun raised his hand and stopped the two. Elder Tianyun said coldly, "I said only one move. This junior knows his mistake." Xiao Jinyu startled to his senses and sheathed his sword, quickly apologizing. The place fell silent. Everyone focused their gazes on Xiao Qin. Everyone was still immersed in the miraculous scene from earlier. "Xiao Jinyu, are you willing to take this old man as your master?" Who knew? To Elder Tianyun's surprise, his gaze lingered on Xiao Qin for only a second before shifting to Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu, who startled awake from the shock, was stunned for a moment before saying joyfully, "I would be extremely happy to. Thank you, Master, for granting me this." Xiao Jinyu directly knelt on one knee and performed the ritual of taking a master. This set the others abuzz. They could not understand why Elder Tianyun made such a choice. However, after a while they understood. Bloodline. Xiao Qin had a mixed blood dragon bloodline, and Xiao Jinyu had a grade 5 true dragon bloodline. The difference was too great. After careful consideration, Elder Tianyun made this decision in the end. "Everyone step forward. I will give you the core disciple identity tokens." Fang Tianyi and the other 8 took turns to step forward and receive their identity tokens. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu already recovered his emotions and stood beside Elder Tianyun. However, there was still a shadow on Xiao Jinyu's face. Clearly, the earlier exchange had left a knot in his heart. When it was Xiao Chen's turn, Elder Tianyun glanced at Xiao Chen. Then he formed a hand seal with his right hand. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's body trembled. In a moment of carelessness, he felt that a trace of his soul had been extracted. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. Elder Tianyun had extracted a trace of the soul of the people before him as well. Xiao Chen needed to infuse his soul into his identity token to forge a unique identity mark that belonged to him. Xiao Chen received his identity token and took a look. The back of it happened to have the words Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. Fortunately, Tang Dan's identity for him was that of a Xiao clan disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to match the information contained in his soul, which would have exposed him. "Do you know why I did not choose you?" Elder Tianyun asked Xiao Chen softly from his throne, not caring about these details. "I do not know. There is no need to know. In any case, Senior will definitely regret it." Xiao Chen put away his identity token and did not say anything more to Elder Tianyun, simply expressing his opinion. Xiao Chen felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, his performance was better than Xiao Jinyu's. To think that the other party still chose Xiao Jinyu. As for the reason, Xiao Chen naturally knew. It was just his bloodline. However, how he chose was up to him. Xiao Chen would not blame the other party. Time would prove everything. His words frightened everyone present, and they didn't dare to make a sound. Elder Tianyun felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Jinyu, if you do not live up to expectations, I will really embarrass myself. Xiao Chen, you were disrespectful to my master. My master will not lower himself to your level. But this debt, I will get it back from my master. Just you wait." Xiao Jinyu said coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at the other party and smiled calmly. "Why wait? If you are willing, I can give you this opportunity now." Under Xiao Chen's calm gaze, there was a startling pride hidden on his face. Everyone suddenly discovered that this inconspicuous youth did indeed have a tyrannical air that did not belong to a star venerate. If a regular star venerate said this, they would only become a laughing stock, a joke. However, when Xiao Chen said this, no one dared to laugh. Invisibly, Xiao Chen's aura already affected them. "You." Xiao Jinyu trembled in anger. However, when he thought of that strange move and looked at Xiao Chen's calm expression, he felt that the other party was unfathomable. He did not feel confident of winning at the start, so he hesitated. "Ha ha ha ha." Seeing Xiao Jinyu's reaction, Xiao Chen laughed 3 times and turned to leave. "Elder Tianyun, do you still think that you chose the right person?" Amidst his laughter, he floated away, leaving behind an arrogant and unruly silhouette. Chapter 1879. In an ancient palace hall, dragon chi filled the air like clouds. Smoke spread out, looking ethereal and mysterious. 3 dragon race cultivators whose appearances could not be seen sat on the host's seat. Old men with auras similar to Elder Tianyun's sat on the surrounding thrones. The 3 in the center were the Heaven Dragon Palace's core disciples, the 3 palace masters that ordinary Heaven Dragon Palace disciples could not normally see. The one seated below was a Heaven-class elder like Elder Tianyun. These people had been paying attention to the core disciple test, watching it from start to finish. "Not bad. The people taking the test this time are much stronger than the previous one. Nearly all of the 10 chosen can become heaven-class core disciples. Tian Yun snatched away the best seedling, Xiao Jinyu. However, there are still Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan. These two people are actually not much weaker than Xiao Jinyu. I can tell that they are still holding back. It is right to hold back. This is just the beginning. Only when the competition started later would they be able to truly compete. Aside from bloodline, Xiao Jinyu gained Tian Yun's acknowledgement with his cultivation of the sword Dao. Little fellow's cultivation of the sword Dao is pretty good. He still has a lot of potential to be unearthed. However, there is still a gap between these people and Exin, Li Luo and Zhu Yun, who are already heaven-class core disciples. I wonder if 1 year will give them a chance to create a miracle. It is hard to say. However, Exin, Li Luo and Zhu Yun are already too far away. As long as one of these people can rival them, they will be able to bear some pressure in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. That would already surpass our expectations. The few heaven-class elders discussed in soft voices. It seemed like they all had their eyes on the candidates. However, the 3 palace masters in the center did not say anything. Suddenly, the 3rd palace master on the left said, "You all like those true dragon bloodlines. However, I admire this Xiao Qin the most. He does not have any flaws of a mixed blood dragon. Given his demeanor and boldness, even if he is a divine dragon cultivator, everyone will be convinced." A mixed blood dragon bloodline was born lowly. No matter how hard one worked, one would naturally have some flaws in an environment like the Divine Dragon Empire. Inferiority complex, narrow-mindedness were unavoidable. However, the heaven-class elders did not agree, shaking their heads silently. They were pragmatic and considered reality. There was an objective difference between a mixed blood dragon and a true dragon in terms of talent and bone structure. Unless it was an extremely heaven-defying existence with great luck, it would be very difficult to make up for this gap with willpower and so-called grace. Although they also valued Xiao Chen's boldness, if they really had a choice, they wouldn't waste their resources on Xiao Chen. How rare. 3rd brother, you have always been proud and arrogant, never accepting disciples. You even rejected people with divine dragon bloodlines. However, let me make a bet with you. Even if you appear personally, this person might not agree to it. The person in the middle, the 2nd palace master on the right, revealed a smile as he spoke softly. The 3rd palace master said unhappily, "What a joke. How about we make a bet? If you lose, I'll personally refine 10 divine dragon grade blood transformation pills for you. If you lose, give me your emerald water spirit root." I was waiting for you to say that. Deal. The 2nd palace master laughed loudly, looking like his scheme had succeeded. When the heaven-class elders below heard that the 3rd palace master would personally refine pills, their eyes lit up as they looked over. Who knew when the heaven-class elders looked over, they saw nothing. The 3rd palace master left in a huff. "2nd brother, it is not right for you to keep bullying 3rd brother like this." The 1st palace master, who had not spoken for a long time, sighed and said softly. 3rd brother had a reclusive personality, proud and arrogant. However, there were some things that he did not understand. He could not tell that Xiao Qin was actually the same as him. 3rd brother felt frustrated and wanted to rely on his own strength to let Elder Tian Yun know what regret was. Like the 3rd palace master, Xiao Qin had an innate pride. Even if they went, the result would be the same. The 1st palace master and the 2nd palace master were both experienced people. With one glance they figured out what was going on. In reality, the two rather admired Xiao Chen's boldness and strength of character. However, they knew that Xiao Chen could not succeed, so they did not say anything. Only the 3rd palace master, who rarely saw such strength of character, could not help being tempted by Xiao Chen's temperament. "I'll give you 3. The divine dragon grade blood transformation pills that 3rd brother refines will definitely be of 9-star quality. That disciple of yours can use them for breaking through his bottleneck." The 2nd palace master said lazily. "After the matter is over, give them to Li Luo." The 1st palace master, who was sighing earlier, said softly before leaving quietly. "2nd palace master, give us one as well." Although the heaven-class elders did not believe that Xiao Chen would reject the 3rd palace master's request, they saw that the 1st palace master believed him. They quickly stepped forward, wanting to ask for a medicinal pill to give to their disciples. Go and ask 3rd brother yourselves." The 2nd palace master laughed loudly, and his figure slowly immaterialized, turning blurry before vanishing from the throne. Back at the plaza, Xiao Chen left swiftly. Holding his core disciple identity medallion, An administrator led him into the inner palace. Xiaoqin, this is the residence that the Heaven Dragon Palace arranged for you. It's right beside a true dragon spirit vein. From today onwards you'll cultivate here. Every month the sect will give you a stipend, 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. The so-called primeval heavenly pills are medicinal pills refined using spirit jades and natural treasures. You core disciples can be said to have received a lot of resources from the sect. Inner palace disciples only get 100 primeval heavenly pills a month. These primeval heavenly pills can be used not only as medicinal pills but also as currency in the Great Thousand Realms. The administrator before Xiaoqin had witnessed Xiaoqin's strength at the plaza and was exceptionally respectful to him. When the administrator explained, he was very respectful and detailed. Even the residence that Xiaoqin was assigned to was of superior quality. Naturally, it was much better to be close to a spirit vein than far away. The competition in the Heaven Dragon Palace was cruel. Only strength could win the respect of others. Xiaoqin felt extremely satisfied with this. This Heaven Dragon Palace was much stronger than the Purple Flame sect that he had seen before. Right now, this place was very suitable for Xiaoqin to cultivate. Cold Moon Cave. When Xiaoqin saw the name of his residence, he nodded to himself, feeling rather satisfied with this name. The name had a cave, but in reality, this residence was an entire mountain range. The mountain range rose and fell, boundlessly vast. The center of the residence was a courtyard among the peaks. If you need anything you can come and look for me at any time. Goodbye. After that administrator finished explaining, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. After that administrator left, Xiaoqin looked around the entire mountain range. This mountain range was incredibly huge, boundlessly vast, stretching out endlessly. However, compared to the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, it was not worth mentioning. Such a miraculous scene was hard to imagine in the outside world. After all, this Heaven Dragon Palace was located in Heaven Dragon City. Looking from outside the city, who could imagine that the scenery inside would be so profound and eye-opener? The Cold Moon Cave happened to be in the middle of the peaks. Its size was equivalent to a city in the outside world. From the looks of it, an expert purposely moved it away, creating a scene of spiritual energy flowing in. The spiritual energy of the surrounding peaks flowed endlessly into the Cold Moon Cave like a cloud. Spiritual mist spread around the residence. Just taking a breath would make one feel refreshed. As for the bottom of the Cold Moon Cave, there was definitely a formation connected to the spirit vein below the mountain range, allowing the core disciples to use the formation to absorb the spirit vein to cultivate. To be able to use the formation to absorb spirit veins to cultivate was truly a wondrous feat. No wonder so many people fought so hard to become a core disciple. This treatment was simply too luxurious. This true dragon-grade spirit vein is probably connected to at least 100 mountain ranges. Even a spirit vein divided into 100 strands can contain such dense spiritual energy. If one could enjoy it alone, the benefits would be unimaginable. Xiaoqin praised. This was indeed an eye-opener. Tang Dan's words from back then were not false at all. With his identity medallion, Xiaoqin leaped into the air, passed through the many restrictions and arrived in the residence. Then he let out the demon blood vulture, which he had been holding in for a long time. Then this silly bird spread its wings and flew high into the air. As it looked at the vast residence, it felt incredibly excited. It is really strong. Unfortunately, it is all spiritual energy. If it were demonic chi, I would be full with one breath. I would not even need to eat meat. The demon blood vulture flew around. After its excitement, it felt disappointed. Suddenly, the demon blood vulture's sharp eyes discovered an old man walking over from outside. Master, there's an old man who looks like an idiot and is walking over here. He is really foolish. How tiring is it to walk over? How fast can he fly over? Xiaoqin was currently familiarizing himself with the facilities of Cold Moon Cave. When he heard this, he did not pay it much attention. Go over and take a look first. Don't let random people in. I'll come over later. Chapter 1880. To show his sincerity, the third palace master did not fly over directly so as not to appear arrogant. Step by step he walked over directly. The third palace master also felt frustrated at the second palace master. To think that the third palace master said that he could not succeed. Many dragon race outstanding talents, including those divine dragon bloodline geniuses, wanted to become his disciple. To think that the third palace master could not move a cultivator with a mixed blood dragon bloodline when he personally came out this time. Suddenly, the third palace master frowned slightly. When he looked up, he discovered a large bird flying over. A demon blood vulture. The third palace master smiled faintly and said softly, This Xiao Chen is rather courteous, sending a demonic pet to receive me. It looks like I'm halfway done. Come down. The third palace master ferociously waved his hand, and an irresistible force pulled the demon blood vulture down. Damn it! What's going on? Why can't I move? Who is this old man? Don't step on me. The third palace master smiled as he stood on the demon blood vulture and flew towards Cold Moon Cave amid the miserable shrieks. When Xiao Chen, who was looking around, heard the demon blood vulture's shrieks, he showed a suspicious expression. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly arrived outside the courtyard. When the third palace master saw the demon blood vulture descend, his expression did not change. However, his heart trembled. How is this an old man? This is clearly a senior, even more incredible than Elder Tianyun. His cultivation has already reached the level of returning to one's natural state. I cannot make out his strength at all. I did not know that senior was coming, so I did not come out to receive you. I'm really sorry. When facing someone who could easily kill you with one finger, one had to maintain proper etiquette. I did not expose my identity. It is already very proper of you to send a demonic pet to receive me. There is no need to be so polite. The third palace master walked over with a smile. Then he arrived before Xiao Chen and sized him up. Then he nodded to himself. Xiao Chen's white robes were spotless. He did not show fear when facing an expert, nor did he lose the proper etiquette. Not bad, not bad. The most important thing was Xiao Chen's strength of character. Only after getting close did he realize that he was not faking it. Xiao Chen did indeed have a bearing and boldness that did not belong to a star venerate. The demon blood vulture had long since been frightened silly. It flapped its wings several times but failed to fly. He even fell down a few times, looking awkward and comical. The third palace master frowned and said, "The demon blood vulture is a mutated demonic beast, possessing the bloodline of an ancient ferocious bird. Why is yours a little different?" In the end he did not say it directly. This bird was a little silly. After thinking for a while, the third palace master said that it was a little different. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. He could not answer, so he could only change the topic. How should I address senior? What instructions do you have for coming to the Frost Moon Palace? When the third palace master heard that, he cut to the chase and said directly, "This old man is the Heaven Dragon Palace's third palace master. I am in charge of refining medicinal pills and laying formations. This old man has a place in the entire Divine Dragon Empire in these two areas." There was a hint of arrogance and complacency in his words. Xiao Chen was slightly startled in his heart. It was actually the third palace master. His background was indeed frightening. According to Tang Dan, the Heavenly Dragon Palace's three palace masters were elusive people who rarely showed themselves. Many of the core disciples of the sect had never seen any of them before, so they were not qualified. This was especially so for this third palace master. As he was in charge of refining medicinal pills, his status was even higher. A martial artist's cultivation was lacking in resources. Medicinal pills were the most important of these resources. If one could form a relationship with this third palace master, the benefits would be indescribable. This old man has never taken in a disciple before. I saw your performance in the dueling plaza today and would like to take you in as a nominal disciple. This great thing suddenly fell into his lap. Xiao Chen felt somewhat stupefied. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, the third palace master felt very cocky. There was nothing that he could not do personally. Who knew? After Xiao Chen startled awake, he said with some difficulty, "Sorry, I do not have any intention of taking a master for now. Although I am interested in the alchemy Dao and the formation Dao, they are not as strong as the martial Dao." The third palace master was immediately stupefied. "I say, little fellow, are you really not going to consider it? I've already thought it through. As long as you agree to be my disciple, I will use the Jade Water Spirit Lotus as a catalyst to refine a blood dragon pill for you to help you raise the quality of your bloodline. Tianyun, I see that your bloodline is low and that you require too many resources. Your future potential is not comparable to a true dragon's bloodline. However, with me that is not a problem." Xiao Chen said sincerely, "Many thanks for senior's favor. However, this junior does not have any intention of taking a master for now. Since Elder Tianyun chose Xiao Jinyu, I will use my actions to prove that his choice was wrong. If I borrow the third palace master's strength, he will not be convinced and will think that it is only natural." Although Xiao Chen's mental state was rather high, he was still a proud person. Earlier, at the dueling plaza, Xiao Chen had performed better than Xiao Jinyu in every aspect. However, Elder Tianyun still chose him. It would be a lie to say that Xiao Qin was not angry. However, there was another reason for Xiao Qin to reject the third palace master. This person was ridiculously strong. Xiao Qin was not confident of not exposing his blue dragon bloodline while he was beside the third palace master. If the third palace master saw through him, it would be somewhat troublesome to explain. Even if the third palace master could not recognize his blue dragon bloodline, it would not be good for Xiao Qin to be discovered as a dual cultivator. The third palace master was stunned for a while. Then he smiled helplessly and said, "Indeed, I have never won a bet. Never mind, I will not force you. This is the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's Pill Dragon Medallion. With this medallion, you will receive some care in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Although you cannot become master and disciple, it is fate that brought us together. But it is fate that brought us together. Goodbye." The third palace master left as quickly as he came. The third palace master smiled faintly and vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. He appeared very carefree, not showing any disappointment or anger on his face. However, there was some helplessness and regret on his face. As Xiao Chen held the Pill Dragon Medallion, he felt the third palace master's kindness and love for him. The third palace master's disappointment should not be as easy as he made it out to be. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat guilty. The third palace master did indeed sincerely want to take him in as a disciple. Everything had its pros and cons. Xiao Chen had performed well and revealed his strength. Although he had obtained a good cave abode, he had also successfully attracted the attention of the higher-ups, increasing the risk of being exposed. Even though Xiao Chen was in the Dragon's Gate, he still had to tread on thin ice. While he was wild and unruly, he still had to be cautious and careful. Right now, Xiao Chen needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible. As Xiao Chen held the Pill Dragon Medallion, he said softly, "I wonder what benefits this medallion has? It looks like I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion after I come out of the Martial Technique Pavilion." With a casual wave, Xiao Chen stood on the Demon Blood Vulture, which was still in a daze, and flew to the Heaven Dragon Palace's Martial Technique Pavilion. Xiao Chen had thought about it long ago. The first step after entering the Heaven Dragon Palace was to observe the dragon race's Martial Technique Pavilion. Xiao Chen already had an idea of how to choose the martial technique. Right now, he just needed to follow the plan and execute it step by step. Xiao Chen sent a strand of his spiritual sense into his core disciple identity token. The environment of the Heaven Dragon Palace's inner palace appeared in his mind, so that he wouldn't be unable to find his way in such a huge mountain gate. Along the way, Xiao Chen passed through many restrictions. Riding the Demon Blood Vulture, he attracted the attention of many disciples. Within the sect, only core disciples could ride on spirit beasts and demonic pets. The other disciples did not have this right. After a while, Xiao Chen landed in front of a heavily guarded and ancient palace gate. There were many checkpoints with defenses at every step. Xiao Chen took out his identity token and successfully entered the Martial Technique Pavilion. The Heaven Dragon Palace's Martial Technique Pavilion has a total of 6 floors. Outer Palace disciples can only enter the first and second floors. Inner Palace disciples can enter the 3rd floor, and core disciples can enter the 4th floor. Heaven-class core disciples can enter the 5th floor. Only those with special permission can enter the 6th floor. You can stay in the Martial Technique Pavilion for no more than 4 hours each time. You can also choose no more than 3 secret manuals. The administrator of the Martial Technique Pavilion was very polite to Xiao Chen, who held the core disciple identity token, as he explained everything in detail. Xiao Chen nodded and said casually, "Someone bring me in for a tour." The Martial Technique Pavilion was too large. Xiao Chen could only stay in there for 2 hours. Without someone familiar with the layout, it would waste a lot of time. Xiao Chen did not want to waste time. Right now, what Xiao Chen lacked was time. He had to make good use of every moment. What a big show. The gray-clad administrator thought to himself. However, he did not dare to offend Xiao Chen. The more powerful a core disciple was, the greater their background. Xiao Chen was very respectful. With one look, it was clear that Xiao Chen did not have a backer and could ignore him. The gray-clad administrator called someone over and said, "Bring this senior brother around. If he has any questions, answer them immediately." Yes. That person was not very old and had fair skin. He wore long blue robes and smiled respectfully at Xiao Chen. "Senior brother, this way please. I'll bring you to the 4th floor." Chapter 1881. This was convenient. However, this floor was the difference between heaven and man. One sect had 1 million people while another only had 1,000. This showed how difficult it was to become a core disciple. Deng Yun's mouth was tied up. He could not say anything for a while, unable to express himself. This clearly showed how high his position was. The cultivation technique recorded in the Jade Strip was called Light of Freedom, a pure lightning-attributed movement technique. The so-called light was pure lightning. It had nothing to do with light-attributed energy. The world was unfair when dragons were leaderless. How could an evil dragon rule the world? Several people took the initiative to walk over and greet Xiao Chen, trying to befriend him. When they met again, Xiao Chen had become a core disciple. "Wait for me for a while." Even Xiao Chen hesitated as he stood in front of the stone wall. After saying that, Xiao Chen walked over and nodded to the group. The first and second floors were exceptionally bustling. There were people everywhere. If Xiao Chen became a core disciple, his authority would be equal to that of an inner sect elder. If Xiao Chen did not chat now, he might not have another chance to meet Xiao Chen after he turned around. The one who called out to Xiao Chen was Deng Yun. When those people saw Xiao Chen enter, astonishment flashed in their eyes and they paused for a while. No one had cultivated for the past 1,000 years. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Time was precious. Honestly speaking, there was no need to waste it on this. However, he had not expected it to be so fast. This showed that the competition between the mixed blood dragon bloodlines in the entire Divine Dragon Empire was exceptionally intense and cruel. The sect rules were strict. If one was not a core disciple, one would not be qualified to enter the fourth floor. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. Someone even led the way for him, further confirming his identity. When the blue-clad disciple who went to inform Xiao Chen saw him go far away, he quickly gave chase. Supreme Dragon Fist. This reputation was really tyrannical. Deng Yun and the others were all stunned, completely dumbfounded and speechless. It was treason and heresy. After this conversation, anyone in the inner sect who dared to offend them would have to think twice. "It's fine. This way." Xiao Chen. Surprise flashed in Tang Dan's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. She had already guessed that Xiao Chen would become a core disciple. Turning his head, he saw Tang Dan and Deng Yunda, whom he had met in the desert. "Senior Brother Xiao, speaking of vital qi cultivation fist techniques, there is a fist technique that seems to be tailor-made for you." He did not understand that the mysteries, horror and danger hidden in the Supreme Dragon Fist were no weaker than the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Xiao Chen thought to himself and began to move. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Xiao Chen's attention. The Gale Thunder Steps uses the lightning attribute as the main attribute and the wind attribute as the supplementary attribute. When wind and lightning fuse together, it forms a speed even faster than lightning. With a little more explosive power, he could use his movement technique and even use his mysterious phenomenon to attack the enemy. The difficulty lies in the high level of comprehension required. One needs to capture lightning during cultivation, which is rather dangerous. Each of the holes had a layer of restrictive spells, and behind the restrictive spells floated a jade slip. The entire Heaven Dragon Palace had millions of outer palace disciples and millions of inner palace disciples. However, there were no more than 1,000 core disciples. "Senior Brother Xiao, which zone do you want to go to?" The fourth layer has the most comprehensive collection of martial techniques. There are movement techniques, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques. Each category has a subdivision of attributes. "Senior Brother, tell me about your situation. I can help you save time." Controlling his vital qi and moving around in a straight line was overkill for his 30 cauldron force. Xiao Chen did not mind these people coming over to curry favor with him. However, he could not waste time now. He only nodded slightly and did not say anything. Xiao Chen needed a fist technique to bring out the advantage of his physical body's vital qi. Otherwise, it would not be good to waste his vital qi. Among the group, Deng Yunda was somewhat frightened silly. He remembered that he once wanted to kill Xiao Chen. However, there were several thousand people, and there were many inner palace disciples as well. This was just the tip of the iceberg. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Xiao." The consequences of angering a core disciple could be considered to have helped Xiao Chen once again. There were very few people on the fourth floor. Xiao Chen pointed to the fair-skinned disciple and instructed softly, "Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques. Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques that focus on vital qi." When the other inner palace disciples on the third floor saw this scene, they all revealed envious expressions. When they looked at Tang Dan and the others, they revealed envious expressions. They actually managed to form a relationship with a core disciple. He did not owe this group of people anything. One heavenly fox beast core and a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. He had already paid enough. Congratulations. In the martial technique pavilion of the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, It was indeed rare for one to meet in this martial technique pavilion in the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. The number of cultivators in the outer palace was truly shocking. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and took his leave. Clearly, the blue-clad disciple had heard of Xiao Chen's feat of using 30 cauldron force to crush a holy venerate in 10 punches. Senior Brother Xiao, slow down. Xiao Chen scanned the place with his spiritual sense and felt somewhat shocked. This was tailored for mixed blood dragon bloodlines. Those with other bloodlines could not cultivate it at all. Lightning Light Evasion, a combination of the light attribute and the lightning attribute. It draws on the 9 heavens' great sun divine flame. Under the dazzling light of the sun, it resounds like thunder. Lightning Light Evasion 5,000 kilometers. Oh, bring me over to take a look. Senior Brother Xiao, forgive me for being direct. Right now, everyone knew that there were 10 people among the core disciples who directly advanced to core disciple. The deeds of Xiao Jinyu and the others had already spread in their circle. Should they go and choose? Senior Brother Xiao, your soul imprint has already been imprinted on the token. You only need to insert your soul power into it. You just need to send in your soul energy and you will know the contents of the Jade Strip. The Jade Strip only has a general introduction to the cultivation technique. If you like it, take out the Jade Strip, and you can exchange it for a copy of the corresponding secret manual from the administrator. After a while, Xiao Chen looked through 10 odd lightning-attributed movement techniques. Then he chose one of the Jade Strips. Xiao Chen was arrogant and unruly. Many people admired his boldness. When Xiao Chen reached the 3rd floor, there were fewer people. Only inner palace disciples could enter this place. This was a fist technique created by a mixed blood dragon cultivator who was extremely dissatisfied with the Divine Dragon Empire's current situation. At this moment, Xiao Chen had just climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. When he turned his head and saw the group, he felt somewhat stunned. Xiao Chen, no, Senior Brother Xiao, Deng Yun and the others rejoiced and relaxed, no longer as nervous as they were at first. They quickly thanked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled but did not explain anything. Xiao Chen needed this light of freedom not to cultivate but to complete his Thunder Dragon steps. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and entering the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair and the evil dragon rules. Who is honored? When luck is not on your side, your life is worth less than paper. What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am honored. Soon, the blue-clad disciple brought Xiao Chen to a stone wall. Then he pointed to the highest cave and said, "The fist technique recorded in the Jade Strip is called the Supreme Dragon Fist. I heard that it was created by a senior who became a Supreme Heaven Dragon. It is comparable to a heaven-ranked martial technique, majestic and tyrannical. Unfortunately, my Heaven Dragon Palace has not produced a core disciple who focused on cultivating the physical body for more than 1,000 years already. Many people are tempted by it. However, due to the harsh conditions, they have no choice but to give up." Tang Dan and the others stared blankly at Xiao Chen for a long time, feeling dazed. This group of people is very rude. They are not even calling me Senior Brother. Senior Brother Xiao, do you know them? If you do not, I can help you chase them away. Xiao Chen bluntly said that the other party chose the wrong person in front of Elder Tian Yun. Inner Palace disciples and core disciples looked like there was only one level of difference. This was especially so for Xiao Chen, who blocked Xiao Jinyu's sword strike with 2 fingers. This was even more shocking. We walk the same path but walk different paths. This sentence appeared in Tang Dan's mind again. Xiao Chen nodded. This was what he needed. Let's go and look at the lightning-attributed movement technique first. These words filled Xiao Chen's mind, preventing him from thinking about that weak, white-clad youth from the desert 2 months ago. Being a core disciple represented one's identity, status, and power. Clearly this blue-clad disciple before Xiao Chen did not know much. Xiao Chen said softly, "The few of you don't have to hold a grudge against me. Come over and help me pass on a message. Tell them to stay on this level twice as long as they did before." After a while, Xiao Chen arrived before a stone wall. The ancient stone wall had many holes in it. Seeing that Xiao Chen chose this movement technique, the blue-clad disciple beside Xiao Chen said softly, "This light of freedom is just an inferior grade earth-ranked martial technique. It does not have much potential. Let's switch to a peak-grade earth-ranked martial technique." The disciple leading Xiao Chen asked. "Yes, Senior Brother." If Xiao Chen rashly cultivated this fist technique, it would cause a huge commotion. This fist technique hid a dissatisfaction with the current dragon race orthodoxy. That person was rather tactful. He knew that core disciples represented the sect, so he quickly went to inform Xiao Chen. "You are too polite. Aside from needing a cultivator of the physical body, the harsher requirement was probably the tyranny materialized from overwhelming resentment contained in this fist technique. This resentment was too berserk. If one had great boldness, perseverance, and pride to suppress this resentment, one would definitely enter a state of berserking chi deviation. Core Disciple. Core Disciple. The divine lightning transformation is a pure lightning attributed movement technique. One needs a strand of divine lightning to cultivate it. Chapter 1882. Senior brother, is this fist technique not to your liking? The blue-clad disciple asked softly when he saw Xiaoqin hesitate. Xiaoqin recovered his wits. Let's go with this. With my strength, I should be able to suppress the resentment hidden in this fist. I have already chosen a fist technique and a movement technique. I do not need a saber technique. I also have the divine dragon body tempering art for body tempering. It seems like I do not need the rest for now. Let's choose another secret technique. Secret techniques were normally very difficult to practice. However, once one succeeded, one would immediately have a life-saving killing move. After a while, Xiaoqin arrived before a stone wall. There were 4 words written on the stone wall: Dragon's Gate Secret Technique. Xiaoqin did not rush to choose. He chose slowly and seriously. Firmament's Rage. Using the special characteristics of the dragon race bloodline, one can cultivate the 5 fingers into the indestructible ancient dragon fingers. After that, one can open up one's great Tao energy and infuse the 5 elements into the fingers. With one claw, a colossal hand holding up the sky appears like the firmament is raging. When cultivated to the highest level, one can form a nation by opening one's 5 fingers. Alright, this is it. Senior brother, this is the secret technique of my Heaven Dragon Palace that requires the highest comprehension ability. Right now, in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, only the first palace master has cultivated it to great perfection. The others all have some flaws, unable to cultivate it to great perfection. When the blue-clad disciple saw Xiaoqin choose this secret technique, he frowned slightly and reminded him. At the same time, the blue-clad disciple felt suspicious. This senior brother Xiaoqin's choice of cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and secret techniques is really strange. For the movement technique, Xiaoqin chose Light of Freedom, which had a low comprehension ability. However, for the secret technique he chose the magic skill, which had the highest comprehension ability. Since the first palace master can successfully cultivate this cultivation technique, it means that this cultivation technique can be cultivated. Xiaoqin felt strong confidence. High comprehension ability? Xiaoqin wanted to challenge the secret technique with high comprehension ability. He casually chose Light of Freedom because he needed to complete the Thunder Dragon steps. Xiaoqin had already reached the quota of 3 jade strips. He no longer qualified to choose. After returning to the first floor of the martial technique pavilion, Xiaoqin handed the jade strips to the gray-clad administrator to exchange for the corresponding copies. Supreme Dragon Fist? When that administrator saw the jade strip for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he gave Xiaoqin a strange look and muttered to himself. What's wrong? Can't I choose this fist technique? The gray-clad administrator quickly said, that is not the case. In the past, many people chose to cultivate this Supreme Dragon Fist. In the end, they all entered berserking chi deviation and did not end up well. It has already become a forbidden technique, so I have to tell you to choose carefully. Many thanks for the reminder. However, I still want to choose the Supreme Dragon Fist. Since Xiaoqin already made his decision, his heart naturally could not waver. Otherwise, he might not be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. Heaven's Wrath? When the gray-clad administrator saw this, he did not say anything more. When he saw Firmament's Rage, he could not help smiling bitterly. Xiaoqin, your choices are really, one stranger than the other. This Firmament's Rage was not something that just anyone could successfully cultivate. Even geniuses with divine dragon bloodlines would not be able to successfully cultivate it. As for mixed blood dragons, I have never heard of any successful cases. Not only does this secret art have a high requirement for comprehension, but it also has a high requirement for bloodline. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. That's it? Bloodline? Xiaoqin had a divine dragon bloodline to begin with, not a mixed blood dragon. Needless to say, other than the little monk who had a heaven-defying body, Xiaoqin had never seen anyone with a better comprehension ability than him. Core disciples have 3 chances to choose the martial skill pavilion for the first time. However, that's a bit difficult. You'll need a huge amount of contribution points to exchange for them. The Grey Deacon asked one last time, are you sure you won't change your decision? No change. Without saying anything more, the gray-robed administrator took out the corresponding copy of the secret manual and passed it to Xiao Chen. He made the latter swear on his heart demon that he would not teach it to anyone else before allowing him to leave. As the gray-clad administrator looked at Xiao Chen's back, he shook his head. Although you, Xiao Chen, have boundless potential, becoming a core disciple at the Star Venerate realm, you are not a core disciple. However, how could an ordinary person control Firmament's rage and the Supreme Dragon Fist? That was too big of a step. After leaving the Martial Technique Pavilion, Xiao Chen sat on the Demon Blood Vulture and went to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. When Xiao Chen showed the Pill Dragon Medallion that the Third Palace Master gave him, he was immediately given a grand reception. Even the Pavilion Master personally came out. The Pill Dragon Token. Only the Third Palace Master is qualified to give it to others. That's right, it was given to me by the Third Palace Master. Xiao Chen retrieved the Pill Dragon Token from the Third Palace Master's hands. Truthfully speaking, he had the intention of using the Third Palace Master's name to obtain benefits for himself. But then again, this was the Third Palace Master's intention in giving him the Pill Dragon Token. Furthermore, there was no such thing as angering the Third Palace Master by doing so. The expression of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's Pavilion Master, whose cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, changed slightly. He said respectfully, "So that's how it is. Why are you here?" "I'm here to collect my stipend. I also want to ask how to exchange for primeval heavenly pills." The Pavilion Master smiled and said, "It's a small matter. I can give you your stipend right now. For such a small matter, there is no need for you to come personally in the future. I'll get someone to deliver it to you." "Many thanks, Pavilion Master. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, that's easy. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, 500,000 inferior grade spirit jades can be exchanged for one primeval heavenly pill. Medial grade spirit jades only require 10,000, and superior grade spirit jades only require 100. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Including the spoils of war from the Holy Venerates, he had close to 200 million medial grade spirit jades and 30,000 superior grade spirit jades. Forget about the superior grade spirit jades. It was not worth it to keep them for himself to exchange for primeval heavenly pills. Of the 200 million medial grade spirit jades, he would keep only 50 million and exchange the rest. After the handover, including his stipend, Xiao Chen obtained a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. That was more than a year's worth of stipend for the other core disciples. It was a vast fortune. After all, many core disciples did not use all the stipend they received for cultivation. They still had to bribe their superiors and buy other cultivation resources for themselves. The stipend could not be completely used for cultivation. However, Xiao Chen was different. He truly lived up to being the disciple that the Third Palace Master fancied. He had an extraordinary background, easily giving out more than 100 million medial grade spirit jades. A regular Holy Venerate would only be worth this much. However, Xiao Chen was just an insignificant Star Venerate. "Here. This is a gift for you for having the Pill Dragon Medallion." The Pavilion Master revealed a smile and handed a jade bottle to Xiao Chen. Then he opened it and took a look. There were exactly 2,000 primeval heavenly pills in there, no more, no less. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art required an astronomical amount of spiritual energy. No matter how many primeval heavenly pills he had, he would not find it too much. After walking out of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. It was much more convenient to have someone protecting him in the sect. The Third Palace Master only gave him one Pill Dragon Medallion, and it allowed him to do things very smoothly. Furthermore, there were other benefits. Xiao Chen easily obtained 2 months' worth of stipend from the others. Let's go back to Cold Moon Cave. After this, Xiao Chen should enter closed-door cultivation and consume the benefits that he obtained from this Heaven Dragon Palace. At this moment, Xiao Chen's ambition soared. However, he did not let it get to his head. He followed his plan step by step. Mountains surrounded Cold Moon Cave. The spiritual energy was like an immortal fog. Whoosh! Xiao Chen opened his palm, and a scarlet medicinal pill containing boundless energy and a berserk aura appeared in his palm. This was one of the 8 supreme treasures that Xiao Chen obtained from Xiao Chen's Pillar of Divine Flame. Beast Blood Pill. The Demon Blood Vulture was stunned. As it looked at this medicinal pill filled with a demonic nature and a berserk aura, it immediately drooled. "Master, why did you not take this out earlier? If I swallowed it, I would have advanced to Holy Venerate long ago." The Demon Blood Vulture asked in extreme dissatisfaction, feeling aggrieved. Xiao Chen retorted calmly, "What do you know? Although the cultivation paths of cultivators and ferocious beasts are different, the principles are roughly the same. Instead of properly tempering yourself as a late-stage star venerate, you swallowed this medicinal pill. It would definitely do you more harm than good. After accumulating your strength, you can take advantage of the situation to break through. Only then can you bring out the beast blood pill's effects to the greatest. It will not leave behind any future problems. This is the best for you. Take it. Xiao Qin waved his hand and handed the beast blood pill to the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture immediately swallowed it in one gulp. Boom. The demon blood vulture's body immediately swelled up. 10,000 beams of scarlet light burst out of its body, illuminating the entire cold moon cave. However, the golden line on the demon blood vulture's tail feathers did not disappear amid the scarlet light. Instead, it looked even more piercing. This strand of golden light vaguely seemed to outshine the scarlet light. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, he nodded slightly. After this closed-door cultivation, his strength would definitely improve significantly. If the demon blood vulture did not improve, it would not be able to keep up with him. Supreme Dragon Fist, 5-finger magic skills, and 17,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Qin looked forward to digesting all this and seeing how far he could go. Chapter 1883. From easy to difficult. Xiao Qin decided to practice Light of Freedom first to complete his Thunder Dragon steps. Xiao Qin had created Thunder Dragon steps himself and did not have a complete sequence. Furthermore, many of the cultivation techniques in the Heaven Dragon Palace had been perfected through the hard work of several generations. Perhaps Xiao Qin could cultivate Thunder Dragon steps on his own, but he could not make it into a secret manual and pass it down. This was the difference. What Xiao Qin needed to do now was to perfect Thunder Dragon steps. Light of Freedom was a lightning-attributed movement technique. When cultivated to great perfection, one's entire physical body would turn into a flash of electric light. In a few breaths, one could travel 500 kilometers in the clouds. The more profound aspect of this movement technique was the word freedom. Lightning could not be controlled. It was not like wind or other energies. If one specified a direction, lightning could not change directions. Although it was fast, it moved in a straight line. However, Light of Freedom could be controlled freely within a short distance, allowing one to change directions at will. However, its weakness was rather obvious. One could only turn into a bolt of lightning. When one turned into lightning, one's attacks were extremely limited. Hence, this movement technique was excellent for fleeing and traveling. However, it was limited for killing enemies. Xiao Qin flipped open the secret manual and seriously comprehended it. The Thunder Great Tao's Tao disc silently unfurled. The purple Tao disc gave off a gentle light, flickering slightly as the pages flipped. Xiao Qin did not deliberately control it. Thunderclouds gathered as he comprehended. Occasionally, lightning tore through the sky. Night and day alternated. Day and night alternated as Xiao Qin flipped through the Light of Freedom's secret manual again and again. Xiao Qin's eyes were like stars, shining with the light of wisdom. It was like he could pierce through space and time, seeing the scene of the creator of this secret manual cultivating this movement technique. 7 days later, the petrified Xiao Qin closed the secret manual, and the light in his eyes vanished. Xiao Qin withdrew the Tao disc behind him into his body, and the mysterious phenomena around him vanished. The world turned quiet. Whoosh. Without any warning, Xiao Qin's body suddenly turned into motes of electric light, combining into a flash of bright electric light. With a whoosh, the electric light soared to the wall. In the next moment, it turned back into Xiao Qin's physical body. Puchi. After standing still, Xiao Qin spat out a mouthful of blood, but a faint smile appeared on his face. So that's how it is. It took him 7 days to master a mid-grade earth step cultivation technique. This was his first time using it, so he was slightly unfamiliar with it and ended up injuring himself. When this movement technique transformed into lightning and reassembled itself, there would be a moment of pause. Otherwise, if he were to reassemble it too quickly, he would injure himself. The risk was rather great. This movement technique is really powerful. Only those with the dragon bloodline can cultivate it. If other martial artists want to cultivate without the powerful recovery ability of the dragon race, they are simply courting death. Xiao Qin muttered to himself. In the next moment, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed to a mountain peak in the mountain range around Cold Moon Cave. Whoosh. When his body reformed, Xiao Qin turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped into the clouds. Wah. Xiao Qin, who had transformed into a bolt of lightning, suddenly sped up 100 times in the clouds, giving Xiao Qin a thrill that he had never felt before. So fast. Xiaoqin could not help exclaiming after recovering his figure. However, when Xiaoqin checked his veritable essence energy, he could no longer hold back. Inside the 9-star primal core, Xiaoqin had exhausted 1/3 of his primal chaos veritable essence energy in just a few breaths of time. If I do not raise my cultivation, I cannot casually use this movement technique. Xiaoqin thought to himself when he returned to Cold Moon Cave. No wonder the secret manual specifically said that although this cultivation technique was special, it did not have a high combat prowess. It was only suitable for fleeing. However, if Xiaoqin added it to the Thunder Dragon steps, it would be a perfect combination. Xiaoqin did as he said, not hesitating at all. In the following days, one could see Xiaoqin continuously changing between the two movement techniques in Cold Moon Cave. Sometimes he would turn into lightning and move freely. Sometimes he would ride on a lightning dragon and fly everywhere. However, while the idea was good, the reality was harsh. Xiaoqin failed again and again. Failure. 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 After countless failures, the berserk lightning covered Xiaoqin's physical body with wounds. However, Xiaoqin did not show any intention of giving up. On a certain day after half a month, boom! A strange bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. It fell in a straight line, but when it was about to hit the ground, it suddenly moved along the mountains and rivers. When it was about to reach Cold Moon Cave, this strange bolt of lightning gave off dragon might. Then it turned into a solid-looking lightning dragon. When the lightning dragon landed in the city-sized Cold Moon Cave, it blasted apart a palace hall. Dust filled the air and crackling lightning flickered in the air. Carefree laughter came from the thick dust cloud. Ah! I succeeded! I succeeded! The dust cloud scattered. A white-clad person appeared in the rubble. He appeared fatigued and his entire body was covered in dust. However, that person clenched his fists tightly. Stubbornness and determination flickered in his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright. I must become a heaven-class core disciple. I must obtain the right to go to Ancestor Dragon City. With hard work and perseverance, one would definitely reap rewards. Again? Xiaoqin shouted and shook off the dust on his body. Then he turned into a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. This is it. This is it. After turning into a lightning dragon, Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. However, he remained frighteningly calm. After turning into a pure lightning dragon, Xiaoqin was no slower than lightning. However, it was easier to control and its offensive power increased significantly. After successfully merging, Xiaoqin improved rapidly. After another half a month, lightning suddenly appeared in Cold Moon Cave. In the next moment it turned into a dragon. Immediately 9 dragons soared into the sky. Bang! 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 Now the 9 lightning dragons easily broke the peaks of the mountain range and blasted them into pieces. When they landed, the 9 dragons gathered and quickly reformed, revealing Xiaoqin's true body. Success! Xiaoqin finally revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment he finally succeeded in perfecting Thunder Dragon steps. After that, he had to follow the framework that he set and cultivate to the peak step by step. Xiaoqin had already spent 2 months perfecting Thunder Dragon steps. The commotion that he caused in the dueling plaza should have already passed. Xiaoqin did not know that the rich clan disciples who entered at the same time as him should have already made a name for themselves. These people were holy venerates in the first place. After entering this Heaven Dragon Palace, they had great teachers to guide them. After 2 months, they should have improved rapidly and come out of closed-door cultivation. However, that did not matter. These distracting thoughts had nothing to do with Xiaoqin for now. Next, it is time to practice Firmament's Rage. Xiaoqin sat down cross-legged and took out the Dragon's Gate secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Then he seriously read it. Xiaoqin did not think about anything else. The first step in cultivating Firmament's Rage was to temper the 5 fingers, forging them into claws that rivaled those of an ancient divine dragon. Invulnerable to swords and spears, fire and water, tempering them to the point that they were like sharp divine weapons. Xiaoqin carefully studied the secret manual, continuously pondering the difficult parts. Many things that ordinary people did not understand or could not understand were solved by Xiaoqin's terrifying comprehension ability. Many stars flickered in Xiaoqin's bright, clear eyes, looking like the light of wisdom. Due to the impure bloodline, mixed-blood dragons find it hard to temper their fingers into dragon claws. Even if they succeed, they will not be strong enough. Hence, mixed-blood dragons cannot cultivate this Firmament's Rage. Forging the 5 fingers into the claws of an ancient divine dragon as hard as divine metal without losing its flexibility is a contradiction in itself. This is a major difficulty. After successfully forming the 5 claws, I still have to infuse my own great Tao energy into them, filling the 5 fingers with spirituality. This depends on the person. If one cultivates the sword Tao, the 5 fingers will be like swords. If one cultivates the saber Tao, the 5 fingers will naturally be like sabers. After that, I still have to find the 5 elements to supplement them. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only by circulating the 5 elements can one form a nation. Only then can firmament's rage condense space and bring out its true might. Secret techniques were difficult to practice and cultivate. Difficult. This was especially so for firmament's rage. It was even more difficult. What the martial technique pavilion's administrator said was true. Clearly, giving up was not Xiao Chen's style. Xiao Chen had to succeed in cultivating firmament's rage. 7 days later, Xiao Chen worked hard and finally completed the first step. With a thought, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers flickered with azure light, looking hard and sharp. Xiao Chen gently slid his fingers across the floor covered in divine materials and left 5 claw marks. Boom. Xiao Chen dug his fingers in and grabbed forcefully, lifting up the entire floorboard. Following that, rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Pieces of the floor made of divine materials flew up. The formation in the room instantly broke. Saber energy. Xiao Chen made his 5 fingers like sabers. Each finger needed to contain an overwhelming saber intent. Naturally, one great Tao energy could not satisfy Xiao Chen. He also needed to infuse the thunder Tao into it, creating an even more horrifying might. Due to the divine dragon bloodline and the advantage of his physique, Xiao Chen completed the first step very smoothly. However, the second step was somewhat difficult. Chapter 1884. Xiao Chen possessed 2 great Tao energies. Be it the saber great Tao or the thunder great Tao, they were both great Tao that contained vast energy. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he might blast his palm away. The risk was great. However, since Xiao Chen chose this secret technique, he would not give up so easily. However, before he infused his great Tao, he had to execute this firmament's rage and familiarize himself with this secret technique. Xiao Chen wanted to see how strong this firmament's rage could be after he completed the first step. He also wanted to see if he made any mistakes in his cultivation. After a while, Xiao Chen passed through the underground secret room and arrived at a secret realm in Cold Moon Cave that was used to test martial techniques. This secret realm was modified from the divine nation that a faux god senior of the dragon race left behind. The inheritance and natural treasures in the nation had long since ceased to exist after the passage of time. The Heaven Dragon Palace had cut it into hundreds of pieces and kept them in the cave residences of every core disciple, nourishing them with the underground spirit vein. No matter what kind of damage was done in this secret realm, it could slowly recover. To Xiao Chen, this was an illusory world that was both real and fake. After entering the secret realm, Xiao Chen arrived at a mountain range with a complicated environment. Then he circulated his veritable essence energy and executed the Dragon's Gate secret technique. Boom. The moment the secret technique was executed, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's spirit pool turned into motes of light and spread out from his body. Materialized by firmament's rage, a vast star venerate will soared into the clouds and spread out in the sky. Xiao Chen used his heart to feel. As he circulated the secret technique, he felt that his will of soul bore the vast energy of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon from the great desolate Aeon. Who dares to endure my rage? An ancient, furious roar resounded in the depths of Xiao Chen's soul. Rage transcended space and time and reached Xiao Chen. Along with rage came vast and horrifying energy. Xiao Chen revealed a strained expression, somewhat unable to endure this energy. Even space trembled slightly. Rage spread out in the world. A terrifying aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body as if he bore the rage of heaven. Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Rage roared endlessly in the depths of his soul. He tried his best to suppress it, but it was to no avail. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen could only unleash firmament's rage in advance. Bang! With a thought, his 5 fingers immediately became as hard as divine metal, like the claws of an ancient divine dragon. Destroy my wrath. Xiao Chen focused on a majestic peak among the thousands of peaks in the surroundings. It was the peak that caused the rage of the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon to sway. A huge burning hand immediately appeared in the sky, covering half of the sky above Cold Moon Cave. Xiao Chen felt that he could control the burning palm in the sky. In an instant, the sweat on his face could not conceal his excitement. Even Xiao Chen felt that the power of the giant hand was somewhat terrifying, and he was filled with dread. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen exerted a bit of effort to control the giant hand and held onto the mountain peak. With a gentle tug, Xiao Chen pulled the towering mountain out of the ground just like that. Gotcha. When Xiao Chen clenched hard, he easily crushed the mountain peak, turning it into dust. The shock waves of energy spread out, and the many peaks crumbled. The many towering peaks were all destroyed. The scene was so scary that it felt surreal. Only when the shock waves swept over and knocked the stunned Xiao Chen into the air did he startle awake. Cough, cough, cough. The pale Xiao Chen climbed to his feet and coughed a few times. As he looked at the scene of destruction in the distance, he felt somewhat startled. This was truly Firmament's rage. The mountains instantly turned to dust. Only the roar of heaven could do this. In reality, Xiao Chen knew that it was not heaven. The power of this rage came from a certain ancient great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Firmament's rage was a secret technique that transcended the boundaries of time and space, connecting to this ancestor dragon that existed in the past. It had to be said that the person who created this secret technique was indeed unprecedented. His talent was outstanding and admirable. Right now, what Xiao Chen did not know was that all the Dragon's Gate secret techniques were actually in the ancient dragon race remnants. The Dragon's Gate secret technique found an incomplete secret technique, which was then completed by later generations. It was not created by this person. This is just the first step, and its might is already somewhat terrifyingly strong. The process of controlling it is even more dangerous. If I get careless, I might not be able to suppress that rage and injure myself. I have to become more familiar with it before I can execute it. Otherwise, Xiao Chen stood up and muttered to himself, calmly analyzing the situation. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his nose. He reached out and gently touched it, discovering blood. Then he gently swung his hand in the air. A mirror made of veritable essence energy reflected Xiao Chen's pale face, bleeding from his 7 facial orifices. Dizziness assaulted Xiao Chen. He reached up and touched his head. Then he staggered and looked like he would fall over. Cassia. Cassia. Xiao Chen's internal organs shattered, and waves of pain assaulted him. All sorts of repercussions came one after another, nearly taking Xiao Chen's life. At the crucial moment, the ancient blue dragon bloodline surged. Its strong recovery ability stabilized his injuries. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. A gentle Buddhist light encased his body. Xiao Chen's feet slowly left the ground. His Buddha nature heart activated the gentle Buddhist might left behind by the Mahasvara Buddha Sarira in his physical body. Together with the dragon race bloodline, Xiao Chen emptied his mind. As he floated in the air, he felt like he was soaking in water. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His complexion recovered its rosy color and he looked much better. Secret techniques were risky. One had to be cautious when cultivating them. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground and reflected on himself. He felt that he had been too impatient. Firmament's rage was an extremely dangerous secret technique. Being impatient was a great taboo when cultivating it. Not to mention Firmament's rage, one had to avoid being impatient with any martial technique or cultivation technique. However, Xiao Chen's strong physical body could withstand the backlash of failure in some cultivation techniques, negligible. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen no longer rushed to practice Firmament's rage. I should stabilize my cultivation first. Cultivation is the foundation. When my cultivation improves, it might be easier to execute Firmament's rage. Earlier, when Xiao Chen executed Firmament's rage, he had clearly felt strained. In the end, he had still forcefully executed it. Perhaps that was the hidden danger left behind at that time. If Xiao Chen's cultivation increased, it should not be so strenuous. He would be able to execute it more easily. It would also be easier to cultivate the second step. He would not have to bleed from his 7 apertures every time. After leaving the secret realm, Xiao Chen went to Cold Moon Cave's cultivation room. The formation in the cultivation room connected to the underground spirit vein. There was no need for spirit stones. Cultivating in the formation core was much faster than cultivating outside. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the formation core, hovering in the air. He used spirit jades to activate the formation. As the formation circulated, the spiritual energy from the true dragon-grade spirit vein underground entered Xiao Chen's body. Boom! The vast spiritual energy was dense and dense, already comparable to medial-grade spirit jades. The quantity was incomparable. Spiritual light radiated from Xiao Chen's body. As he sat cross-legged, he gave off a jade-like glow. Demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. He shouted in his heart. Then he executed the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art and the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Immediately, it turned into a black hole that sucked in the vast amount of spiritual energy that filled Xiao Chen's body. Carefree. The demonic cloud seed flickered with a black luster, clearly excited. As the demonic cloud seed circulated, spiritual energy poured in endlessly like a spring. Xiaochen sensed that the demonic cloud seed would change at any moment. It helped Xiaochen successfully cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. However, half an hour later, Xiaochen felt that the demonic cloud seed's appetite was growing. The spiritual energy from the spirit vein could no longer keep up with the rate at which the demonic cloud seed was absorbing it. An irritable emotion came from the demonic cloud seed. Then it would affect his body. Xiaochen's state of mind was like water. He calmed down a little, alleviating the negative emotions. This was the reason why those who cultivated demonic arts were mostly people with twisted personalities. However, with Xiaochen's state of mind, he didn't need to worry too much. He could easily resolve it himself. It's time to use the primeval heavenly pills. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a demonic look filled his eyes. With a casual wave, 100 primeval heavenly pills flew out of his storage ring and floated quietly in front of Xiaochen. Primeval heavenly pills were refined from spirit jades and natural treasures. They contained vast and pure energy. The main body of the medicinal pill was spirit jades. Hence, one could absorb these primeval heavenly pills without any negative effects. It was not without reason that the Great Thousand Realms used them as currency. The demonic cloud seed in Xiaochen's dantian was already impatient, urging him endlessly. However, Xiaochen did not panic. He gently opened his mouth and sucked in 10 primeval heavenly pills. Boom! The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered Xiaochen's mouth. The vast medicinal energy instantly exploded, flooding his body. What pure medicinal energy! Xiaochen praised in his heart. No wonder these primeval heavenly pills are so precious. They are so expensive to exchange for. They are indeed much better than spirit jades. Even absorbing 1,000 superior grade spirit jades cannot compare to one primeval heavenly pill. The instant the demonic cloud seed absorbed the primeval heavenly pill, it gave off a pleasant feeling. However, Xiaochen also eased this pleasant feeling. This was a temptation. Demonic Tao cultivators often lost their humanity. They did many heartless and cruel things, yet they still laughed loudly, feeling very pleased. This was the reason why both this pleasant feeling and the earlier irascibility were not desirable. When Xiaochen completely absorbed all 100 primeval heavenly pills, the black demonic cloud seed grew increasingly resplendent. Then it exploded in his body with a boom. Demonic qi spread out from Xiaochen's body, filling the entire cultivation room. Xiaochen succeeded in cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's first layer. Chapter 1885. When the demonic fog scattered, Xiaochen looked inside with his spiritual sense and discovered the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Aside from the whirlpools of the purple thunder divine incantation and the ice fish divine incantation, there was nothing above his dantian. When Xiaochen looked inside his dantian with his spiritual sense, he discovered that there was a demonic cloud bird in this vast and mysterious space. A great desolate Ian ferocious beast's demonic might flew around. With just one look, Xiaochen felt fear. The overwhelming demonic might of a great desolate Ian ferocious beast inspired some fear in Xiaochen. Fortunately, Xiaochen possessed the great desolate Ian dragon race bloodline in the first place, so he did not feel fear or submit to that demonic might. If it were anyone else, they might end up enslaved by this cultivation technique, falling into depravity. With a thought, the demonic cloud bird flew out of Xiaochen's dantian and immediately grew larger, merging with his entire physical body. Boom! An overwhelming demonic might surged out of Xiaochen's body. At this moment, his body gave off the aura of a demonic Tao hero. With just a glance, one could feel the overwhelming demonic might, and boundless fear spread in one's heart. Explode! Xiaochen shouted, and the demonic qi veritable essence energy in his body poured out endlessly. The demonic qi veritable essence energy gathered above Xiaochen's head. Immediately he grasped every tiny movement in the space under the demonic clouds. He felt the demonic clouds encasing him, forming a special field. If he fought with someone and formed demonic clouds, he would have a natural advantage. There should be other uses for it, waiting to be explored slowly. If he cultivated it to the peak, he could reach the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's level. Even after death, the overwhelming demonic clouds could encase 100,000 great peaks, never scattering. Suddenly Xiaochen thought, I wonder if I can execute my light of freedom in these demonic clouds? If I can, it will be a stroke of genius. When used together, it will be like fish in water. Xiaochen decided not to think about this for now. There were many benefits to cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's first layer. After breaking through the bottleneck, his stagnant cultivation could finally advance. As Xiaoqun pondered, he consumed some primeval heavenly pills to replenish his spiritual energy, veritable essence energy. Perhaps he could cultivate to peak middle stage star venerate within 1 month. Now that Xiaoqun had broken through the bottleneck, as long as he had enough primeval heavenly pills, he could boldly charge forward without worry. After arriving at this Heaven Dragon Palace, aside from entering Ancestor Dragon City, there was no other way to enter this Heaven Dragon Palace. One of the main reasons was that he wanted to quickly increase his strength and let all of his previous accumulations explode. Let's do it. Xiaoqun closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. However, this time he circulated the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. After cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 11th layer, the amount of spiritual energy he could circulate was not much less than the Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art. After all, the Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art was only at the first stage. The cultivation of realms was the most boring, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In 1 month, Xiaoqun used a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiaoqun's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, surpassing his original plans and reaching peak consummation middle stage star venerate. He was only half a step away from the middle stage. Actually, when Xiaoqun consumed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, he could have broken through to late stage star venerate. However, he purposely suppressed it. There was no need to take such a big step and spend another 5,000 to stabilize his cultivation and polish his quintessential essence. As an accumulation, it was the best. This is really delightful. At this moment, Xiaoqun felt refreshed. He felt like he had reached an unprecedented peak in all aspects. His current combat prowess was several times stronger than before he entered closed-door cultivation. However, this was also because he had just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. In the future, it would be difficult for him to achieve such a great effect when he entered closed-door cultivation. As for the delight, it came from his heart. Xiaoqun spent more than a year's worth of stipends for others in 1 month. If word of this spread, many jaws would drop. After the shock, they would definitely feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. That was a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Right now, not only did Xiaoqun's cultivation reach peak middle stage star venerate, but his primal chaos veritable essence energy also reached equilibrium. He could bring out the Taiji force field again, which was much better than before. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiaoqun entered the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Xiaoqun executed Firmament's Rage again. This time he executed it much more easily and smoothly. There were no repercussions. The huge drain did not overdraw on Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun still had sufficient primal chaos veritable essence energy, using only 1/5 of it. However, the drain on his soul energy was still somewhat easy to bear. Although his cultivation had increased tremendously, his soul energy had not improved significantly. Only by breaking through to Holy Venerate could his soul energy improve further. After cultivating quietly for 1 month, Xiaoqun's somewhat anxious heart completely calmed down. Now his state of mind was calm and peaceful, like the lake water, calm and at ease. Such a state of mind was very suitable for practicing Firmament's Rage. Neither arrogant nor rash, not in a rush, not disturbed by external things. There was an average-sized lake in the city-sized Cold Moon Cave. Boom! A bolt of lightning howled, kicking up splashes and waves. When Xiaoqun appeared and landed on the surface of the lake, the intense splashes slowly subsided without a sound. There was a saying that one's appearance came from the heart. Actually, the environment would change because of the heart. At this moment, Xiaoqun's heart was as calm as still water. He inadvertently affected the waves and splashes caused by the lightning. With a gentle wave of his hand, the cycle throne appeared and Xiaoqun sat on it. Xiaoqun started to practice the Dragon's Gate secret technique, the second step of Firmament's Rage, merging the Great Tao into his palm. This was a process that required patience. Even if Xiaoqun had astonishing comprehension ability and figured out all the difficult parts, he would still fail. If he did not calm his heart, he would still fail. Once he failed, the price would be extremely cruel. His palm would explode. Given Xiaoqun's current cultivation, although he could regrow a broken limb, it would take time. Firstly, it was a waste of time. Secondly, his previous cultivation progress would be wasted. Aside from the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, no one had been able to practice Firmament's Rage to great perfection in the past 1,000 years. There had to be a reason for that. Naturally, the first thing that Xiaoqun needed to condense was the Saber Tao. No matter when, Xiaoqun's attributes as a bladesman always came first. A gentle breeze blew, and the lake water rippled gently. The cycle throne swayed with it. A Dao disc appeared behind Xiaoqin. Then, like a large knife cutting tofu, he controlled the great Dao energy to flow through the meridians in his 5 fingers. He needed to make his 5 fingers like a saber filled with the Dao and spirituality. As Xiaoqin focused on the meridians in his fingers, he could not stop with his left hand. He needed to continuously form hand seals to circulate firmament's rage. Splitting his attention between 2 tasks was extremely taxing on his mind. Buzz. Suddenly the hand seals on Xiaoqin's left hand stopped. The lake water exploded, sending thousands of water pillars soaring into the sky. Xiaoqin failed. When he infused his great Dao energy, he did not control his strength well, injuring his meridians. He could only rest for a while and recuperate his meridians before trying again. Failure, failure, failure. Xiaoqin failed thousands or tens of thousands of times because he did not control his strength well or did not form the correct hand seals. Or perhaps both of them were prepared, but at the last moment, they failed to cooperate successfully. After repeated failures, Xiaoqin's mind became fatigued, easily becoming irritable, and he tried to force his way through. However, he could not do this forcefully. If he did, the consequences would be dire. This was a kind of torture. However, it was also a kind of tempering of his mental state. Several times, Xiaoqin could not help but give up or erupt. However, he endured it. As he looked at the lake water, he calmed his emotions and continued to work hard. During the past half-month, Xiaoqin had already lost count of how many times he failed. He had tried at least 10,000 times. The wind did not blow the calm lake surface, and the leaves did not cause any ripples. On this tranquil surface, there were turbulent waves and turbulent undercurrents. The eyes of the stubborn white-clad bladesman on the throne were always clear, flickering with a determined light. Boom! On a certain day, Xiaoqin's palm suddenly gave off a bright light, and saber intent spread out. Xiaoqin spread his fingers and tens of thousands of strands of saber chi surged out. The calm lake water got chopped into countless pieces. The lake water looked like it was solid. Thousands of cracks appeared, but the saber intent could not mend them. I did it. Xiaoqin successfully infused his saber Dao's great Dao energy into his 5 fingers. When the light scattered, a Dao seal appeared on his palm and slowly merged into his bones. After failing several times and succeeding, Xiaoqin only revealed a faint smile on his face. He did not rejoice or get overly excited. There was only the confidence of an expert and the innate pride of a white-clad bladesman. Xiaoqin believed in himself. No matter how many times he failed, he would not doubt his ability. 10 days later, the Thunder Great Dao's Dao seal successfully formed on the back of his hand. With a flip of his hand, it could be a saber or lightning. It is time to come out of closed-door cultivation. After Xiaoqin practiced firmament's rage to great perfection, he pushed his right hand toward the sky. A huge palm appeared, flickering with lightning and saber light. It looked like he wanted to break the sky with one hand. Chapter 1886. Xiaoqin had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 3 months. Now that his cultivation and strength had soared, it was indeed time for him to go out and take a look. He also needed to know the latest news from the Heaven Dragon Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After putting away the throne, Xiaoqin moved around Cold Moon Cave a few times before arriving at the front yard. A huge scarlet cocoon radiating a terrifying demonic nature floated quietly in the air in the front yard. This silly bird. I already came out of closed-door cultivation, and it is still consuming the beast blood pill. Could it be that its harvest is greater than mine? Xiaoqin muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin. After some thought, he realized that this might be possible. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had already mutated. If the demon blood vulture's bloodline power was triggered by the energy contained in that mysterious beast blood vulture's bloodline, its improvement would be unimaginable. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoqin placed the scarlet cocoon in the spirit beast pouch, which he used to store demonic pets. Normally, this demon blood vulture could turn into a scarlet ring, which was much more convenient to wear than the spirit beast pouch. Xiaoqin normally did not need the spirit beast pouch, but he had to use it today. The moment Xiaoqin left the courtyard, he discovered an inner palace disciple not far from the entrance, feeling strange. This inner palace disciple sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating his cultivation technique. With one look, it was clear that he had been here for a long time. What are you doing? That inner palace disciple opened his eyes. When he saw Xiaoqin, he quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Senior Brother Xiao, I am here on orders from the mission hall's administrator to inform Senior Brother. Inner palace disciples and core disciples need to do 3 missions every month. If they do not do them for now, they can accumulate until next month. However, the number will increase. So, that is the case. Xiaoqin now understood. Every sect had missions. Xiaoqin raised his head and interrupted the other party. How long have you been here? I came 2 months ago. However, no one listened to my voice projection, so I waited here. The administrator instructed that if senior brother did not respond, he should be in closed-door cultivation. He instructed me not to disturb him and just stand guard. The disciples who enter the Heaven Dragon Palace for the first time always enter closed-door cultivation for a long time. After that, everything will be normal. The deacon has specifically instructed us not to disturb and disrupt senior brother's cultivation. The man had been waiting here for nearly 3 months, but he didn't have any complaints. He explained to Xiaoqin seriously. Xiaoqin nodded slightly. Thank you. How many missions have I accumulated? You are too polite. Senior brother Xiao, you have accumulated a total of 10 missions. According to the rules of the sect, it had to be completed within a month. Otherwise, you'll be punished because you haven't accepted any missions for 3 months. Understood. You can leave now. Yes. Xiaoqin thought to himself. With his current cultivation, 10 missions should be enough to be completed within a month. There should be a reward for completing the mission. Coincidentally, Xiaoqin was still worrying about advancing to late-stage Star Venerate. As for how to obtain the huge amount of resources he needed, the way of missions was a very good method. Many of the missions in the Heaven Dragon Palace came from the Dragon's Gate's inner sect, which was Ancestor Dragon City. This trial was extremely difficult, but the rewards were equally bountiful. One could obtain a large number of primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Right now, Xiaoqin greatly desired these primeval heavenly pills. He needed primeval heavenly pills to buy things. Cultivating his cultivation technique required these primeval heavenly pills as well. The little bit of wealth he had was not enough. He did not know how many primeval heavenly pills he would need to accumulate when he reached late-stage Star Venerate. After a while, Xiaoqin took out his core disciple identity token and infused some soul energy into it. Then, a map to the mission hall immediately appeared in his mind. As Xiaoqin flew, he moved very fast. After a while, the mountain peak where the mission hall was already in sight. Many disciples came down from the mountain. People came and went at this mountain peak, making it exceptionally bustling. Although the sect required disciples to complete 3 missions every month, in reality, many disciples completed more than 3 missions. This was because the primeval heavenly pills that the sect gave out were not enough in the first place. Xiaoqin needed to think of other ways. Just as Xiaoqin prepared to ascend the mountain, a group of core disciples chatting in soft voices came over. Senior brother Zhang, that group of rich clan disciples that entered the sect 3 months ago is advancing really fast on the core disciple ranking. Indeed. Most of the top 20 of the core disciples are them. Right now, these people have already occupied their own peaks and are nurturing their own factions in the sect. There's no helping it. These are rich clan disciples. Their strength is extraordinary in the first place, and their bloodlines go without saying. After coming to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they are like fish in water. They will definitely improve very quickly. However, they can forget about becoming Heaven-class core disciples. There are only 3 Heaven-class core disciples. 2 are already decided, and the last one is definitely Senior Brother E. The leader of this group spoke frankly with assurance. As he spoke, he had blind confidence in his Senior Brother E. This person looked somewhat familiar to Xiaoqin. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin remembered. Was him. That was the person who followed beside Yi Qinyun, the person who once wanted to toss Xiaoqin out, the person who felt that Xiaoqin was not qualified to participate in the test. In the end, Xiaoqin knocked him into the air with one palm strike, causing him to suffer greatly. 3 months had passed, but Xiaoqin had not improved at all. He was still a follower. Xiaoqin walked straight over expressionlessly, brushing past this group of people. Stop right there. Xiaoqin had just brushed past them when he heard a furious shout calling out to him. Someone recognized me? Xiaoqin thought to himself. Where did this inner palace disciple come from? To think that you are not bowing when you see a group of senior brothers? Showing no respect for your seniors, showing no respect at all. I think you must be tired of living. However, a loud shout immediately followed, letting Xiaoqin know that he was wrong. It turns out that this is the reason. That makes sense. That person thought that Xiaoqin was an inner palace disciple, given his low status. When inner palace disciples saw core disciples, they had to greet them respectfully. However, Xiaoqin ignored so many core disciples. This was indeed somewhat overboard. However, this was not a serious matter, far from the point where Xiaoqin needed to die. Is there a need for me to bow to you? Xiao Qin asked coldly as he turned around expressionlessly. It's you. When this person saw Xiao Qin he was startled at first. Then he rejoiced and guffawed. Ha! So, it is the famous junior brother Xiao Qin. To think that you have the time to come and take a mission. Why don't you go and challenge that Xiao Jinyu? Let's see how Elder Tianyun regrets it. Yi Xiao Qin? 3 months have passed and he is still a middle-stage star venerate. It looks like Elder Tianyun did not make a mistake back then. A mixed blood dragon bloodline is indeed a mixed blood dragon bloodline. It cannot compare to the eruption of a true dragon bloodline in its later stages. Indeed. I heard that Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the others are already close to peak early-stage holy venerate. In a short 3 months they improved rapidly. A mixed blood dragon bloodline is still somewhat lacking. Xiao Qin was not in the mood to waste time with this group of people, so he turned and left. Junior brother Xiao Qin, why the rush? Although you are not a core disciple and do not need to bow to us, we are still your senior brothers. Are you not going to greet us? Disciple Zhang said with a smile as his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Qin. While Zhang Yunxian looked like he was smiling, in reality he was gritting his teeth, hiding a murderous intent on his face. Clearly, Zhang Yunxian still held a grudge against Xiao Qin for injuring him with a palm strike. He could not let it go, so he wanted to take this opportunity to vent his frustration. However, fighting was strictly prohibited in the sect, unless it was the dueling plaza. Zhang Yunxian wanted to force Xiao Qin, provoking Xiao Qin into taking the initiative to attack. That way, when Zhang Yunxian made a move to teach Xiao Qin a lesson, the situation would be different. The one who violated the sect rules was Xiao Qin and not Zhang Yunxian. That way Zhang Yunxian could vent his frustration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Qin's figure moved 3 times. However, Zhang Wenxuan pressed on, blocking Xiao Qin's every move. Junior brother Xiao Qin, I think you should come to this mission hall another day. Zhang Yunxian revealed a cocky smile. As he spoke, the core disciple who was with him appeared behind him, completely blocking his path. Come, obediently address me as senior brother. Perhaps when I am in a good mood and forget about the grudge from that day, I might let you go up, Zhang Yunxian said with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Qin, revealing a mocking expression. Zhang Yunxian stared at Xiao Qin, hoping that Xiao Qin would not be able to hold himself back. However, he failed. Xiao Qin closed his eyes, his expression calm. From the start until now there had not been any change. Scram back. Seeing that Xiao Qin had no intention of getting angry, Zhang Yunxian grew impatient. He reached out to push Xiao Qin. However, Zhang Yunxuan's hand was only extended halfway when Xiao Qin grabbed it. Zhang Yunxuan's fingers were as tough as divine metal. With just a little force, Zhang Yunxian could not move, and he let out a miserable shriek. You were waiting for this moment, right? Xiao Qin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Yunxian with raised eyebrows. Zhang Yunxian should have been overjoyed that Xiao Qin had taken the bait. However, when he looked into Xiao Qin's eyes, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. As you wish then. Xiao Qin grabbed Zhang Yunxuan's arm and pulled. Zhang Yunxuan's body was like a sandbag as he smashed Zhang Yunxian to the ground. Rumble. A huge crack immediately appeared on the ground, and the entire foot of the mountain trembled. When the core disciples who were with Zhang Yunxian saw this scene, they turned pale with fright. They soared into the air and flew towards Xiao Qin. One of them shouted, "Hurry up and let go of senior brother Zhang. You have already violated the sect's rules." Many people came and went in the mission office. When they saw this scene they were shocked. Many people had noticed that Zhang Yunxian and his group had blocked Xiao Qin earlier. They thought that Xiao Qin would fall into a trap and be forced to make a move before being taught a lesson. Xiao Qin would learn a lesson after suffering a huge loss. However, no one expected Xiao Qin to grab Zhang Yunxian in one move, lift him up, and smash him to the ground. This was simply too ruthless. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 1887. There were a total of 6 people accompanying Zhang Yunxian. All of them were core disciples and early-stage holy venerates. When the 6 of them saw Zhang Yunxian being smashed into the ground like a sandbag by Xiao Qin, they immediately became anxious. He rushed over as fast as he could to save Zhang Yunxian. Boom. The 6 holy venerates soared into the air at the same time. In an instant, winds blew and clouds churned as a strong aura spread out. No one dared to approach the foot of the mountain. Some of the inner palace disciples who were watching the show could not dodge in time and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Xiao Qin, you're dead. You're dead. Since you dare to attack your fellow disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace, no one can save you today. After being smashed by Xiao Qin, Zhang Yunxian felt as though all the bones in his body were broken. The pain made him vomit blood. Gritting his teeth, he didn't look like he was going to admit defeat at all. Instead, he laughed crazily, looking terrifying and insane. At the same time, he mobilized all the quintessential essence in his body and struggled desperately, trying to break free from Xiao Qian's grasp. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Qian didn't say anything. He just stood there and kept hitting Zhang Yunxian. Every swing was stronger than the last. In the end, the ground cracked and the mountain where the mission hall was located trembled. He attacked very quickly. Before the 6 holy venerates arrived, he had already smashed Zhang Yunxian into the ground more than 10 times. Zhang Yunxian was already badly mutilated. He was in a sorry state, but he still clenched his teeth. In the end, he gave up on struggling and only used his quintessential essence to protect his body. Release senior brother Zhang. The 6 holy venerates arrived, each attacking Xiao Qin. Good timing. Xiao Qin smiled coldly. Then he lifted Zhang Yunxian and used him as a weapon, sweeping out. When the 6 holy venerates with surging auras saw Zhang Yunxuan's body, they all retreated, not daring to clash head-on. So. With Zhang Yunxian in hand, Xiao Qin would not advance when facing 6 holy venerates. Brandishing Zhang Yunxuan's body, he charged forward ferociously, suppressing the 6 holy venerates. What holy venerables? You're just SOSO. I'll return it to you. Xiao Qin faced 6 holy venerates alone but managed to beat them into submission. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and infused his veritable essence energy and great Tao energy into Zhang Yunxian, who looked like a dead dog, before tossing him at the 6. Zhang Yunxuan's body flew uncontrollably toward the 6 of them. Everywhere he passed, he would not be able to control it. The strong wind shattered the ground and kicked up a layer of sand and stones. The sand surged like a raging dragon as Zhang Yunxian flew towards the 6 of them. The 6 holy venerates all turned ashen. It was clear that Zhang Yunxuan's body could not receive it. However, if he did not, his injuries would only worsen. He was unwilling, but he had no choice but to accept it. Let's go together and catch senior brother Zhang. The 6 of them steeled their hearts, and their expressions turned grave. Their auras merged into one, and each of them stretched out a hand. Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to fall, they soared into the air and caught him. Boom! Berserk energy surged out from Zhang Yunxuan's body, and the 6 felt their blood and qi churning. They forced themselves not to vomit. After the 6 landed, they took a few steps back before they managed to catch their breaths. After knocking back the 6 holy venerates, Xiao Qin smiled faintly and turned to leave. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? The 6 holy venerates felt very sullen in their hearts. Earlier, they had been suppressed by Xiao Qin in front of so many inner palace disciples. Now that their senior brother Zhang had returned, how could they swallow this? A horrifying killing qi spread out from the 6, and a scarlet light spread out from their bodies. Holy venerates rage. As the 6 stared at Xiao Qin, they activated their horrifying holy venerate wills at the same time, pressing down on Xiao Qin one after another. They completely fell out with Xiao Qin. They did not care that their cultivations were higher than Xiao Qin's, wanting to keep him here. The people at the foot of the mountain all sucked in a breath of cold air. You are not convinced? That's fine. Today I will make you all convinced. Not just anyone can block my path. Xiao Qin's lips curled up in a smile. The blood in his body surged and the fighting spirit in his heart blazed. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Qin spoke, he turned into a flash of lightning in the air. Just as the strong wills of the 6 holy venerates were about to envelop Xiao Qin executed Light of Freedom and left his original spot at the critical moment. When he reappeared, he was already 50 kilometers away, hovering in the air with a smile on his face. There. With a thought, the 6 holy venerates sent out their horrifying holy venerate wills. How fast could the holy venerates' wills be? It was practically impossible to dodge once the holy venerates sent out their wills. However, in the next moment, Xiao Qin's body turned into a flash of lightning and dodged the combined wills by a hair's breadth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiao Qin turned into a bolt of lightning, he whistled through the air, weaving back and forth. Xiao Qin's lips curled up into a smile. It seemed like mockery but also calm. Dressed in white, the surrounding sky follows my whim. I am as free as the wind, as free as light. The 6 holy venerates originally had a surging aura, determined to win. The 6 holy venerate wills covered nearly every corner. They were so fast that they could reach their target with a thought. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for them to lose to a middle-stage star venerate cultivator. However, the situation was reversed now. The 6 holy venerate wills should have been able to suppress Xiao Qin calmly and unhurriedly. However, sweat poured down their foreheads, feeling anxious and frustrated. Xiao Qin toyed with them, sending their holy venerate wills back and forth. However, none of them had any effect, leaving the 6 holy venerate wills on the verge of collapse. I've played enough. It's time for me to make a move, right? The smile on Xiao Qian's face vanished as he spoke indifferently. After the 6 attacks missed, they did not move. After the 6 holy venerate wills missed, they saw a bolt of lightning flying towards the 6 holy venerate wills. Just as the 6 holy venerate wills felt uncertain, that bolt of lightning suddenly turned into a terrifying and berserk lightning dragon. A strong dragon might swept out. How can this be? This is no longer light of freedom. Damn it. Since when can light of freedom become an offensive martial technique? The 6 holy venerate wills, who were physically and mentally fatigued and covered in sweat, could not withdraw their holy venerate wills in time. Flustered, they quickly scattered. In their current state, they could not endure the strike of this roaring lightning dragon. But, can they escape? The dragon roar shook the sky. When the dragon might arrived, it ruled the world. The lightning dragon ferociously rammed into the 6 holy venerates, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The electric light charred their bodies. The dragon tail swung, and the remaining 3 holy venerates were sent flying. Rumble. 3 loud sounds rang out, and the 3 holy venerates crashed into a mountain peak each. The mountain rocks shattered and were instantly buried. Whoosh. A light flashed and the lightning dragon revealed its true form. Xiao Qin landed on the ground, dressed in pure white robes. Before the group could exclaim in surprise, several terrifying auras suddenly flew over from the sky. 3 peak early-stage holy venerate experts clad in scarlet robes and radiating terrifying killing intent flew over from afar. It's the Law Enforcement Hall's Blood Dragon Guards. This is problematic. The Blood Dragon Guards are here. With Xiao Qin injuring so many core disciples, he will definitely be severely punished. If he violates the sect rules, he will be severely punished. How unfortunate. This matter clearly cannot be blamed on Xiao Qin. However, he should have exercised some restraint. No matter what, he should not have made the first move. Then should he have allowed others to bully him? Many of the inner palace disciples who had seen this from the start felt upset on Xiao Qian's behalf. This matter was not his fault at all. Who attacked inside the sect, harming a fellow disciple? The person in the middle of the 3 blood-clad guards demanded coldly. It's him. It's him. It's him. Zhang Yunxian, who had fallen to the ground like a dead dog, jumped up and pointed at Xiao Qin. It's him. It's him. He broke the sect rules and harmed fellow disciples. He was arrogant, making the first move. How noisy! Xiao Qin snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand and slapped Zhang Yunxuan's face, sending him flying. Xiao Qin was like a fly. There was no end to this. How bold of you! To think that you dare to attack before us. Come with us then. The 3 blood dragon guards' expressions turned cold as they descended on Xiao Qin, wanting to forcefully restrain Xiao Qin and take him away. Scram! Xiao Qin raged in his heart. He spread his fingers and executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. A colossal flaming hand immediately appeared in front, covering the entire sky. An ancient great desolate Aeon dragon might traveled through time and space, like the rage of heaven. The 3 blood-clad guards were greatly startled, caught off guard. They had not expected Xiao Qin to dare to resist. Pah! Just like that, Xiao Qin ruthlessly smacked the hand down. Then he flipped his hand and pressed it down. Chapter 1888. With a flip of his hand, he smashed the 3 blood dragon guards to the ground, immobilizing them. Such a scene shocked everyone. Blood dragon guards. That was the Dragon's Gate's Law Enforcement Hall, under the direct jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate. In terms of rank, it was even higher than the Heaven Dragon Palace Hall. Each of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces was comparable to a peak rank 6 sect. Naturally, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelons had to set up a counterbalance mechanism. Otherwise, if he allowed it to develop, it might threaten him instead. That would truly be digging his own grave. The existence of the Blood Dragon Guards was a thorn that came from the Dragon's Gate, piercing deep into every outer palace. The stronger the outer palace was, the more difficult it was to remove the thorn growing in the flesh. It had a reputation of being a taboo. Every Blood Strike Guard was extremely powerful, and they were in charge of enforcing the laws of the various outer palaces. Today Xiao Qin sent these 3 blood dragon guards flying with one palm strike. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. But no matter what happened in the future, it was now, alone now. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. It was not because Xiao Qin dared to anger the Blood Dragon guards. Instead, it was because he, a middle-stage star venerate, defeated 6 holy venerates and 3 Blood Dragon guards. Strong. Only this word existed in the minds of many Inner Hall disciples. He's ridiculously strong. Boom. The 3 Blood Dragon guards struggled to their feet on the ground, showing incredibly sullen expressions. Although the 3 were in sorry states, they were not severely injured. After all, they were peak early-stage holy venerates. The Blood Dragon guards enjoyed even better resources than core disciples, as well as cultivation techniques and martial techniques from Ancestor Dragon City. He was rather old, and his strength far surpassed that of ordinary holy venerates. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had only executed Firmament's Rage, not his full power. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had only executed the first layer of Firmament's Rage, not activating the 2 Dao seals in his hands. Hence, he did not bring out its full might. Wah! A scarlet flame blazed in the eyes of the 2 Blood Dragon guards. They seemed to have activated some kind of secret technique, and their killing chi spread out in an even more terrifying manner. Xiao Qin smiled coldly, unafraid. The atmosphere became tense once again. It was as if there were flames everywhere in the air, igniting and exploding at the slightest touch. The confrontation between the 4 of them was far more terrifying than when Xiao Qin faced the 6 core disciples. At the foot of the vast mountain, there was only silence. No one dared to speak. After a long time, when the Blood Dragon guard in the middle saw Xiao Qin's gaze, he felt some fear. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his hand to block the somewhat rash Blood Dragon guards on both sides. "Lead the way, I'll go to the law enforcement hall myself." Xiao Qin was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. He had to find a way to end this matter. Since he had to deal with it sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative to face it. Sorry for the offense. When the person in the middle heard Xiao Qin say that, he heaved a sigh of relief. The flames in the eyes of the Blood Dragon guards on the left and right also slowly faded. Such an attitude was a sign of fear and respect for the strong. After making their moves, the 3 of them were no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Hearing Xiao Qin's words, the 3 of them didn't dare to say anything else. They turned around and led the way for Xiao Qin. Whoosh! Electric light flashed and Xiao Qin quickly followed. His expression remained calm, not showing any fluster. The surroundings were silent. Only after the 4 of them had walked far away did all sorts of discussions begin to ring out one after another. It's Firmament's Rage. What Xiao Qin executed earlier was Firmament's Rage. It is exactly as described in the secret technique. No, it is even more horrifying than described in the secret technique. Aside from the first palace master, no one has managed to practice this secret technique in more than 1,000 years. To think that Xiao Qin actually succeeded in practicing it. Furthermore, he easily executed it. No wonder he could defeat 3 Blood Dragon guards with one palm strike. However, Xiao Qin seems to have only reached small perfection. He did not manage to infuse his great Tao into it. If he could infuse his great Tao into it, that would be too heaven-defying. That is absolutely impossible. However, no matter what, Xiao Qin will be skinned alive after going to the law enforcement hall this time. How unfortunate. Previously, 2 inner palace disciples broke the sect rules and had their cultivation crippled for 10 years. In the end, the discussions turned from shock to sighs. One would not have a good ending after entering the law enforcement hall. However, in reality, Xiao Qin's treatment in the law enforcement hall was somewhat different from what everyone imagined. After the 3 Blood Dragon guards brought Xiao Qin to the Blood Dragon guards, they immediately reported Xiao Qin's matter to their superiors. Xiao Qin injured 6 holy venerates in the mission hall and even attacked the Blood Dragon guards. He was truly bold. The news quickly spread and startled the law enforcement hall's upper echelon. What? This person is only a middle-stage star venerate? This matter immediately caused a huge commotion in the law enforcement hall, startling the strict law enforcement hall's vice hall master, who had not been involved in matters for a long time, to make a personal appearance. The law enforcement hall's vice hall master had the surname Li. He was a stout old man with a thick beard and an extremely fiery temper. When the Vice Hall Master heard about Xiao Qin, he immediately took charge. Vice Hall Master Li did not go to see Xiao Qin directly. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed Xiao Qin, who was waiting for his trial. Slowly, a smile appeared on Vice Hall Master Li's face, appearing somewhat playful. Xiao Qin, who was waiting for his trial, did not show any expression on his face. Then he took a sip of tea and closed his eyes to rest. After that, there was no movement from Xiao Qin. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Qin directly started cultivating, not moving at all from start to end. Interesting. He treats my law enforcement hall as his residence. To think that he directly started cultivating. Vice Hall Master Li smiled, making it hard for others to tell whether he was happy or angry. No one knew what he meant. Suddenly, Xiaoqin opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Vice Hall Master Li's expression changed slightly. Then, he dismissed the people around him and said indifferently, "To think that he discovered me." Whoosh. In the next moment, Vice Hall Master Li's figure flashed, and he directly arrived in the room where Xiaoqin was. Boom. A pressure immediately appeared in the average-sized room, making Xiaoqin feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was not a sovereign personage will but Vice Hall Master Li's dragon might. Given his strong cultivation, he did not purposely withdraw this dragon might, letting it spread out. Xiaoqin sized up the person who arrived and said seriously, "Senior is really patient, only appearing after 6 hours. This junior feels honored." Humph. Even after arriving at my law enforcement hall, you still do not show any signs of repentance. It looks like you do not want your core disciple status anymore. Vice Hall Master Li became slightly angered. Immediately, his dragon might fluctuated, and a true dragon roar came from it. The roar resounded in Xiaoqin's ears and penetrated deep into his soul, causing fear to spread in his mind. Xiaoqin guarded his heart and easily dispelled this fear. Then he looked at Vice Hall Master Li, who had a strong background and a terrifying aura. Xiaoqin asked softly, "Why should I repent? I'm not in the wrong. Furthermore." After pausing for a moment, Xiaoqin released an overwhelming aura from his body. Then he said, "Furthermore, does the so-called right and wrong really matter? If anyone is in the wrong, they can only blame me for being too strong and them being too weak." Boom. The moment the dragon might from Xiaoqin's body appeared, it cleanly swept away the dragon might that Vice Hall Master Li casually released. Vice Hall Master Li's grave expression suddenly vanished. Then he guffawed, "Good. Good. Good." After saying "good" 3 times, Vice Hall Master Li said loudly, "Well said. What is right and wrong? Only the weak need sect rules. The sect rules have always been made by the strong. I still have to say that you beat them up well and beautifully. You overestimated yourself and went to mock them, resulting in you getting beaten up. What else can you do but deserve it? Ah. If you had beaten up those 3 blood dragon guards, that would have been even more in line with my temper." Xiaoqin's heart skipped a beat. I made the right bet. As long as I have sufficient potential, I can ignore all the sect rules and precepts. I think highly of you becoming a heaven-class core disciple and of you entering Ancestor Dragon City. The current core disciples all boast about how strong they are and how incredible their backgrounds are. This old man looks down on none of them. If you do not have a temper, even if you enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will be nothing. Vice Hall Master Li appeared very bold. His tone showed extreme disdain for the other core disciples. Xiaoqin remained calm. Although there were some discrepancies and the matter was much easier to deal with than he had imagined, this was a good thing and not a big deal. In the future, if you find anyone displeasing, feel free to beat them up. If one day you even beat up the blood dragon guards like dogs, this old man will directly guarantee your entry into Ancestor Dragon City. Ah. Vice Hall Master Li spoke excitedly, directly giving Xiaoqin the authority to beat up people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, I still have to put on a show. I will announce to the outside world that I will lock you up for 1 month and deduct your stipend for 3 months. Just go out and do some missions and not appear in the sect. What do you think? The Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master spoke in a negotiating tone, not treating Xiaoqin as an outsider. That suits me. Ah. Good. It is decided then. Come, let's go and have a few drinks. To think that you even managed to practice Firmament's Rage. How rare. Chapter 1889. Just as Xiaoqin and Vice Hall Master Li were chatting happily, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yin, Fang Tianyi, and the other core disciples who had been showing off recently, received news of Xiaoqin beating up 6 core disciples at nearly the same time. All of them felt shocked and incredulous. To think that he dares to beat up my people. Xiaoqin, you are clearly targeting me. When Yi Qinyun received the news, he was the most furious. Among the more than 1,000 core disciples, everyone knew that Zhang Yunxian was Yi Qinyun's man. The other 6 core disciples were also on good terms with him. In the end, Xiaoqin beat them up. This was especially so for Zhang Yunxian, who was beaten up beyond recognition. Finally, Xiaoqin sent him flying with a slap. This was a tragic sight. If others saw this, they would definitely take it as a slap to Yi Qinyun's face. Just you wait. Just you wait. When I break through to middle stage Holy Venerate, I will definitely teach you a lesson in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. Yi Qianyun showed an enraged expression as he tightly clenched his right fist. He wished that he could trample on Xiaoqin right now to regain his face. On the other side, Elder Tianyun personally arrived at Xiao Jinyu's residence and informed him of what happened at the foot of the mountain in the mission office. That's impossible. This Xiaoqin has only been in the Heaven Dragon Palace for 3 months. How can he defeat 6 core disciples at the same time? To think that he even succeeded in practicing the most difficult firmament's rage. When Xiao Jinyu heard the news, he showed some fluster on his face. However, he then remembered that Elder Tianyun personally brought this news. In that case it can't be wrong. Xiao Jinyu quickly apologized. Master, Jinyu did not mean to offend you. Elder Tianyun showed an unsightly expression as he said sullenly, you understand what I mean by bringing you this news, right? Disciple understands. Humph. Back then this Xiaoqin called me out at the dueling plaza and said that I chose the wrong person. This old man did not lower himself to his level on the surface. However, if you really lose to him, I will lose face. You can forget about remaining in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Elder Tianyun's expression turned sullen, putting heavy pressure on Xiao Jinyu. This disciple will not live up to Master's expectations. Give me 2 months and I will definitely break through to middle stage Holy Venerate. Ignorant. What was the point of cultivation? Unless one was a peak intermediate Holy Venerate, one would not have an absolute advantage over him. That Xiaoqin is just a middle stage Star Venerate. Have you never thought about how he could defeat 6 core disciples in a row? He relies on the Dragon's Gate secret technique and his own accumulations. Although his cultivation is low, the quality and quantity of his veritable essence energy are not low. Elder Tianyun felt somewhat disappointed at Xiaoqin for failing to meet his expectations. He paused for a while before continuing, what you need to do is bring out your advantages to the limit and accumulate them properly. You should not be in a rush to raise your cultivation. The 3 Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace are only early-stage Holy Venerates. However, they can sweep through all the core disciples. Xiao Jinyu seemed to think of something. Master means, after tomorrow I'll bring you to the sword-sweeping peak. If you can achieve great mastery in the great way of the sword, you'll be able to stab Xiaoqin to death with a single strike. It's 100 times better than you advancing to the mid-stage Holy Venerable level. Thank you, Master. The other core disciples were more or less inspired. Under the guidance of their masters, they all put in effort. All this was for the sake of obtaining a slot in the upcoming Heaven-class core disciple competition. Right now, everything was just an illusion. If they could not even obtain a slot, they could forget about entering Ancestor Dragon City. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, they would leave that Xiaoqin and the other competitors far behind. In the mission hall, Vice Hall Master Li personally led Xiaoqin in through a secret passageway. No one knew about it. With the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master Li leading the way, the manager of the mission hall personally received Xiaoqin in fear and trepidation. What high-quality missions are there recently? Let Xiaoqin look through them, Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. The mission hall's elder looked at Xiaoqin, feeling greatly startled. Isn't this the person who caused trouble at the foot of the mountain and got taken away? Why did the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master personally bring him over in the blink of an eye? The mission hall's Vice Hall Master felt somewhat confused. However, since Vice Hall Master Li gave him instructions, he naturally had to obey. This is the list of recent missions. Take a look and let me know if there are any suitable ones. Xiaoqin received the mission list and carefully looked through it. There was a total of 7 Rank 1 missions. Rank 1 was the highest. Above Rank 1 were Transcendent Rank 1 and Absolute Rank 1. Those were issued to the sect elders and required the strength of a sovereign personage to accept them. Xiaoqin's gaze focused on the Rank 1 missions. Soon he locked on to 4 Rank 1 missions. 2 of them were assassination missions. One was to search for the Blazing Sun Heart in Blazing Sun Valley, which one could obtain by killing the Blazing Sun Berserk apes in Blazing Sun Valley. The last was a Rank 1 mission. Of the 4 missions, helping the Dragon's Gate take back its lost base in the underground world was the most complicated and the highest. However, the reward was extremely bountiful, a total of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. The first 3 Rank 1 missions also had bountiful rewards, at least 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. These are the 4 Rank 1 missions. Wait, that's not right. I seem to have to take on some other missions before I can fulfill the quota set by the sect. Just give me a few Rank 7 missions. Xiaoqin made his choice and handed the mission list to the other party. What? You want to take on 4 Rank 1 missions? No way, no way. The mission hall's manager shook his head and said, absolutely not. The rank 1 missions themselves require one to be a holy venerate. Furthermore, 2 people need to work together to take them. Letting you take them alone is already showing mercy. To think that you want to take on 4 rank 1 missions alone. What about the other core disciples? If this old man says it's fine, then it's fine. Stop being so long-winded. Since this little brother of mine chose these 4 missions, then these 4 missions it is. When Vice Hall Master Li heard the word, no way, he became angry. After all, he had personally sent someone over. To think that Xiao Chen did not give him any face at all. Xiao Chen's furious voice was accompanied by his dragon might, scaring the mission hall's manager. The manager felt very bitter in his heart. This was the person in charge of the Blood Dragon Guards. He simply could not afford to offend him. Sure. However, I'll say this first. You will have to bear the punishment for failing the mission. Don't blame me for not warning you. The punishment for failing is much heavier than you imagine. The manager did not dare to offend Vice Hall Master Li, so he could only vent his anger on Xiao Chen. Since I already made my choice, I naturally know the consequences. That's more like it. Let me take a look at the mission list. Vice Hall Master Li received the mission list and took a look. Then his expression changed slightly. None of them were easy to complete. Of the 2 assassination missions, one was to eliminate a group of bandits that had been killing people and robbing their goods in the Divine Dragon Empire for many years. There was a total of 18 people in this group of bandits, who called themselves the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits. All of them were holy venerates. Their lair, the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, had been refined into an inherited Dao tool that could hide in the starry heavens at any time. Every time a sovereign personage went to kill them, they would flee far away. When the sovereign personage experts left, they would find a random place to hide. They killed people to snatch their treasures and resources. Their methods were extremely cruel. The number of dragon race martial artists that died in their hands and the number of dragon race forces that were destroyed was unknown. The Dragon's Gate had been troubled by this group of crafty demonic cloud bandits for many years, giving them a headache. The second assassination mission was an assassination mission. Recently, a demonic Dao expert appeared in Yunyang province. This expert specialized in killing dragon race experts and absorbing the special dragon souls of dragon race cultivators to refine the demonic dragon pennant. His movements were mysterious and his methods were even crueler. All the people he killed were dragon race experts. After they died, he extracted their souls and drained them of their dragon blood. The dragon race bloodline had an extremely strong life force. The dragon race's souls were even more tyrannical, which would be of great help in refining the demonic dragon pennant. Yunyang province was the Red Dragon race's territory. Several Red Dragon race holy venerate experts had already died at the hands of this demonic Dao cultivator. This attracted the attention of the Dragon's Gate, and they sent it to the 7 outer palaces of the Dragon's Gate as a rank 1 mission. Since this demonic Dao cultivator dared to come to the Divine Dragon Empire alone, it proved that he was very confident and strong. The third mission, Blazing Sun Valley, was a dangerous land. Although the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape was strong, it was still a ferocious beast after all. The risk of this mission could be controlled. As for the fourth mission, Vice Hall Master Li shook his head slightly. The underground world was simply too deep. The missions that could become rank 1 missions were definitely not easy. The rewards depended on how much effort one put in. The Dragon's Gate would not give one primeval heavenly pills for nothing. The price would definitely be equal. Vice Hall Master Li frowned and said, "Brother Xiao Chen, isn't this mission a little inappropriate? The risk is too high? The mission has already been accepted. If you give up, it will be considered a failure." The manager also had a temper in his heart. He walked over and handed the mission card to Xiao Chen. He smiled coldly in his heart. It is too late to be afraid now. Xiao Chen received the mission card calmly and smiled. It's fine. I have my own plans. Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, Xiao Chen would not be able to raise his cultivation quickly while he was a late-stage star venerate. He would not be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace was just waiting for death, waiting to be defeated by the people of the other outer palaces. Either way he would die. He might as well accept the mission and gamble. Furthermore, Xiao Chen still had many trump cards. While it was inconvenient to use them in the sect, there were no restrictions once he left the sect. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confident of completing these missions. Little brother, since you have your own plans, I will not say anything more. Remember to rush back in 2 months. Otherwise, you will miss out on the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition, and you will suffer a great loss. The heaven-class core disciple slot will definitely be mine. Many thanks, Big Brother Li. The mission hall manager grumbled in his heart. Whether Xiaoqin could return alive was still a problem. To think that Xiaoqin still wanted to become a heaven-class core disciple. He really did not know his limits. Chapter 1890. Xiaoqin accepted a total of 10 missions, mainly because of the sect rules. Core disciples had to complete 3 missions every month. Aside from the 4 rank 1 missions, the rest were all rank 7 missions. As Xiaoqin held the mission card, he carefully analyzed each mission for a long time, forming a plan in his heart. He had only 2 months. Many of the 10 missions clashed with each other. One was in the south and the other was in the north. Even if he could use transportation formations, it would take a long time. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin decided to hire someone to complete the 6 rank 7 missions. If he had time, he would definitely do it himself. However, the rewards of these rank 7 missions could not compare to the time required. Xiaoqin felt that the losses outweighed the gains. He could only pay for the primeval heavenly pills himself and hire cultivators outside to do it. This was simple. The Divine Dragon Empire definitely did not have only cultivators in the sections. There were many other factions. Spending some primeval heavenly pills would cause many factions to fight over these missions. As for the remaining 4 rank 1 missions, the order in which they were completed was also very important. I should go and deal with this demonic Dao cultivator first. To think that he dares to use the blood and souls of dragon race cultivators to cultivate a demonic Dao cultivation technique and refine a ghost pennant. This is simply unforgivable. Rage flashed in Xiaoqian's heart. He always felt that the current demonic Dao sects and cultivators had reached an extreme. This kind of extreme was very terrifying. If left unchecked, not only would they destroy themselves, but they would also destroy the foundation of the entire world. For the sake of strength, they would do anything. They would even lay their hands on ordinary people, even doing something as heartless as using the souls of infants. In comparison, although the righteous Dao sects had many hypocrites and people who killed and robbed, they rarely made a move on ordinary people. It was even more impossible for them to make a move on infants or pregnant women. When demonic Dao cultivators reached the Holy Venerate realm, they would be known as demonic venerates. Xiaoqian's target this time was known as demonic venerate Mu Yun. The Divine Dragon Empire had 7 provinces, each with 100 counties. Each county was as large as First Senior Sisters. The Red Dragon race governed Yunyang province. In the Yunyang state, there was a huge desert called the Violent Flame Desert. This desert was unusually hot. It was an excellent experiential training ground for fire-attributed dragon race cultivators. Most of the red dragons were fire elemental and had fiery temperaments. A person's temper was like an unstable dynamite. When they were angry, they would explode with a loud bang, causing people to feel extremely terrified. The blazing light from the blazing sun was a natural treat for the red dragon race cultivators. Just staying in the desert for a day would benefit them immensely. The Red Dragon Palace disciples frequently roamed Violent Flame Desert, hunting ferocious beasts, searching for fortuitous encounters, and practicing cultivation techniques. The place was extraordinarily bustling. However, right now, the lively atmosphere of the Violent Flame Desert was filled with grief and anger. 3 months ago, Devil Sovereign Mo Yun suddenly appeared in this desert and started a massacre. Hundreds of the Red Dragon Palace disciples had already fallen victim to Xiaoqian. Their blood was drained and their corpses laid out in the desert. They looked like dried corpses dying miserable deaths. The most hateful thing was that this demonic venerate Mu Yun was extremely arrogant. He purposely laid a trap and lured out several core disciples. After killing a holy venerate of the Red Dragon race, who had gotten careless, Xiaoqian's strength soared in the past 3 months, becoming increasingly terrifying. While in Violent Flame Desert, Xiaoqian looked at the intelligence reports and calmly analyzed the situation. The Red Dragon race possessed the Divine Dragon bloodline. After advancing to Holy Venerate, the power of their bloodline had already developed significantly. Xiaoqian was not an ordinary Holy Venerate. For demonic Venerate Mu Yun to be able to kill several core disciples, he definitely had a trump card that no one knew about. The most recent murder happened 7 days ago. To think that this fellow still has not left. He must have cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique or a ghost pennant to a critical juncture. Once he breaks through, he will be even more horrifying and difficult to deal with. Xiaoqian frowned slightly. He could no longer analyze demonic venerate Mu Yun's strength based on the intelligence reports from 3 months ago. This mission was somewhat thorny. However, thorny was interesting. If it were ordinary, there would not be any challenge. Let me see how strong this demonic venerate Mu Yun is. Let's go and meet up with the others first. The Dragon's Gate distributed this mission to the 7 outer palaces. Someone from each outer palace could go and accept it. Of course, only one person could complete the mission. Whoever obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's head would complete the mission and obtain the reward. One could communicate with others through the mission card. One could hear the voices of the other people accepting the mission and obtain information. 3 days later. In the depths of Violent Flame Desert, 6 dragon race cultivators gathered on a sand dune. Among them there were 3 from the Red Dragon Palace. Based on their attire, Xiaoqun could determine that the other 3 were from the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace and the White Dragon Palace. Of the 7 outer palaces, aside from the Golden Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace, everyone accepted the mission. Although it was a rank 1 mission, it was not guaranteed that someone would accept it. It was normal that no one from the 2 dragon palaces had accepted it. Only one person can take on this mission. To think that your Red Dragon Palace sent out 3 people. It looks like you are truly angry. The youth in the Blue Dragon Palace's uniform said as he looked at the Red Dragon race trio. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as they die at the hands of our Red Dragon clan. The leader of the Red Dragon clan was a muscular young man in a white robe with flame patterns on it. His voice was filled with suppressed rage. This mission was a humiliation to the Red Dragon Palace. The Red Dragon Palace did not intend to get the Dragon's Gate's help at all, wanting to kill demonic venerate Mu Yun on their own. However, after the upper echelon of Ancestor Dragon City's Dragon's Gate evaluated demonic venerate Mu Yun's strength, they still sent the mission to the 7 outer palaces. If we run into demonic venerate Mu Yun, we can just attack him ourselves. After we kill him, we do not need Mu Yun's head, the leader of the Red Dragon clan cultivators said seriously. Rage flashed in the eyes of the Red Dragon Palace's leader as he said sullenly. The 3 core disciples of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace exchanged glances, feeling helpless. The Red Dragon race seemed to be xenophobic. Their words did not sound very pleasant. The core disciples of the 6 outer palaces all had their own pride as they possessed the divine dragon bloodline. Murong Yin, aren't your words a little overboard? Although you are hailed as an unparalleled genius of the Red Dragon Palace, there is no need to look down on us like that, right? The Silver Dragon race core disciple Yun Tianhe said indifferently with a slight frown. If you feel that we are going overboard, you can leave now. The Red Dragon race does not need your help. The 3 of us will give you the reward for the mission. We will not let you make this trip for nothing. Murong Yin did not appreciate the offer at all. His tone was filled with hostility. The Blue Dragon race core disciple smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Then he patted Yun Tianhe's shoulder to stop him from continuing. Chang Feng, on account of you, I will not lower myself to his level. The rage in Yun Tianhe's eyes had yet to fade. Murong Yan's words were simply too overbearing. However, the Red Dragon bloodline was extremely hot-tempered. If they continued arguing, they would definitely end up fighting. Someone is coming. Just at this moment, the only woman in the team, the young woman from the White Dragon Palace, raised her head slightly and looked into the distance. The others also sensed someone flying over from the mission carts. I wonder if it is from the Golden Dragon Palace or the Green Dragon Palace. If it is a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple, then this mission is in the bag. If it is a Green Dragon Palace core disciple, that is fine. At the very least, there is no need to worry about injuries or the corrosion of the demonic chi. The 3 discussed softly. As they spoke, they felt interested in this final person. However, as that figure approached, the expressions of the 3 Red Dragon race cultivators turned increasingly unsightly. Yun Tianhe and the other 2 also showed strange expressions, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. Damn. This is never-ending. It is one thing for the people of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace and the White Dragon Palace. Now, even a mixed blood dragon is here to join in the fun. What do they take our Red Dragon Palace for? Murong Yan's rage completely erupted. Boom. A terrifying, scorching aura burst forth. Murong Yan's figure flashed as he turned into a flame and charged out, moving as fast as a meteor. Whoosh. The Blue Dragon Palace core disciple frowned slightly. He leaped up and blocked Murong Yan at the critical moment. Sidu Changfeng, what are you trying to do? Murong Yan showed an irritable expression on his face. Clearly he was in a rage. Sidu Changfeng's expression remained calm as he said in an amiable manner, Murong Yan, no matter what, one more person means one more force. Why the need to reject him like this? There is no need, humph. The 2 of you tell that mixed blood dragon to scram. If he does not, blast him out. Before Situ Changfeng could finish speaking, Murong Yen snorted coldly and got the other two Red Dragon Race Corps disciples to chase away Xiao Chen. Situ Changfeng sighed and decisively turned around to meet up with Xiao Chen. Situ Changfeng, stay here and mind your own business. However, Murong Yen did not give Situ Changfeng this opportunity. He directly punched at the turning Situ Changfeng. When Murong Yen punched, intense flames surged into the sky. A boundless sea of fire burned behind him. The boundless mysterious phenomenon of fire looked as terrifying as lava from hell. Although Situ Changfeng wanted to, he could not. He could only turn around and fight, delayed by Murong Yen. I'm afraid this person is going to be unlucky. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Qianhe looked at the distant Xiao Chen and said indifferently to the young White Dragon race girl. The two of them did not want to interfere in this matter. A mixed blood dragon was not worth their time.